you guys doing? Are you guys having fun? Are you guys ready?
What an energy here, Sulaiman.
I'm loving the energy. It's been like this all day, and we were here yesterday as well. Just incredible location, incredible city, incredible country, and welcome to you all. So welcome to the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championships. This is the 4th edition of the UCI Cycling eSports World Championships, and the first time ever in-person edition of the UCI-sanctioned world titles. It's incredibly exciting to witness this new cycling discipline live on stage today. This event features 42 elite eSport riders competing for the World Champions jersey right here in Abu Dhabi, Sosan.
This is amazing, Sulaiman. That's so right. مرحبا بكم هنا في عاصمة الرياضة العالمية أبو ظبي. نرحب بكم في بطولة العالم UCI لدرجات الهوائية الإلكترونية 2024، وهي السلسلة الرابعة من البطولة وأحدث إضافة للألقاب المعتمدة من الاتحاد الدولي لدرجات الهوائية. لأول مرة سنشاهد هذا النوع من السباقات هنا. هذا الحدث العالمي 42 دراجة من أفضل نخبة دراجي العالم يتسابقون وجها لوجه هنا في العاصمة أبو ظبي.
And for the first time, all participants who have qualified for today's final will compete in person, shoulder to shoulder. The UCI has arranged for the top 20 female and top 20 male athletes from the qualifying rounds, plus 2 wildcard entries to join us right here in Abu Dhabi to compete at this live stage.
لأول مرة بيتنافس جميع المشتركين اللي تأهلوا لنهائيات اليوم بشكل مباشر وجها لوجه. نظم الاتحاد الدولي لدرجات الهوائية للإيسبورتس UCI بحضور أفضل 20 رياضية من نخبة السيدات وأفضل 22 رياضي ودراج من نخبة الرجال.
And this year's race will take us through a specifically designed My Wish UCI World, a purpose-built 3-stage location-based UCI's headquarters in Switzerland with the scenic mountain roads of this famous World Cycling Center. We'll be checking out this location a little bit later on in the show.
موقع السباق الافتراضي مخصص خصيصا للمسابقة، وهو بياخذنا في رحلة لعالم ماي ووش. الاتحاد الدولي للدراجات الهوائية UCI يتألف من 3 مراحل 3 stages حول مقر الاتحاد في سويسرا. في أحلى من سويسرا؟ Raise your hands. Who like it? Who likes Switzerland?
I've been to Switzerland. I love it. Beautiful country. Beautiful country.
هذا السباق سيكون هناك بالتأكيد حول هذا المقر.
For today's competitive events, the women's race will commence our World Championships and the men's race will follow thereafter.
اليوم بناخذكم في أولى فئات السباق مع نخبة السيدات، ثم سننطلق مع نخبة الرجال.
But before we begin, we'd like to welcome 2 incredible cycling legends to join us on the stage. Please welcome 3-time UCI Road World Champion Peter Sagan and 3-time Tour de France winner and current UCI Road World Champion Tadej Pogačar.
بس قبل ما ننطلق معاكم خلونا نرحب بأساطير الدراجات الهوائية بيتر ساغان، 3 مرات بطل العالم، وتادي بوغاتشا بطل العالم الحالي. You are both of you legends, but outdoors. How about indoor? How are you feeling?
Me, I'm feeling great, but not enough to race.
You both competed many times around the global stage. How does the energy of a live sport event compare to the traditional outdoor road cycling?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I think you can see there's a lot of people here, and I think the energy is very good, and we are going to cheer everyone for the riders. They are going to compete here, and I think it's going to be very nice, and it's going to be a lot of energy here. And,
yep, absolutely. We're going to need the crowd, we're going to need the audience, we're going to need you guys. The riders are going to feel your energy.
Tadej, congratulations on signing off again to the UAE team. You do, guys, a lot of strategies against the wind, but here there's no wind. I think here there's a lot of Wi-Fi. So what kind of strategies do you think they need today?
I think they just need really good legs and heart and lungs and a good mindset, you know. 1 hour or how long they race, it's full gas.
Amazing. Racing from the heart.
Exactly.
Okay. Absolutely, absolutely. What do you think, or who do you think would win if the two went head-to-head in eSports cycling race?
Oh, wow. That's a very easy question.
Is it?
And I'm stop racing. Then I think definitely in this moment now, Tade is going to be much better.
No. If we take him in the best years, and me now, I think he wins for this race for sure.
Absolutely. Give
Ladies
it up.
and gentlemen, big round of applause for the legends of cycling, Tadej Pogačar and Peter Sagan.
Thank you so
very
much for being with us. Okay, are you guys ready? Justine, everybody ready? It is time to begin the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championships.
سيداتي وسادتي، لقد حانت اللحظة التي سننطلق فيها مع بطولة العالم للدراجات الهوائية الإلكترونية UCI 2024.
The groundwork for the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championships was a long time coming. Over a year ago, in August 2023, MyWhoosh and the UCI signed a 3-year partnership to host the very first live in-venue championship finals in Abu Dhabi. This in itself was a monumental achievement, cementing the Middle East as a cycling hub, MyWhoosh as the premier virtual cycling platform. In 2024, MyWhoosh and the UCI embarked on a global qualification hunt for the world's top indoor cyclists through the national federations from around the world. The national federation selections were held from May to July 2024, followed by an open public qualifiers held by MyWhoosh in August 2024 for a chance to join the coveted elite. The following step was for the qualified riders to go through the rigorous semifinals that were held on the 6th of September. The semifinals were a rigorous affair, testing every rider's grit and determination to become a finalist in the first ever in-person final. From hundreds of athletes that contended for a spot in the final 42 raced their way with blood, sweat, and tears to make it to Abu Dhabi. 22 males and 20 females make the final numbers. The finals will be fought out on 3 unique and demanding stages. Stage 1, the sprint. The top 20 male and female riders will race a 300-meter sprint on a 1.6-kilometer circuit. Points will be awarded from 20 points for the fastest rider down to 1 point for the rider coming last. Stage 2, the strategist. A 9-kilometer circuit with a unique 1.5-kilometer climb, where riders can score at 3 key spots: the base of the climb, the top of the climb, and the finish line. At the base and the top, the first rider earns 20 points, decreasing down to 1 point for the last rider. At the finish line, the stakes double, 40 points going to the winner, scaling down to 2 points for the rider coming last. Stage 3, all out. A 4-lap race on a 4-kilometer criterium circuit. Riders will earn points each lap, 20 points for the top rider down to 1 for the last. In the final lap, points are doubled with 40 points for first and 2 for last. Each finish line is atop a challenging 50-second climb at a 12% gradient, testing the rider's endurance and strategy. The time is now, and the stage is set to crown 2 champions, 2 titans of their discipline here in Abu Dhabi. Who will score the maximum points and claim the coveted rainbow jersey and title of the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Champion?
How was that, guys? Wasn't that really cool?
Amazing route.
Amazing.
Amazing location. What is your favorite ever route in UAE?
So obviously cycling is one of the fastest growing sports in the country. And I live in Dubai. I'm going to be a little bit biased and say Al Qudra. How about yourself, Sofsan?
I love Hudayriyat. Who shared the same opinion? Raise your hand. Hudayriyat. Oh, wow. You guys for Wolfies. Oh, my whoosh.
Absolutely. So like I said, the uptake of cycling in this country has just been phenomenal over the last couple of years in particular. Keep it going, guys. We're growing this community. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have two distinguished dignitaries who are instrumental in organizing this year's competition. Joining us today, Matt and Osama.
سيداتي وسادتي فخورين الآن بانضمام ضيفين مميزين هنا على المسرح هم عنصران أساسيان في تنظيم البطولة مات وأسامة.
Okay, show them some love. Show them some love.
خلونا نرحب بمات سيمنز مدير السباقات الأول في ماي ووش. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, honourable guests, athletes, partners and supporters. On behalf of My Whoosh, I would like to welcome you to the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championships. Less than 5 years ago, My Whoosh was created with a vision of creating a world-leading virtual cycling platform that offered accessibility and entertainment to riders across the world. The My Whoosh team has taken this vision and created the first ever live World Championships.
Woohoo! Guys, those guys were at home. Today we're gonna see them live.
My Whoosh has not delivered this alone. Throughout our journey tonight, we've learnt the value of true partnerships. Our team has worked with and been supported by the UCI for the past 12 months. Together, we wanted to take eSports cycling to the next level. We cannot thank the UCI enough for this partnership. Esports cycling is only as successful as the equipment that supports it. We would like to thank Elite for their support. Elite has spent hundreds of hours testing and verifying the Justo trainers used here tonight to ensure equality and fairness for all the athletes on stage. Thank you to the Elite team for playing a major role in elevating cycling esports.
You guys should check their luxurious bike out there. Stunning.
Thank you to everybody else that has supported My Whoosh along this journey, and thank you to our booth partners.
Thank you, Matt Simpson.
Tonight, we bring the best cycling esports athletes in the world to the live final. This qualification process started in April with athletes racing from their home in qualifying races to earn their spots in the semi-final. More than 200 athletes from 30 countries raced for a chance to represent their countries on stage tonight.
Wow.
Throughout this process, every athlete was verified through My Whoosh's verification process to ensure fairness and equality, to ensure the best athletes are racing here tonight. To the athletes, good luck. We've designed a course that will test every one of your abilities. It's not going to be easy, but in a few hours from now, the top female and the top male esports cyclists in the world will be crowned the 2024 UCI Cycling Esports World Champions.
Thank you, Matt Simpson, مدير السباقات الأول في My Whoosh, for this inspiring speech.
Keep doing what you do, Team My Whoosh. Thank you so much. Okay, please welcome onto the stage Osama Al-Shafa, a Vice President of UCI.
خلونا مع بعض نرحب بأسامة الشعفار نائب رئيس الاتحاد الدولي لدراجات الهوائية.
Hi Osama, how are you?
Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. سعادة مطرسي اليبهوني رئيس فريق الإمارات المحترفين، سعادة أخطر هاشم سعيد هاشمي الرئيس التنفيذي ومدير شراكة ماي ووش، السادة مجلس أبو ظبي الرياضي، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نحن نصنع التاريخ هنا الليلة. لأول مرة سيتنافس جميع المتأهلين للنهائيات في بطولة العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية جنباً إلى جنب في سباق واحد بهدف الفوز بقميص بطولة العالم. سعيد بوجودي معكم لمشاهدة هذا الحدث المبتكر الذي يمثل ثمرة وشراكة وتعاون بين الاتحاد الدولي للدراجات وشركة مايوش. هذه الشراكة تعني أن مايوش هي المنصة الحصرية الوحيدة المنظمة لبطولة العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية حتى عام 2026. حتى في هذه السنة الأولى في انطلاقة هذه الشراكة يمكننا رؤية المكاسب التي تحققت في هذا التعاون. لقد خاض الدراجون منافسة صعبة في التأهل والمشاركة في هذا الحدث، حيث ضمنت مايوش تكافؤ الفرص وتمثيلا عادلا وعالميا من خلال تنظيم البطولات وتأهيلها على الترشيح للاتحادات الوطنية. ثم شهدت سباقات نصف النهائي في 6 سبتمبر في عامنا الحالي تأهل أفضل 20 لاعب ولاعبة للمنافسة في هذا النهائي. الآن هم مستعدون لبذل قصارى جهدهم في 3 سباقات: السرعة والاستراتيجية والكل. ثم شهدت سباقات نصف النهائي تجمع رياضة الدراجين الإلكترونيين المتسابقين في جميع أنحاء العالم، مما يتيح لهم التدريب والتنافس معا رغم المنافسات والحواجز الجغرافية. الليلة يجتمعون معا في أبو ظبي التي أصبحت منصبا حقيقيا لسباقات الدراجات. ومن الجدير بالذكر أن المدينة ستستضيف أيضا بطولة العالم للدراجات الحضارية في سبتمبر وفي هذا العام، وبطولة العالم للدراجات الطريق، وبطولة العالم للجراند فوندو في عام 2028، وبطولة العالم لدراجات المضمار في 2029. والليلة نشهد بطولة العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية. في غضون بضع ساعات سنعرف أسماء أبطال العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية لعام 2024. الجميع يتنافس في منصة رائعة نيابة عن الاتحاد الدولي للدراجات. أشكر مايوش ومجلس أبو ظبي الرياضي وكل من شارك في هذا التنظيم، وأتمنى للجميع التوفيق في هذه البطولة الرائعة. شكرا لكم.
ونحن نشكرك أنت أسامة الشعفار، نائب رئيس الاتحاد الدولي للدراجات الهوائية وأكيد رئيس الاتحاد الإماراتي للدراجات الهوائية. اليوم نشهد تطور كبير للدراجات الهوائية. أدري أنك وايد مشغول، تحصل وقت أنك to ride your bike. Do you have time for that?
I do actually. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, on behalf of UCI, I would like to thank Mayush for this partnership with the UCI, and I'd like to wish all the participants good luck in this coming race. Thank you so much.
Big round of applause for Mayush, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Osama, for your leadership. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you're able to and can, please stand for the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates.
أيها السيدات والسادة، عند المقدرة يرجى الوقوف تحية للنشيد الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome onto the stage our female finalists of the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championships. Let's welcome Kelsey J. Vascua and Emma Belfold.
Make as much noise as you can. Show your support. Calling onto the stage, Tiffany Penner and Cornelia Engstrom.
Abu Dhabi, make some noise! Mika, Shazam, Jacqueline, Gobe!
Oh, look at that, Sosan. We love the energy, we love the energy.
Oh!
Woo, that's the energy right there. Show some love, Amelia Volt and Johanna Tidholm.
Abu Dhabi, make some noise for Alexis, Nova, and Emma Jolie Diamond!
Sosan, we need the crowd a little bit louder, Sosan. Give it up for Lisa Hermanson and Gabriella Kira.
Are we ready for our next champions? Pia Kuma and Christine Kolczynski!
Okay, the crowd's getting in, Sosan. They're getting in, absolutely. Show some love for Maria Holcroft and Marlene Beerhead.
Are we ready? Let's welcome Catherine Fua and Melek Brene!
And last but certainly not least, Lou Bates and Mary-Kate McCarthy. Now that we have all of the female riders on stage, let's hand it over to our expert commentary teams to take us through the action.
والآن وبعد أن أصبحت جميع المتسابقات على المسرح، دعونا نترك الميكروفون لفريق التعليق ليأخذنا عبر أحداث السباق.
Thank you, Suleiman and Sorsen. It's great to be here in the UAE in Abu Dhabi for an amazing cycling event. My name's Matt Payne.
I'm Emma Martin. Well, I have to say, Matt, do you know what? We have had such a phenomenal welcome here. And I know I've been backstage. The riders seem excited. I, for one, am definitely excited that we are going to see some phenomenal racing today. Well, that stage behind us, it is well and truly set for the World Championships.
It's an amazing stage. We've been lucky enough to see it being built. And I know as every little piece of this amazing jigsaw has come together, the finished article is such a fantastic picture that's been set here. The athletes, I know, we were lucky enough to see them backstage. They have not seen it until today. They've come in today and were absolutely blown away. It's such a first. It's the first time we've been here. I mean, they must be really, really nervous, and yet it's a landmark event. They're part of history.
Well, I think they're going to be channeling those nerves and that excitement into action very, very soon. And it is indeed a landmark, you are right. It is the very first time all those finalists have been on that stage together and not at home, either in their garages, in their training rooms, wherever they ride from their home location. Well, today they are here in Abu Dhabi.
And I was thinking about first, I'm going to go completely random here. I was thinking about first, I remember my first bike. My first bike, it was a tiny little thing. It was one of those things that you sort of remember forever. Can you remember your first bike or your first race?
Well, I can definitely remember my first time out riding on the road, because I didn't go out on a road bike until I was well and truly into my 20s. But I can remember the first time I made a national podium Well, that was something I will always remember, and I'll tell you something, being at the very first in-person Cycling eSports World Championships is going to be a first that these riders remember forever.
I know. I remember the time I was lucky enough to make the Masters World Championships. It was something that was almost a culmination, and I wasn't very good at it. In fact, I was last, to be brutally honest. But it was an experience I took, and wherever these riders finish today, they have made history. But they are chasing that rainbow jersey now. We have been lucky enough to attend a lot of different disciplines covered by the UCI, that's the governing body of cycle sport around the globe, in all those different disciplines, from indoor cycling through to paracycling, in Zurich, where we saw the My Whoosh team out there as well. It's a real plethora of sports, a real wide range of sports in terms of the different skill sets that are needed. Do you think that the athletes here today, no matter where their background is, they feel the same, or is there subtle differences depending on their background?
Well, do you know, I think it's really interesting. I think eSports is really growing as its own cycling discipline. We're starting to see the athletes putting in very specific training. We're starting to see them putting out very specific power profiles around cycling eSports, because, and I think that is why it is so exciting, because of all these new firsts, it's all developing, it is all coming to the fore. And for me, we are going to see some phenomenal power going through those pedals on that stage tonight, because their sprint power, their 1 minute power, their 5 minute power, those are the numbers that are really going to be crucial tonight.
And we talk about numbers. Numbers is a key statistic here. It's something that's key for our riders. Now, I think what we're going to see is we're going to see a different type of skill set from the riders. We saw Tadej and Peter on the stage here. Fantastic to have them as guests here in the arena here to witness this, to witness somebody else racing for a world title. And they are very different riders. They're both exciting, absolute legends, and the sort of animators of racing that we see in sport. Now, they were very modest. I'm going to put you on the spot here, and I didn't tell you this question before we came on air. If it was down to the two of them in their prime, a prime Tadej Pogačar, a prime Peter Sagan, battling it out on stage with the race format that we've got here, this amazing 3-stage format, who would it be?
Well, I have to say, with this format we are going to see today, my heart says it would be Peter Sagan, but you could never discount Tadej from just riding away from the start on that final stage and sweeping up all the points. And I think those tactics and that strategy and how these racers are planning to win that race today, they are going to play out tonight.
Well, let's see if your prediction would come true at some point in the future. But for today, let's tell people a little bit more about eSports. eSports is an amazing discipline within the UCI. So the UCI covering all these different disciplines. eSports, it's an amazing new phenomenon. It's the newest of the disciplines, really, in the sense that, and very different, because it's the only one that you don't go out somewhere else to do. Normally, you would do it in your garage or your paint cave. You would sit at home, you might go sit to a gym, you might go see your friends, but it's still something that's very different from any other discipline.
It is, and do you know what? That is the absolute joy of it, because it is so accessible for everybody and anybody. You know, you need the equipment, you need it at home, but that is the only place you have to ride and race. You know, you don't have to do a 3-hour drive to an event to then get on your bike and then drive home. You can literally, you know, okay, it's time to race, let's get ready, let's get on the bike, and you are there, right then, and that is e-cycling.
And that's what we're seeing on our screens. And we saw the riders coming through from training in your garage, going into those race scenarios. We saw people racing against each other. We've had people racing in the worlds, in their national teams. We see the British Championship, but we have seen the teams start to emerge. We see the support in the background, and the World Championships, it is the pinnacle of eSports.
It is indeed, and it is going to be one, well actually, do you know, I was going to say it was going to be one phenomenal race. It's actually going to be 6 phenomenal races tonight, but we're going to see 2 world champions at the end.
And it's that iconic rainbow jersey. It is those bands. It is that white jersey. You can see our previous champion, our defending champion, is going to be here tonight. And I'm really looking forward to seeing him making his way up on to the stage later into the men's event. Now, we've had previous world champions racing on eSports. They're all connected together, though, by this jumping on the turbo trainer onto the bike and their data being gathered from them, from their power, and going out, and that is then raced against each other. It's taken their form, their shape, their power.
It is indeed, and going through that turbo trainer, all of that power on the bike, going through the direct drive turbo trainer. We heard Matt Smithson talking about that relationship with Elite, those Elite Justo turbos that are out on that stage. They've been randomly assigned to those stations, and then a different team randomly assigned the riders. So really about fair racing today, and really trying to ensure that fair and comparative racing.
And when we look at the riders here, they're in their warm-up. That's an absolutely key part of the racing. It's an absolutely key part of getting them physically built up and ready, because they've got to be ready to go because of the way this race format is. Now, you can race on eSports. You jump on My Whoosh, and you can race a really long race. You can jump on every Sunday and race with some of the best riders. And some of our regular riders have been lucky enough to meet some people who are regular racers. And it is all sorts of people. And that's why we're seeing such big growth, because it's not just the elite. It's not just the top of the tree. It is also those people who are maybe just jumping on a bike for the first time.
Well, and you know what? And that's one of the things I love about cycling esports. We see riders from all sorts of backgrounds. We see specialist cycling esports riders. We see triathletes coming over. We see runners. We see skaters. We see people who have not ridden or raced a bike until later in life, deciding they're going to jump on and then absolutely reaching a phenomenal level in a very short period of time, and often finding a hidden athlete within themselves.
And finding that hidden athlete, I'd like to find mine. It's hidden under a few layers of, I think, a few pieces and far too much enjoying myself after I finish racing. I think finding that hidden athlete, it is something new, and you could be on any kind of event. You know that you're going to be out there, you're going to be racing, and you know that there will come a time when that bell tolls, when you are going to be in. Now, our riders are warmed up, that bell has rung. You can see our athletes on stage, and they are down there. They know that they are now in those final moments. You've got to stay focused. You've got to stay in. It's so hard with the distractions here in the arena. How are these riders going to cope with that?
Well, sport, we often think sport is about it's a physical activity, but it's also about so much more than that. It's about preparation. It's also about mental attitude. It's also about the heart, the absolute belief in yourself. And I am very, very sure that all 20 of those riders on stage have looked at the whole aspect of this final and really have planned everywhere. But I have to say, I do think the fact that they are all on that stage just adds that extra something, and I hope it's an extra level of adrenaline, an extra level of excitement, and an extra level of competition.
And in terms of the preparation, 3 years ago, a year ago, we had this 3-year partnership. We've got My Whoosh as a partner to the UCI. The formats were announced. We've got our 3-race format for the finals. We had our qualification process where nations nominated riders to move into their team. But we also had a public pathway, and we've seen people come through that public pathway into the semi-finals, which were amazing races with a lot of great athletes and great riders in there. But now we are down to those that are left in the finals. The difference between the semi-final race and the final race, the most obvious is that number of riders in those races.
It is. I think there's two things. Those semi-finals were just 2 stages, not 3. So we do have an extra stage today in the final. So that is going to be really exciting. And I think that's going to throw a little balance in, because the sprint wasn't part and parcel of those semi-finals. And we do have a number of riders over my shoulder who will excel in that stage and pick up points there. But you are correct. The other big factor is that there are around 120 women in that semi-final, and that is a lot more than 20. Now, 20 points.
Even I can do that maths. I might be rubbish at maths, but even I know that there's a big difference.
But the big difference is that the number of points available on offer to the riders is exactly the same, and the number of riders scoring points at each point is exactly the same. So 20 riders will score points through each of the 8 opportunities, 4 points across those 3 stages, which means in this women's race, everybody is going to score points. So the gaps between the riders that we saw in the semi-finals in those points tallies may well not exist in the same way today, and that is really going to change the dynamic.
It certainly is. Now, our riders are warming up in different ways. You can see our riders are in here. Now, we have lots of different types of riders. All these riders, riders down here, have qualified and have come into the racing because of their ability, their power, their ability to perform and come on board here. We've got sprinters, we've got riders who are maybe going to go on a long distance attack. We look down these nations. Team tactics is going to play a part in here as well.
Well, yes, I think you're right. We've got 20 riders today in the women's field from 10 different countries. And I think for those who are really eagle-eyed amongst you, you will have noticed there are 6 riders from Sweden. And I do think we are going to see potentially some team tactics from that nation today. But we've got 3 from the USA and 3 from Germany as well in there. So we do need to be also thinking about those tactics there for those teams. Now, I do think some of the really interesting things around this. I think Mika Soderstrom, for example, from Sweden, I think she's going to excel potentially on that first stage. She's got a phenomenal sprint, and that team around her is really going to help.
I think it is, and I think one of the things that we should look at as well, we look at the people who qualified at the top of their qualification. People like Lou Bates from Great Britain, Catherine Furr from Switzerland, Kate McCarthy from New Zealand. They were our top 3. However, that isn't always an indication of how well they're going to go, because it was in September and we had a long way really to now. That has changed because the riders have got to peak for this event.
Yes, and that semi-final was indeed on the 6th of September. It's now the 26th of October. That is a long time. And also what we've got to remember is the target for a lot of those riders in the semi-finals was qualification. They had to hit the top 20 places to qualify. Once that job is done and that target is met, those riders were not out necessarily for the #1 position. Today, they are after that #1 position because there's a rainbow jersey at stake.
There is indeed. So you saw our riders on your screens. You saw those names. We know that this is going to be about not only those riders, but also team tactics. You talked about the number of riders riding for Sweden, 6. There are 3 riders from the USA, 3 riders from Germany, 2 from Great Britain. But nations have got 1 rider, and that doesn't always mean it's a disadvantage, because these riders, they can ride for themselves. They don't have to consider anything but their own agenda.
Well, that is true. And I tell you something, if you look at Catherine Furr from Switzerland, we're looking at Tiffany Penner here from Canada, again, another nation with just the 1 rider in the race. Van Shaw, the South African rider, Mary-Kate McCarthy from New Zealand. These are strong, strong riders. They're going to have to be mindful of the team tactics and mindful of how they respond to them, but I'm sure they've got their own gameplay.
Well, you mentioned Kelsey J. Van Shaw. I think we can hear from her pretty much right now.
Racing in my wish, it's very different, I think, to traditional cycling. I come from a mountain biking background, and I actually originally used the platform to help me for mountain biking. And then I actually fell in love with the eSport racing. I only started in July, and now I'm focusing a lot on that.
Well, there are lots of strategies or points to improve for World Championship. I try to put all kind of aspects on top for the World Championship. So it starts with training and ends with nutrition, sleep, recovery. So yeah, I try to just everything gets aligned and yeah, just come together now.
That was so great hearing from Kelsey J. Van Shaw and Catherine Furr. And Catherine Furr now turning to become a professional esports cyclist.
Yeah, but when you listen to Van Shaw, you know, started eSports racing this year, and she's here in the World Championship final. And I love that. The backstories of these riders, absolutely fantastic. Whether they are professional cycling eSports riders or they have those different backgrounds, they're all here. They all deserve that place on the stage.
They do, and I think some of these riders do come in with potentially that unknown. But we also have riders like Catherine Fuhr. She has been, and probably was almost up until a few weeks ago, a rider who was almost considered unbeatable. She was that sort of big favourite. And if our riders listen on stage, don't listen now. But this has changed over the last few weeks, but that may or may not be to do with the fact we are running into the World Championships. We have riders, though, that always race hard. We can see at the moment Lou Bates, and I know in an interview you did recently with her, in fact, on the Virtual Fellow podcast, she was amazing in that when she races, there is no sort of, oh, I'll only open the throttle to 80%. She gives everything.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, she has a hill climbing background. You can't sort of take a break and try and drop your heart rate halfway up a climb, can you? So she's a previous hill climb expert. And in the UK, where those hill climbs are, they are around normally 2.5 to 4 minute efforts, unlike you might see in the States, where those hill climbs are a lot longer normally. So realistically, the type of power Bates can put out is absolutely spot on for this type of competition.
Well, we're going to see if that plays out. We've got riders from all around the globe. I'm really interested to see a number of the riders chatting to each other, or the riders just keeping in their focus and just trying to make sure that they stay in that zone. And I guess once you've gone through, because all our riders are measured, their dimensions, their weight, all the things that could affect their race performance here, because it is so accurate on My Wish. It has been dialed into the computer. They've gone through that process today. That is done and dusted. They've then had to get themselves ready. They've come into this amazing arena. The ability to talk to some people is going to be key, and yet there are other people who are super focused and maybe are looking to go out hard on the very, very first stage.
Well, I agree, but one of the things that has been absolutely wonderful over the last few days is to see the athletes meet each other for the first time as well. I was listening to a couple of athletes chatting yesterday, and they were pretty much saying, I've been texting you for 3.5 years, but this is the very first time I have ever met you in real life, in person.
Well, somebody I met in person for the very first time here at the event is Lou Bates from Great Britain, the rider with that hill climb background, but also, of course, that great eSports background. And let's hear from her now.
I think meeting the people that I've been racing for the last maybe 4 or 5 years in esports and never actually meeting them face to face and having the chance to, you know, look over, you know, on the stage and actually see their faces and have that atmosphere of everyone being together and racing together.
My coach and I started to work more on that like 1 minute power and the 5 minute power, which I kind of during the summer was not focused on. So we kind of worked on my punch and my 5 minute effort. 15-second sprint for me, as much as I've tried over the years, I just don't have those fast twitch muscles as much as I've tried. So didn't really focus on that. We stuck to the 30-second, the 1 minute, and the 5 minute power.
Amazing pair of questions. Two amazing athletes. I loved that we heard from Kristen Kolczynski there, really saying what she didn't have and what she had to work out on. We saw her flexing the muscles. She came up onto the stage there and winding the crowd up. Somebody who really gets wound up and gets really fired up. I mean, setting records on long hill climbs, it's so different. I mean, the stateside hill climbs, they go for miles, that Mount Washington hill climb. It's huge, and yet we've got intense efforts, but great athletes, they can switch.
Well, and we've got to remember, you know, you've got two hill climbers there, Lou Bates, UK, short, sharp, hard efforts. Kristen Kolczynski, USA, over an hour those climbs are where she's been setting records on this season. And her first season out on the road as well, and I love that. We've got riders who have come into esports that are now going out onto the road, going out onto the mountain bike. Guerra is another one. She's been out racing on the mountain bike, racing on the road this season as well, and been absolutely phenomenal in that activity, but very much starting in this core cycling esports world.
And coming in and then racing in this esports world and then going outside, it's almost the reverse of the traditional way. Old school riders like me, we used to dislike going on. I had an absolute pathological hatred of getting on the turbo trainer and riding indoors, and now it's just so much fun. It is amazing. I absolutely love the way that it connects you to the course, to the ride. It immerses you in that whole experience, and how when you ride, it really makes the racing so real.
Well, and you talk about that, you know, those elite Justo turbo trainers, they are giving that in-game feel. They're giving the resistance to the riders of the gradients, and we're going to talk about the gradients very shortly when we go through the stages for the races, but also the draft. You know, when you're outside riding on the road in a bunch, if you sit in the right place in that bunch, you're taking draft, which means it's an easier ride. You're expending less energy than the person on the front, and that is exactly the type of feel these riders will be getting tonight as well.
And in terms of making you work hard, I mean, we hear people say, oh, it's, you know, I was on Strava, and if we didn't go on Strava, it's not real. If you ride indoors, it's not real. But it is so real, and the quality is immense, isn't it? When you are on the bike, on that turbo trainer, you're on your smart bike, it is an intense experience, so you can do a lot of training really fast. You maybe don't need to do all those miles that we've seen our professional teams doing, that we saw the UAE ADQ team do in the women's peloton this year.
It is. It's an evolving discipline, and it's a new discipline. And while we're seeing people coming to cycling esports from other disciplines, what we're actually now seeing is this discipline really emerge, and the strengths really emerge, the specific bespoke training starting to come through. And we talked very quickly earlier on about the specific natures and powers and requirements of these riders as well. And that now is really starting to be understood in this emerging discipline that is really now starting to take hold.
Well, let's see if our riders have got that connection with the bike, with turbo, with the race. Have they got the training correct? Have they got themselves dialed? And have they got that mindset? This is going to be really, really key. And of course, we talk about the stages. I think it's time that we saw just what's in front of our riders. Let's have a look at our points and stages that are coming up.
Well, 3 stages in the competition tonight, 8 opportunities for points. And we talk about points. This World Championship final is a points competition. It's not the rider first over the line necessarily in that final race who is going to win. It's the rider who has accumulated the most points over the 3 stages.
So 3 stages, time to explain those points that are going out to our riders. I think it's time to tell people just what they've got in front of them, what our riders face, and what we're going to be seeing.
On October 26, 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championship will kick off in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. Stage 1, the sprint. The riders will have 15 minutes to set the fastest time. The fastest rider will score the maximum points, and points will cascade down according to their positions. Points are awarded as follows to the top 20 riders, as ranked by their fastest time through the segment during the session. The Strategist. Stage 2 will see riders contest a 9-kilometer circuit, which has a unique climb that is more than 1.5 kilometers in length. Points are awarded as follows to the first 20 riders across each point. Base of the climb. Top of the climb. Finish line. All out. Stage 3 will consist of 4 laps on a 4-kilometer criterium circuit, with points available across the line after each lap. Points are awarded as follows to the first 20 riders across the finish line on each lap. Who will claim the championship title? Let's wait and watch.
That is amazing. I love seeing where our riders are going. I always love to go ride a race route or go look at a race route before I actually went and raced it. I thought it was one of the key things, and that's why I admire so much about our professional cyclists when they go out and race. If they're outside, they don't get to any of this insider information. They just have to go ride that. But of course, when you're on eSports, you can ride this. You can jump out and on board and ride, and it's in such an amazing setting. We're in Switzerland. We're at the home of the UCI. Where better to kick off the 3 years that starts My Whoosh's partnership with the UCI.
I know, the Swiss scenery in the stages that the riders are going to face tonight, it's absolutely beautiful. From rolling mountains, green fields, waterfalls, it's just stunning, and really, really a lovely, lovely place to ride. And a place not just our athletes can ride tonight, but anybody can jump on to My Whoosh and ride these worlds.
Well, I think we've whetted everybody's appetites just enough to tell people where we're going. You can see on the screens, we've about 17 minutes to the race start. For some of our riders, that's going to feel like 2 seconds, and some of the riders, it's going to feel like an eternity waiting for that race to start, but they'll all have a game plan. They'll all know what it looks like to be out in Switzerland. I think it's time for us to take a look at where we are going to be going out on the course, where we're going to be riding when we go to Switzerland. This is an amazing world. You can see riders lined up on the start here, and as you said, Emma, the course is so realistic.
It is indeed, and we are taking a look. This is stage 1 at the moment, and the stage is all part and parcel of this world, and it really is fabulous to see.
And it kicks off, I mean, we kick off in the velodrome. You've got that amazing scenery around where we're building pace going through. We then head out into the countryside. We've got that longer stage, but none of these stages really are about pure endurance. We do have these climbs, these amazing hills that are in front of the riders, the archways for the points, the archways for the sprints, indicating where the riders are going to go from and to. But we've also got what is some interesting descents as well.
Yeah, and I think that's really key. Each of these stages has something specific and something quite different. So stage 1 has that 300-meter sprint segment with a small downhill run into it, which we'll talk about more shortly. Stage 2, it's around a 9-kilometer circuit with around a 1.5-kilometer climb in it, but that climb touches 16%. It is so steep at a certain point. Then we've got 4 laps of that all-out circuit, and if you thought the 16% climb was enough on stage 2, well, I'm ever so sorry, but there's a 12% section on the climb on stage 3.
And we don't just do it once, we do it over and over and over again. So with 15 minutes to go to the start of our race now, this is a key moment because in terms of nutrition, in terms of taking on board fuel, if you were going to go out and ride up in the Alps, you'd have to get on board all that. You'd nip into the local shop and you'd get some food. You might be stopping to get a drink of water on the way round. You might be going to a cafe. But here, of course, it's all about getting that nutrition pre-ride and pre-race, and then making sure that this is warm in here. It's really, really warm, and that is going to be part of the things that plays a part in what these riders and what they are actually doing now in terms of nutrition and hydration.
And our riders would have prepped for that. There will be absolutely nothing new to them today. They will have prepped for how much water they're going to drink, how much carbohydrate they're going to take on, how many sugars, all of those types of things, and they will not be using anything today that they have not tried out racing before on a race like this. Nothing is new. It's all thought through, it's all planned, and it is all delivered specifically.
It sounds very process-driven. Now, I love racing, I love riding, I'm competitive at drinking coffee, and I'm competitive of taking a walk down along here, down the coastline, but realistically, that's probably not the best strategy to have. Do you think there's anybody here who literally doesn't have a plan?
Well, that is a really good question. I think everybody's probably got a plan. Whether they execute that plan and it works, whether they have to think on their feet mid-race because somebody has done something they didn't anticipate and expect, that is the absolute joy of racing. And you know what? I love a brave rider.
Okay, well, I think we should bear in mind, of course, that many people haven't maybe jumped on board a turbo trainer or smart bike and jumped into the worlds of My Whoosh. So many worlds are out there from all around the globe, from Australia right the way to Europe, across all the way through the Gulf. Brilliant, brilliant places to ride. And of course, the real My Whoosh world. It's my favourite world of the lot because it is come straight from our designers' heads. And of course, you were out in Zurich. You saw loads of people jumping on board the My Whoosh stand there. People in the stadium here are able to jump on board in an amazing 360 experience of exactly what it's like to ride. Let's take a look.
Brilliant.
As you can see here, the riders sit on the bike, you ride, your power's transmitting into that turbo trainer. The turbo trainer then moves you at the pace. If you generate 2,000 watts in a sprint, I can only dream of that. Not only going to turn a lot of light bulbs on, but you're going to be absolutely flying down the straight. You're not going to hold that for long. But it also changes the resistance. So as you ride up a hill, it's going to make it harder. 16%, you're going to feel like your legs are on fire, your lungs are burning. I'd be crying probably in a little heap in the corner. But you can make it as hard or as easy as you want. You don't have to make it super tough. And you can see here just how amazing the graphics are.
Well, and that immersive world, that wraparound world at the moment in that 360 room that they are riding in. Part and parcel of this expo here, anyone can head along and jump on board that bike and experience this, but taken out and about as well.
And once you jump on board, you can see the bike is kept stable by that turbo trainer. You can change the bike if you have a turbo trainer, but you can also get a smart bike as well, which is compatible with My Whoosh, and that then generates just how far you're going to go. One of the great things I absolutely love is the fun aspect of this, because it makes it so much fun.
Do you know what? I spun that wheel earlier on today, and I have evidence because there were people stood next to me, and with everything that's on offer in terms of water bottles, t-shirts and caps, well, I had, sorry, try again.
Oh, that was the story of my racing career. In fact, I think there was a story in my school report when it came to games and PE. I might have been able to go win a 100-mile road race, a 160k road race, but I got must try better at school. Rubbish at sport. I was just like, do you know what? Nowadays, we see these turbos going in. We've seen things. We've got some great innovation. People like the Singapore Federation and the Danish Federation really taking this on board.
Well, and the schools as well. So, you know, for young people really interested in gaming, all of a sudden you've got that gaming environment and those visuals and the graphics and the interaction. You know, what a fabulous way in the future to engage young people in sport.
It is an amazing way to engage people. And I think, for me, if we can just get more people riding bikes, that's absolutely critical. They might start off racing and riding in here. They might turn into a professional rider. They might turn into a groundbreaking professional rider. They may be somebody who's as amazing as our guest here, Safaya Al-Sayegh, Emirati cyclist, and a bit of a legend already.
Yeah, you are indeed. You are a multi-time national champion. What does that mean to you? Because it must just be, I would think, an absolute joy.
Well, first, thank you for having me here. And yeah, definitely a joy to have, as I'm racing professionally, to have those colors on my jersey around the world is definitely an honor. It's one of my main goals for every season, so I'm very happy to be the current one still, and definitely fight for the rest.
But you must also know what our riders are feeling like tonight in terms of that tension, that excitement, the fact that the competition means so much to you. How are they feeling tonight?
Well, depends on how they're controlling the nerves. One thing I try to practice is always to be able to get those nerves to actually energize me more than take away the energy. And so I'm sure they have some nerves, but it depends how they actually control them to their benefit or to it to be a negative side of it.
And you race professionally, you race for a team based here. You've grown up in the Abu Dhabi Cycling Club and moving into professional sport, riding for the ADQ team. The honour of riding for a home team and that progression and that support must be really, really key.
Yeah, definitely. They're, well, really curving the way for me. I'm trying to do my best also to give back to all the support they're offering and to the support the country also is offering. And yeah, try to lead the way for the others to be on the way and get others to join us.
And I know that there's a lot of young cyclists coming into cycling. We follow lots of the young riders as part of our commentary duties. It's an absolute pleasure to see them progress and to move in through places like the Abu Dhabi Cycling Club, which is literally just across the water from where we are here. It's an amazing venue. How many laps have you done round, do you think, in your lifetime?
Well, countless. I used to be, like you said, a member of Abu Dhabi Cycling Club, so I used to train quite regularly there and on the Yas Marina Cyclist. I am based in Dubai, so I do quite a lot of training also in the Al Qadra and Nas. Well, that's my home track, the Nas track. But it's definitely lovely to see how Abu Dhabi is coming along, the support and, well, investment in the infrastructure that they're putting into it. And to see hopefully track cycling coming up there next year or the year after, hopefully. I'm sure with Abu Dhabi it's going to be fastly done.
Well, I was amazed. I was lucky enough to be here for the Urban Games, part of the UCI World Championships. And for the Urban Games, that was trials biking. We had the BMX freestyle with people pulling tricks in the air. We had them pulling it on the flatland. Did you always want to be on the road rather than maybe BMX or mountain biking? We heard Suleiman, you know, he's really into his mountain biking. You've got some amazing mountain bike trails here as well.
Yeah, it's actually, I actually got to try it out when the trials were on, and it was quite impressive. I had to learn some new skills actually to be able to cope with it, because you really need a different part of, well, skill-wise, you need different control points and skills that you need. I guess it's a really good start for the younger cyclists coming up now to get to master those skills that, let's say, will make them a better cyclist in the future on the road to, let's say, avoid crashes and avoid crazy situations in the peloton.
And you know, it's really interesting, isn't it? We were talking earlier about some of our eSports specialists starting to race out on the road, and that I know, having spoken to them, it's one thing to have the power, it's another thing to have the skills of riding in a bunch and cornering and descending at the pace that you guys do on the road.
Definitely, yeah. You need some skills, some crazy skills actually to avoid crazy situations.
So you haven't fancied jumping on the turbo and having a go and qualifying to get onto the stage here?
I did used to race a bit of my whoosh back where it started, and it's lovely to see the journey it's come through, to see it as one of the leading platforms now, and hosting the eWorld Championships is really an honor to have it here in Abu Dhabi and to have it on a local platform from the country I come from. So it's a proud moment for me as well to be here and see this going on.
Well, what plans do you have for the next 12 months?
So I'm just a fresh graduate from university. I was doing a bit of pro cycling and studying at the same time. Now I'm a full-time cyclist, so I'll be around Europe much more to try and master the European terrains and get better at climbing, as we come from a very flat country. And yeah, trying to progress with UAE Team ADQ, racing around Europe and the world and representing hopefully the country in the best way.
Amazing to see the progression. Amazing to see your journey so far. I was lucky enough to talk about you racing on the Sunday Race Club way back when, and now to see you as a professional cyclist coming through my wishes. It's so proud, I think, for everybody around you. Hopefully your story has inspired our riders. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me here.
Absolute pleasure. I love watching. I think we're going to be watching a lot more of you in the future.
I wish everybody an enjoyable night, hopefully here, and an exciting night, actually. Thank you.
Thank you. So amazing. Amazing to hear from Sophia. Emma, a part of the race that maybe our long-distance professional cyclists are going to struggle with, the sprint.
Well, yes, stage one, it really is. Well, it is what it says. It is a sprint. So 15 minutes over a 1.6 kilometer circuit. But within that 1.6 kilometers, there's a 300 meter segment. And that is what the riders have 15 minutes to set the fastest time on. The fastest time through that 300 meter segment will earn that rider 20 points. That is the maximum number of points available on stage one tonight. And then as we descend in terms of the times that are set by those riders, the points will drop. So 20 for first, 19 for second, 18 for third, down to 1 point for the 20th time through that 300 meter segment.
And that 300 meters, it's key that now the riders could quite literally just tap their legs round on the way round to the finish. The 15 minutes is a fixed time. This is a bit like the fastest qualifying lap in Formula One or similar that you might see at Yas Marina, one of the amazing venues that are opened up for cycling here in Abu Dhabi. 300 meters. It's not just, though, that pace of 300 meters, is it? Because when we dive down into the velodrome, you can see this dive in. It's a slight downhill to pick up speed. So it then means you've got to take the speed off transition into the long sprint section.
This is, you are quite right, this is absolutely crucial. That getting to your timing on this sprint, absolutely key. You need to use the momentum of that slight downhill to run into that start at a higher speed. If you roll into the start very steady and then kick, you're not carrying the pace in.
So you can see that we have got what is essentially a lap. Our riders go around lap after lap after lap after lap, or maybe they're just going to go around once or twice.
It is their choice. They have 15 minutes. They have to set a time on that 300 meter segment, but there is nothing that says if they do that the first lap that they then can just take it easy.
And because our riders can draft each other. So drafting is really simple concept. If you ride behind somebody, you're hidden out the wind. You don't have to push through it. We've all put, or most of us have put our hands out of the window of a car as we've moved along in the air to get the cool air. You can feel it being pushed backwards. If you've got your hand behind the wing mirror, it doesn't get pushed backwards as much. And
small caveat, please don't try this at home.
No, don't try it at silly speeds. Do it at the sort of speed I can ride at, which is really slow. So if you've done that, you know that to hide is key. The riders will be looking to hide and to save energy, to build speed, and then to fly out and go past and go at speed. Now, in our semi-finals, a lot of the tactics were about going out hard, going strongly from the first moment.
Well, they were indeed, and what can I say, but I think we are going to see potentially the fastest time set in lap number 1. I think we may see some team tactics, but who knows other than those 20 riders and racers on the stage.
So we are in the last 30 seconds. This is going to be key. This could set the foundation for a World Championship title. This could be the first fingertips on that journey. This will be key. Well, these riders will be released from the pen when that countdown is complete. They will head out onto the course. The time for rehearsals is done. The time for warming up is done. The time to prove what you have got at the 2024 World Championships is now. Away we go. Emma, the pack has gone off together here. 20 riders. There's good draft in the back of this group. but this run-in is now critical.
Well, it is indeed, and really interesting to see who is actually positioning themselves where at the moment in this pack, and who is on the back. We have Hermansen, Fua, Penner, Bates and McCarthy. Those are the riders at the back of the group, and I'm talking about the back of the group because that's where there is the most draft, the most protection for those riders.
So what you're seeing on your screens, each avatar is one rider. You can see the national jersey on the riders' backs here. You can see the course on the bottom left-hand side. That is the radar view that is moving around, a bit like your sat-nav in the car. The green arches on there, they represent the start sprint point and the finish sprint point. We're on our run down round the loop, which will take us in towards the downhill, running down in towards the first sprint. The rider's details, top center on your screen. The watts in green mean that you are in the draft. And at the moment, the group is together, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen.
Well, the group is together, but Lou Bates and Mary-Kate McCarthy hanging off the back at the moment and giving themselves room to run in and through the pack. Van Schork, Kuma, Soderstrom, Penner, Snova in the mix as well. There's a big group of Swedish jerseys. You can see the blue and yellow. In fact, we've got a kick on the front, and the kick on the front coming from Lisa Hermansen, sitting at around 5-6 watts per kilo as Soderstrom comes up onto her wheel. Tid Homer's there as well. Now Lou Bates coming in as well into the pack, taking the most of the draft, really pushing and key, but Soderstrom kicking at 4.3 watts per kilo. She's holding it, you know, she's still sat around 12.5. This is phenomenal sprinting from Mika Soderstrom. From Sweden, Lou Bates side by side. Who is going to set the fastest time here? Hermansen is up there as well as Godby from the USA. Well, take a look at the points. It is going to be really interesting to see who has set the fastest time on lap 1.
So we're going to see who scores the most points on the way through. You can see that the riders being allocated points on the way in through the screens. Emma, we saw the Swedish team, they go in really hard. We saw Lisa Hermansen start to lead. We saw almost a wait for Soderstrom to kick in through. There's some serious team tactics. That was a quick time, 13.5 watts per kilo. The crowd here in the arena were cheering them on. That will be spurring them onwards. Have we seen a fast time?
Well, I can confer we have seen a fast time, and it may not be the riders that you are thinking, because I have the results of that on my screen at the moment here in the commentary box. And we talked about the riders hanging back off the pack as they went into that sprint to make the use of the draft coming through. And I can tell you at the moment, it's the rider from New Zealand, Mary-Kate McCarthy, who set the fastest time through that sprint section on lap 1. Lou Bates coming in 2, Catherine Fua in 3, Alexi Snova in 4, Maria Holdcroft in 5, Pia Kuma in 6, Marlene Bjarhead in 7, Jacqueline Godby in 8, and Mika Soderstrom, well, 9th place for her in that first lap sprint.
And before we came into the racing, there had been speculation before arriving here in Abu Dhabi that we would see all the riders go super hard and maybe see a sprinter lay down the fastest time. I'm not sure that we would always describe the riders at the top of the standings as being those sprinters.
No, but I'll tell you what is really interesting is that the pack is still together. There has been no split in the group. They are still rolling around as a large group of riders. The draft is still available, and the question now is, whilst we're seeing really low watts, take a look at Kolchinsky. She's currently sat at around 1 watt per kilo, just recovering as they run into this sprint for the second time. I don't think we're going to see anybody push here.
You know that's the commentator's curse, right? And somebody's bound to go for a sprint as we hit this. So the leading group coming in for the second time through the sprint here. Are we going to see anybody try and move up? They're going to be looking at those time gaps. 18.876 is Pia Kuma's time. Immediately behind, it's only 18.960 for Marlene Bjarhead. There's a point separates them. And yet you look further back, 2, 3, 4, 5 points gained here by kicking in hard could be absolutely key later on. And the temptation must be, well, it's only 0.2 of a second. I could get 5 more points here. I'm going to go for this. And then they're sucked in to doing another effort, maybe another effort, and that is dangerous, isn't it?
Well, it is. There's the real risk versus reward decision to be made here. You know, the riders have laid down the time on that first lap. There's some really, really strong times, but there's some very, very close times. And the opportunity to pick up extra points has got to be on some of those riders' minds. The risk versus the reward. Do you go in and take another attempt at the sprint for the sake of maybe half a second or better, which might pick you up 2 or 3 more points? Or do you go, okay, this points is now done, because there's 20 points available maximum on stage 1, 80 points available maximum on stage 2, and 100 points available on stage 3.
Now we're looking at Amelia Velt at the moment. Velt really coming from a different background, but say mid-pack 10th position at the moment, scoring 11 points. Her average watts through the sprint session, I think it's just over 700 watts. We do see some variation in there because, of course, it's about power, it's about aerodynamic drag, it's also about timing, which is really, really critical as you run in.
It is indeed, and often it's not necessarily the rider with the most power in terms of watts per kilo who will set the fastest time. And sometimes that rationally sort of logical element in your brain, you sort of think, well, if you've got the most power, you must be the fastest person through the sprint. But no, it's about timing, it's about draft, it's about execution, and it is about all of those aspects as well, not just about how strong you are and how much you can put through those pedals.
Now I'm taking a look across at the riders who are in the stadium at the moment. A lot of the riders sat up, turning the legs around, trying to spin out the lactic acid that will have built up, trying to get the recovery. Some of those riders, their plan will now be to do essentially nothing. Literally just turn the legs and ease that all off, and not put in a sprint, and use this as to maximize the recovery time on the way through to stage number 2. And yet, I'm sure we'll see, and we saw it in the semi-finals, 1 or 2 riders going late on and playing a bit of brinkmanship. And things like the qualifiers, where we've seen riders go into this stage. We've seen some practice races on My Wish as well, some training racing, a lot of the nations out there practicing. It's going to be key. Now, another kick in to the sprint. Little bit of a twitch there from Kristen Kolczynski. Is anybody going to take the bait here? 4.5 watts per kilo. We just saw Emma Dierhoven go up over the top, just marking that move out, but nobody really jumping up. Now starting to see Tidholm, no, kicking at 9 watts per kilo behind, just running in a little bit. Here we go, run for the line, big kick coming in. This could be a surprise move. Catherine Fua sprinting for the line. She hits that line, she goes in through. Will she have improved her score? Remember, that was a race effort. She was kicking through there. It might not have been 15, 13 watts per kilo, but that was a strong move by her. Maybe she was just looking to see who was going to twitch. When you have a go, when you have a bit of a pop on the front, is anybody going to answer? Are they going to answer quickly?
Well, Catherine Fua not setting a faster time than on lap 1, still staying in that 3rd position. 18 points she's going to pick up for that 3rd place. A push on the front. Now, that puts her out the front of the pack as well. And you can see on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen where all of those 20 riders are at the moment on the course.
So the riders now spread out around the course on the velodrome on stage number 1 here at the UCI 2024 Cycling Esports World Championships powered by My Whoosh. You can see Catherine Fua on our screens in avatar form in the center. You can see her on the left-hand side of our screens, just spinning those later and tapping out a rhythm. And one of the things that have been said, that have been speculated in the running, was that some of these riders, they would use this almost as part of their warm-up for the later races. I would like to be able to do even a 10th of this power as part of my race speed. Never mind to do it as part of a warm-up and a run-in. Is that what we're seeing from Catherine here?
Well, what we're seeing is some great sprinting, actually. McCarthy, Bates and Fua, the 3 riders in the top 3 positions at the moment in this sprint. What I think is really interesting, and we need to remember, back in those semi-finals, only 23 points separated the top 6 women. the gap in the men was much, much bigger. This is going to be a really closely fought battle for this World Championship title today for these women, and they know that. They know these other riders. They've raced against them before, and well, they will really have the plans to execute, and we can see that on this first stage. Some riders really hanging back on that lap 1 to come through into position and to make the most of the draft and the positioning on the track to give them a fast time. The riders now spinning their legs around the rest. Now, 4 minutes 35 still left of the time.
So we are over 2/3 of the way in. This is the last little bit. If this was me, I would be really sneaky. I would want a move on that last lap, just try and sneak a place. It's almost like playing a game where you hold back your best player to the end of the game, or your best effort to the end of the match. Just, you want to put it in because you want to make that decisive move at the last moment, almost catch everybody else out. We could see that. We've seen another push through here. Kristen Kolczynski, 11 watts per kilo. Kelsey J. Van Shaw's going for this as well. Alexei Snova stamping down hard on those pedals. This is going to be about moving up, changing positions. Kolczynski at the moment scoring 1 point so far. Do you think she's just looking to tip up a little bit further through? Kolczynski, of course, much more used to climbing.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in her own interview earlier on, didn't we? She was saying that the sprinting was not her forte, that the latter 2 stages may well suit her more. She is going to pick up 1 point at the moment, sitting in that 20th position. Still a strong sprint that everybody would be really proud of, but it is interesting to see the riders now with 3 minutes to go. This is really going to be the last opportunity if they want to try and better their sprint on lap 1, because the time is now running out.
So we hit the 3 minute to go marker. We're in with Mika Soderstrom. She's got Lisa Hermansson on the lead there. Are we going to see a lead out by Hermansson for Soderstrom? They're leaving it late if they are. They want to hit the line with some pace and power. They may be just getting themselves in formation. They've got Cornelia Engstrom in front as well. It could be that they're setting them up for the next time around, but time is going to be tight here as they make their way around the course. Mika Soderstrom on your screens here. You can see just tapping a rhythm out, going through, looking around, just making sure, just wants to make sure that she knows what's going on around her as she moves through 2.5 minutes. If somebody wants to score points, this is the World Championships. This is stage 1. Every point could count when we get into the end of stage 3, when those points are tallied up. These positions, each and every point score is key. There's some brave moves being put down, as in, nobody's going for this at the moment. Everybody has decided, I think that is it. Are we going to see a wind-up? Are we going to see somebody just sneak a place? We're talking 0.2 of a second. We're talking hundredths of a second, in some cases, separating riders 2 or 3 places.
Yeah, and it is so close when you look at those times on the screen. You are quite right, Matt. You know, it's in some times a point is worth less than 0.1 of a second, but well, you've got to have the legs for stage 2 and stage 3. This is about strategy. This is about planning. This is about executing your plan. This is about how do I pick up the most points from the 8 scoring opportunities.
And one rider who's put in a really good performance, we're actually watching now, Alexei Snova in here, sitting in 4th position. Of the riders that I would have put in my sort of top 10, I'm not sure Snova would have been right up in the sitting, basically just outside what is a provisional medal position. Remember, 3 medals at stake, 1 rainbow jersey. As they roll around here, Snova is sitting in 4th position. The gap back, though, from 18.647 seconds to 18.649, that is absolutely nothing. That's 0.02 of a second separating them. That's a point for 0.02 of a second.
So close. It really, really is when we see these sprints. So as we are coming down into the last 40 seconds, we're not witnessing any of the riders picking up the effort and picking up the pace for this final 300-meter effort. The riders now seeming content. Take a look at Snova, 1.7 watts per kilo. She is happy with that 4th place position, and too right she should be.
Definitely, and as we see these riders coming down, the clock ticking, we're going to get into the 10-second countdown very shortly. Hey, we're going to count down from 10 down. This is going to be really, really key. I can't see we're seeing any moves behind. I think anybody who's now entering the straight, they're out of it. They have to be on this run in. We're going to hit the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Time's up. That is at the end of the stage. Stage 1 complete. So our riders now have the opportunity to regroup, to think about what they've done, what effort they've put in. Not sure, I haven't seen any boogie dance moves at the moment as the music plays here. Saving absolutely every last watt of power and every last calorie of energy for that next stage. Our riders here, we've watched our riders in action. We've seen them put that first sprint down. They in some ways went to plan. Let's just take a little bit of a look at these riders here, Emma. As we look down, we're seeing some really different reactions in the faces. There's some calm riders. There's some riders who have, I've just seen thumbs up. There's some chatting. There's some looking. There's going to be riders that are much better than they thought. There's going to be a few riders maybe that are less well off in terms of point score than they thought. So that is going to be getting that mindset is going to be as key as the recovery ready for stage 2, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. Having a really strong mindset here and having a focus, being really clear and planned, and not letting, if things don't go to that plan, not letting it bother you. Every opportunity to score points is a new end goal. Every single time of each of those 8 opportunities, you almost want to think about it, right, okay, point score number 1 is now done, move on. 7 more point scoring opportunities to go.
Now, we have some amazing riders, some amazing stories of our riders in here, of all different backgrounds. So lots of riders coming in from different sports, some people coming into eSports for the very first time. A lot of the riders are currently just still riding, spinning your legs. If somebody was new to cycling, they're going to look at this and go, hang on a minute, they're not going anywhere, they don't need to turn their legs. Why are you expending energy riding and turning your legs around? What's the physiology? You're a coach. If I was a coach and a rider and a racer as well as a commentator. You race on eSports, you've been in this position, albeit not in the World Championships. Yeah.
Definitely not in the World Championships.
What's the reasoning behind continuing to pedal?
Well, warming down just as important as warming up, and spinning those legs between the stages and not letting your body get cold, not letting everything happen. You've got to look after yourself through these stages as well as focus on the actual racing.
And we've seen some of our riders sat down on the bike, some riders standing up out of the pedals, lots of different styles. That doesn't necessarily reflect in the speed or the power the rider puts down, does it? Because it's not just all about flailing around on the bike and looking, absolutely not looking smooth. And yet the smooth riders, they tend to be the ones up there. McCarthy, Bates, Fu are our top 3 riders on this stage. They are riders who are very good at getting the power out through the bike and getting every watt to count.
Every discipline of cycling has its own skill set, has its own set of techniques, has its own, specific training that we've talked about already. And understanding those and being able to use those to your advantage, absolutely key. And let's just take a look at that race, because those riders that we talked about, them coming back off of that group in that first lap and running into the group, making the most of the draft, a technique, a skill, a tactic in cycling eSports being absolutely demonstrated to perfection there, because McCarthy, Bates, Fua, they were all on the back of the group. They've come through, and those 3 have set the fastest time in stage 1.
And we saw the Swedish team go, and 6 riders in there. Everybody thought, a lot of people thought they was going to go for team tactics. They're going to go charging down, and there's going to be a sprint behind. We saw them start that, but because of the strength of the rest of the riders, with 20 riders, it didn't play out quite that way. We saw kicks later on from people like Catherine Furr, who just seeing she was putting in a little bit of pace later, that little bit of an attack, that little bit of a push in there, maybe just seeing if anybody would jump with her. Those kinds of moves, those little late moves, is it about psychological warfare? Are you just trying to put the other riders off? Is it almost, you know, just trying to upset them? Or is it about analysing who jumps after you, who is feeling twitchy, who's maybe not as confident and doesn't want to let you go down the road?
Well, I think there's a number of different things at play there, and I think you cover a lot of them. You know, Catherine Furr may well have just wanted to open up her legs again, and it may have been part and parcel of her plan to do that. She might have wanted to see if anyone was, as you say, twitchy enough to go with her and trying to psych out her competition a little bit, but nobody set a faster time than those sprints on lap 1, and it ended up McCarthy, Bates, Fua, Snova, Holdcroft, Kuma, Bjarhead, Godby, Soderstrom and Velt were the top 10.
An amazing set of rides by our top 10, amazing rides by all of our riders pushing through there. Is there anybody you think that basically sat back when we look at the data? This is something that we can look at when we dive into the stats. And one of the great things about cycling esports, there's so much data available. It's no longer is it, ooh, do they look like they're working hard? We can see they're working hard in theory because we can see how much power they're putting down, maybe whether they're sprinting or not, whether they've eased off. Have they all gone in really hard into this, do you think? And do you think everybody's put in a race effort from what you've seen on the screens and what you've seen in terms of data?
Well, that's really interesting because there are a couple of riders in the bottom 10 that I would have expected to be higher up, or let's say not expected, but I had an assumption they would be higher up. But very, very obviously, I am not aware of their own personal strategies, what their plan is, and how they're about to execute. And that, like I said, and like we've said, stage 2, stage 3, that's where the majority of the points are. And, well, that would play into my strategy.
Okay, well, let's have a run through of our top 20 riders, where they are in the standings. So let's have a little run through. We'll give you some points, because our 20th place rider was Kristen Kolczynski, who came in. She had 1 point. We go right the way up to the top with Mary Kate McCarthy with 20 points. They're going to take these points into the Strategist stage number 2. Emma, give us a heads up of exactly where these riders are looking to score points.
Well, this is stage 2. This is indeed the Strategist, and as you've just seen on that graphic, there is a climb right bang at 2.1 kilometres into this 9-kilometre circuit, and the points today available on stage 2, 80 points maximum available for our riders in 3 opportunities to score points. First of all, at the base of the climb, the riders can pick up 20 points for the first rider into that section. At the top of the climb, there's another 20 points available for the first rider up to the top. And then at the finish line, well, that is double points today. So double points for the first rider over the line. At the finish, 40 points are available there.
So it's going to be really, really key for our riders to make sure that they're in the right place at the right time. So the riders getting ready for stage number 2. This is a really key stage. Now, when we saw this stage in use before in the semi-finals, this was stage number 1. The highest point scorer here was Merle Bruni, represented Germany. She scored 68 points in this. We got really close behind her because Mika Soderstrom scored 59 points and 58 to Mary Kate McCarthy, 56 to Lou Bates. And they were the big point scorers over 50 points. So that's a big, big point score to be had at the end of the Strategist. Are they the same riders you're expecting to feature this time round?
Well, I think we're going to see almost 2 different races potentially here. I think we're going to see the race to the bottom of the climb, and we're potentially going to see our sprinters wanting to pick up points there. And the semi-finals, that really was Team Sweden on the front of the women's race, really trying to lead that out. And Svanström and Hermansson were rewarded with points at the bottom of the climb in that semi-final. In the finals today, are we going to see the very similar tactics tactics at play. You can see that points coming at 2.1 kilometers. The top of the climb is not far away at 3.8 kilometers. That's where the banner is for those points at the top of the climb. We've then got the descent, and by no means is it a flat run to the finish line.
And the top section here is going to be key. Being in contention, going over the top, there is a little flat section before it drops down to get into contention. We are heading into countdown. We are heading into our race. We're heading into that 10 seconds to go mark. The riders starting to warm up. This is where the support of the crowd in the arena is going to be absolutely key. Let's see who is going to make it count. Away we go in the race. The pack are away. Stage 2 of the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championship. They're off and racing. Our leader, as they head out, has got to stay attentive. Will McCarthy still be leading at the end of this stage?
Well, it is an interesting start because there was a big kick out of the start pad, but very, very quickly the pace came off the front of the pack, and we're watching Belforth come to the fore. Godby is there with Engström, and take a look at that. That is 4 Swedish jerseys now on the front of the group. The USA are there as well. So Soderstrom, Hermansson, the 2 Swedish riders on the front, but Holdcroft from Great Britain now coming through. The pack wide across the road at a very steady pace, but there is a short, sharp kicker here around 5% before we drop over the top, and the power now needing to come on from these riders to stay in the group and move through. Engström, Holdcroft, Hermansson, Bruni and Velt are all towards the front of the group.
And the riders and the avatars out of the saddle in the stadium, out of the saddle in the My Whoosh world. They go over the kicker, they roll over the top. Keeping that momentum driving is so key.
Well, it is indeed, but you know what? This is a very steady pace start here.
It went quick, it eased off again. It's almost like they're waiting for somebody to fire the first shot. I think they maybe were expecting Sweden to go hard again. Is there going to be this constant expectation? Oh, when are we going to see the move? Will it wait to the bottom? I mean, we are going to run out of time here for these riders to put a move in if they want to attack.
Well, we did indeed say the first point scoring opportunity was at 2.1 kilometers. We are near enough 900 meters from that point at the moment. And the pack at the moment rolling very, very tightly together at a very steady pace for this quality of rider. And really, really interesting. Is this, like you say, everybody watching each other and expecting different tactics?
So here we go. This is the run in to the first points allocation point. 2.1k in the first set of points in stage number 2. The group are together. The riders are watching those screens like horse. They don't want to let anybody go down the road and sneak away, put in a Taddy style attack. We had him here in the stadium earlier, and maybe then see him ride away. What we've got to see here, this is going to be about making sure that when the move goes with 400 meters to go, that you move with this, that you jump with this. 300 meters to go at the next banner. They're still staying. It's starting to lift a little. 4.5 watts per kilo. Now seeing 6, now seeing 7.
Well, we are indeed, and Lou Bates is pushing off the front. She's pushing at 13 watts per kilo. Lou Bates absolutely dominating this at the moment. Dryhoven is indeed there as well, and so is Alexei Snova. Snova putting in some phenomenal power at the moment to try and get onto Bates' wheel. Bates and Snova, the 2 riders. Kuma coming through now 4th, 3rd. Dryhoven is still there, so is Penna and Guerra. Guerra coming up through what looks like 6th place. Wow, that was held and held and held, and then, well, it just went.
It just went boom. I mean, what a move. But we are now straight onto the climb. So anybody who's gone hard is going to be in trouble. McCarthy has gone straight over the top. She's on the attack. This is the stage 1 rider on the move. Bates scored big points. Is she paying for this now?
Well, Snova, Bates, Kuma, Dryhoven, Penna and Soderstrom, Guerra, Bjarhed, McCarthy and Bruni were the 10 riders who picked up points on the first base of the climb, but now they're on the climb itself, and McCarthy is doing what McCarthy does. She just climbs so well. Gabriela Guerra is the rider from Brazil. She is doing the chasing at the moment. Catherine Fua is there. So is Kristen Kolczynski. Emma Belforth now coming through as well. Just 2 seconds off at the moment. We're seeing this real split in the pack now, and McCarthy is driving it.
the long line you can see on your screens of riders, the long line of dots on the bottom left-hand side. This information coming in from the riders here. Oh my wish, as we go up on to the climb, the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championships, the second point scoring opportunity in the second stage. Our mid stage is at the top of this climb. It's across the line. It's not about the speed you can climb. It's about the ability to be at the very front of the race. The riders' legs are going to be screaming. We're coming towards the top of the climb. This is where they're going to need that support, because this is where it's really going to hurt. They've had no recovery since they hit that sprint at the base of the climb.
Well, they haven't, but McCarthy absolutely driving here. Guerra really pushing out. In fact, Guerra really wanting to close that gap down and digging in deep. Belforth and Kolczynski are neck and neck in third and fourth, side by side at the moment. Godby, Bruni and Bates, those are the riders coming up from behind, but it is indeed Mary-Kate McCarthy from New Zealand and Gabriela Guerra from Brazil who are pushing on the front. Belforth now really closing that gap down, and you can see the gap between third. Well, the gap between third and fifth, the Belforth is just off the back of you. Kristen Kolczynski is in the mix as well.
And Kolczynski, this is her territory. The road goes skyward. She gets on the pedals. She'll be dancing away up this climb. She will want this climb. She'd love for it to be long. She wants to make the most of this. But at the very, very front, you can see that rhythm is being tapped out. The chasing back here are working to close this down. We go round the left-hand bend here. It's almost a 90-degree bend. We're into the last few hundred meters, and this is going to be key. Who will go over the top first? We need these riders to kick all the way to the top. They're really digging deep.
Well, and the other key factor here is if the gaps get too big, those riders off the front will go clear on the descent. The momentum will pick up and they will pull away from the group. Those final finish line points on this stage worth double points, and I tell you something, no one is going to want to let a gap go big enough to let a group go off the front.
So coming into 300 meters, you can see the road rising in front of the riders' avatars. The riders rising out of the saddles, almost universally stamping on those pedals. There's only one or two riders sat down as they made their way up here. The climbing styles of the riders in the stadium contrasting against the smooth riding of the avatars at the moment. The avatars aren't breaking into a sweat. Our riders are in the stadium, the in-person final here at the moment, with Mary-Kate McCarthy leading this out. This is going to be key. This is where they're going to really push, because we're coming in towards the top of the climb. The gap is opening. Are we going to see what could be a championship winning breakaway? Two riders on the front. The gap is growing.
Well, side by side, Guerra comes up onto the shoulder of McCarthy. In fact, now Guerra goes into the front. Guerra was pushing on here. She wants the 20 points. She doesn't want to let McCarthy take them. So this is a battle royale between Guerra and McCarthy at the moment. Guerra is on the front. That's the polka dot banner. That's the end of the checkpoint. That's the points. And they go to Gabri Guerra because she takes 20 points at the top of the climb. Mary-Kate McCarthy is going to take 19.
Well, if I wasn't on the mic, I think I would be cheering for that aggressive riding here in the stadium, because the riders have pushed hard. Now the gap opens over the top. This is where it could be really critical. We're seeing Merle Bruni come over the top here in third. That is a substantial time gap that is opened up. It is looking like there is 20 plus seconds from our two leaders to the riders behind. They go across the plateau and then they go into the descent. The leaders will hit the descent and the speed will build. They will start to ride away from the riders behind. This is not a time check like old school where you have to put a stopwatch on a lamppost. You say, oh, the lead's gone past. Now the chasers go past. Now, none of that. This is based on speed and distance covered. Look at the gaps behind this race field. It has been exploded into smithereens.
Well, it has indeed, and we're in with Tiffany Penner at the moment. She's pushing on. She's just about to come underneath that polka dot banner at the top of the climb. Snova and Kuma, the two riders behind it now. Alexei Snova, so strong early on, picking up fourth place in that sprint on stage one. Now towards the rear of the peloton, coming up for the second point scoring opportunity on stage two. But brilliant to see riders racing to their strengths, and Snova obviously knowing what was hers.
And remember, the riders pick up points on the way through. They've picked up points at the base of the climb. They've picked up points at the top of the climb. The 2 leaders clear at the front on the left of your screen.
I'm going to give you a quick rundown as to where we are at the top of the climb. Guerra going through in first, picking up 20 points. McCarthy in second, 19. Bruni in third, 18 points. Belfort in fourth, 17 points. Bates in fifth. Holdcroft in sixth. Kolczynski in seventh. Fuhr in eighth. Soderstrom in ninth. Godby in 10th, Dryhoven 11th, Velt 12th, Van Shaw, Tidholm, Bjarhead, Engstrom, Hermansen, Penner and Snova.
So the riders are making the way up on to the next section. Of course, you can see this chasing group. Now, I call it a chase. It's not looking like that chase is closing down. If you look at the right-hand side of the screen, you can see the rider's position, number 1 to 7 on your screen. You can see the rider's name, their nation. You can see the watts per kilo. This is the key number that we're looking at because this is what really determines how fast those riders are moving on most terrains. This is really, really key. You can see Mary-Kate McCarthy and Gabriela Guerra. They are currently sitting over 3 watts per kilo. We've seen 3.8 from Guerra at the moment. Behind, we're seeing sub-3s. We're just starting to see it pick up as they come up onto this section. The power of the riders behind is not matching the move on the front. We're just starting to see a pick up now.
We are indeed, and it's Emma Belforth who's picking up the pace on the front with a big dig at the moment, 6.6 watts per kilo. She's trying to go away from the group, and well, there are points on offer at the end of this stage. Double points on offer. Guerra and McCarthy are clear, 17 seconds. Belforth now leading the charge. Mel Bruni from Germany, the German rider, closing that down really, really quick and coming onto the rear wheel of Belforth. In fact, take a look at that. She is indeed completely marking the rider. The gap that they have come from, well, the group now closing in behind, and it's Bates pulling them back.
So this is now about this kick over the bridge. You can see this really hurts the legs when you go out and ride this. You can jump on board, go ride this. This is absolutely key. This group are now chasing. This is the big effort coming as they go over the bridge. They could try and close the gap down. Will they bring back the 2 leaders in front? Double points at the end. Remember, the race route, 8.9 kilometers. We're 6.6K into the course. Our riders working hard. Belfort at the moment in the draft. The watts are shown in green. The green is good. It means you're out of the wind, which means that your numbers are not white. You want to stay high and you want to stay in the back, but you want this group to drive, so you have to take a turn on the front. Really critical. If they're going to pull back the gap, they've got to go now. 42 seconds a gap.
Well, really, really interesting. McCarthy just put a bit of a dig in to get into the lead here ahead of Guerra. Guerra sitting on her wheel at the moment. So Mary-Kate McCarthy and Gabriela Guerra, the 2 riders we're watching at the moment, are at the head of this race. Coming through the rolling section at the moment, the gradient on the climb at the moment, very, very shortly to turn to the descent at 7.4 kilometers into this 8.9 kilometer race. They've got a gap of over 30 seconds, but these 2, well, they're potentially going to be rewarded with 40 points and 38 points, but who's going to come across the line first?
And these are going to be absolutely key. You can see Gabi Guerra there on your screens from Brazil, part of this leading duo of riders, tapping on the cadence, the pedal revs, 96 to 100 revs per minute, gets out of the saddle on this little bit of a rise. This run in is really critical. Each rise and fall, you've got to make sure that you get the momentum right. You've got to get the speed right. They will want to take maximum points. They need to stay clear, which is looking good at the moment. The provisional scores, I've had a quick look at the overall. It's very close. I make it 3 points between first and second place. So overall, between the 2 stages, I'm making it like 1 point, and riders tied all the way down through the race field in the overall race finish, subject to a lot of mass behind the scenes, and my mass is not good. This is looking, though, incredibly tight at this stage. So every single point score, every place is going to be key, even between the 2 leading riders.
It is indeed, and one thing I think for our viewers to note is the time gaps do not count for anything. It is the position over the line that is key and will be awarded points. Whether there is a gap of 30 seconds, 46 seconds or 2 seconds, the position is the thing we are looking for. So Guerra and McCarthy, the 2 riders out front, this is the chase group. They may be 50 seconds back, but the points on offer here are huge. We're looking at one of these riders coming coming across the line in 3rd place. But McCarthy and Guerra have 200 metres to go for the line, and Guerra kicks, and take a look at that kick. Now McCarthy is charging. McCarthy is coming as Guerra kicks for the line. That's the UCI banner. That's the finish of the stage. Gabby Guerra is leading this out. Mary-Kate McCarthy is in 2, but Guerra is going to take it. Guerra takes stage 2. Mary-Kate McCarthy, well, that's 2nd place.
So the first 2 riders in and across the line. Guerra and McCarthy scoring maximum points there. You can see that on the left-hand side of your screen. This is the run for the line. 3rd place downwards. These points are going to count. This is going to be critical. We're heading for 100 metres to go.
Well, we are indeed, and Bates is pushing. Bruni's there, and Kolczynski. Holdcross put in a massive kick from behind, so is Fuhr. These riders coming towards the line. Lou Bates leading it out. Catherine Fuhr is coming. Bruni's got a huge kick on her. Can she come through and over the top? Mel Bruni's come through. She's come over the top, and Maria Holdcross is on the front of the group. Well, take a look at that. That was a phenomenal sprint from our chase group behind, and Holdcross taking the win in the group from Bruni, Fuhr, Kolczynski, Bates. Belforth, well, she rounded out that group sprint.
Well, look at the effort there. Lou Bates, a rider who says that she races, she gives it everything, which she does every single race, and you can see that effort written on her face. But she is such an accomplished rider. We know all these athletes are going to recover quick. They know what to do. They know how to get that oxygen back in the blood. What an amazing stage. Stage 2 on the Strategist. Riders making their way in towards that finish. Every point will count for these riders. They make their way in. This is going to be critical as they run in. I think Olympia still rolling along nicely into that finish. Going to be conserving some energy, I think, now knowing that she's not going to move up a place or drop a place by backing up. And that's one of the key things for our riders as they go in. So these points that they've scored in the Strategist added to the points scored in the sprint into stage number 1. McCarthy, you could see very much the aggressor there, instigating a move with Guerra that saw them move clear. They opened the gap. They stretched out that lead. There was no touching them. Emma, smart move, big breakaway move. Great to see the aggressive riding and the kick, that sprint at the finish. Guerra went, but it started to get close. Do you think there was a case of just, I know I've got this, I can ease off? Because these riders can time it to perfection.
Well, they can indeed, and they will be mindful of the fact that there is another stage coming, and 50% of the points available today, well, they are available in that final stage, and that will be playing on the minds of our riders. That final checkpoint today, that finish line checkpoint where double points are available on stage 2. Just a quick run through. So taking maximum points on that finish line checkpoint, Guerra, McCarthy, Holdcroft, Bruni, Fuhr, Kolczynski, Bates, Belforth, Godby and Soderstrom, the top 10 riders on that final point score. When we put it all together on the stage points accumulation goes to Gabby Guerra, scoring 74 points on this stage. McCarthy in 2 picks up 69 points on the stage. Mel Bruni picks up 63 points. She's tied with Lou Bates on that 63-point score. So 3rd and 4th, Bruni and Bates pick up identical points on that stage.
And there's some of our riders still to pick up points on that final run to the line. We can see in the stadium where there's a number of riders still out there just tapping into the finish. Really key to give them lots of support, because when you have you've seen your racer leader going over the line, you're tapping your way in, you are making your way in. That's going to be really, really key. You can actually see in the background there, Pia Kuma running into the line. The riders have to get in with in a time limit. There is a time limit overall behind our race leader. Now, you don't need to be a mathematical genius, thank goodness. So if you are a rider, to work it out like you might do on a Grand Tour, you need to just stay within a fixed number that is overseen by the UCI commissars who are checking out all the racing. There's nothing for them to worry about here, though, is that, Emma, this was an interesting start. They kicked off quick and then it eased back a little bit.
And you know, they held the pace and they held the pace and they held the pace into the bottom of the climb, and we wondered who would blink first. And well, it got so close, within around 350 metres of the point scoring opportunity before we saw the launch from Lou Bates. She really animated the racing for those points on the bottom of the climb. They went through onto the climb, and then it was all about, well, Mary-Kate McCarthy was the rider who came to the fore. Gabriela Guerra was the only rider who could go with her on that climb. And then they broke away over the top to the finish line.
They broke away, they stayed away. You can see on the screen the riders chasing. Now, at this stage, Belfort could see them. You could see the Brazilian jersey. You could see the Kiwi jersey. You could see the New Zealand jersey, that iconic black with the feather on it, going off down the road. Belfort tried to go, she couldn't go. There is a risk, isn't there, in chasing too hard. You go and you get carried away with this. The top of this section of climb, as they went over the top, that gap was minimal. And yet when you roll over the top in front, that gap opens. And that is something that people should be watching for when we move from stage 2 to stage 3, because we don't just go over the climb once, we go over it 4 times. That is a key moment.
Yes, you are quite right though. In stage 3, we have 4 laps of that 4-kilometre circuit, all with a climb in it. And it really is going to be very, very interesting. But currently at the moment, Guerra and McCarthy showing how strong they are climbing at the moment. But that chase group, it was so interesting. They were watching each other and watching each other for those points. And it didn't matter about that time gap, because the points were available for the position, not the time. So that was so important for them.
And we've seen the riders behind, Tiffany Penner there, we've seen Pia Kummer and Alexi Snova rolling a little bit further back down those the results. They were riding solo, so they didn't have the advantage of the draft. They were just holding position, and pacing being really, really key.
Yeah, pacing absolutely key, and I'm sure also on the mind of those riders that next stage.
And then the Raiders came into that run in to the finish. We saw a move on the front. We saw a move to try and break clear. We saw riders try and open the gap, but really that chasing group, nobody could break away. It was all about basically 2 sprints. We saw a sprint from our 2 leaders, and then we saw a sprint behind. The 2 leaders sprint first of all, Emma. The moment of the kick, the run into the finish, Guerra was attacking hard. She was answered at the 1K marker by Mary-Kate McCarthy. She showed her intent. McCarthy knew that Guerra was up for this, but she didn't panic. She just pulled her back, but then didn't go to the front. This last sprint, though, Guerra went hard. McCarthy kept on coming.
She did indeed, and she did keep coming, and she was challenging for that top spot, those 40 points, rewarded with 38. You can see the look on her face there. So we've just seen the shot of the New Zealand rider, Mary-Kate McCarthy, that look on her face in terms of the effort it took to come in on that wheel of Guerra.
So the results are from the stage 2 added to stage number 1. So the overall standings for stage 2 overall, Gabby Guerra scoring 74 points, 69 for Mary-Kate McCarthy, Merle Bruni scoring 63. Your top 3 there on stage 2. An incredible effort. You can see the riders that came through scoring the points. So our stage 2 result, as you can see, 74 for the Guerra for the win, and the points accumulation on the way in to that finishing line.
And now these points also added to those points that we saw at the end of stage 1 to give the overall standing going into race number 3.
So interesting, the point scores here, 74 to 69. That is a decent sized gap from the top to the second place. But as you said, 50% of the points available in our next stage. This is about building a good foundation. Which riders so far, Emma, in terms of stage 2 excelled, and did it go to the form book?
Well, that's a good question, and sort of, Do you know, I think I would probably say yes. I think I was a little bit surprised about the hesitancy in terms of opening up that sprint at the bottom of the climb. From what we'd seen at the semi-finals, we'd seen some real drilling from teams into the bottom of the climb. But here, the riders really thinking about sitting up and taking it much more of a sedate and steadier pace into the base of that climb. And then we saw the riders push on and break away, which really saw and allowed Guerra and McCarthy to go clear. So now we take a look because their riders are prepping for stage 3. It's the final stage, and well, stage 1 and stage 2, the points being added together, and those points coming together to give the overall into stage 3. McCarthy tops the board at the moment with 89 points. Bates in 2 at 82.
So provisionally at this stage, let's give you what we think are the top results. We'll try and run down everybody's results from top to bottom of our top 20. We're going to see how fast we can do this. We'll start at the top in case we don't reach the end. Leading out, Kate McCarthy, we think has 89 points, clear by 7 points from Lou Bates.
Yeah, Guerra 1 point back in third, 81 points. Then Maria Holdcroft currently looking like in 4th place with 75 points. Catherine Fuhr in 5th, 72. Merle Bruni in 6th, 71.
So super close in those positions from 6 to 4. The top 3 just stretching out a little bit. 7th place, Mika Soderstrom, 61 points. 8th place, Emma Julie Dyer. It's going to be 57. Kristen Kolczynski in 9th with 52, only 5 points behind with 51 points. Jacqueline Godby, also from the United States, in 10th place provisionally at the moment. They're your top 10. Let's run just outside that top 10 because remember, so many points are on offer.
They are indeed, in more than, well, 50% of the points tonight on offer in this final stage, so it can all change. In 11th place at the moment, Emma Belforth, 49 points, followed by Marlene Bjarhead at 45. She is tied equally on points with Alexi Snova as well. Veldt Van Shaw, Penna Kuma, Tidholm, Hermansen and Engström are the final positions.
And this is going to be key, or as we have said, this is all about getting across the line, scoring points big in the all-out stage, because this is the World Championship Finals. This is for a rainbow jersey. You don't need to do anything the moment you cross that finishing line at the end of this other than to revel in that win. If you take that win, but you've got to score big on each and every lap. Emma, the point of that point score, the position on the lap is going to be really key here.
It is. So 4 laps, 4 opportunities for points, all at the end of that lap. Now that lap is 4 kilometres. So 16 kilometres our riders will race. There's a 12% climb here. Lap 1, 20 points available for the first rider over the line, down to 1 point. The same on lap 2 and lap 3. Then on lap 4, those double points come into play again because 40 points available for the first rider over the line on lap 4, then 38, 36, 34, down to 2.
So those points will be added at the moment. The provisional positions, the provisional top 5, 5th place, Catherine Fuhr, 72 points. Provisionally, it is Maria Holcroft in 4th with 75. It is Gabby Guerra in 3rd with 81. It's Lou Bates in 2nd with 82. And Mary Kate McCarthy, currently the leader here in the stadium in the in-person finals at the end of stage 2. 89.7 points clear of 2nd place and 8 points clear of 3rd place.
I'm going to put this into context. The maximum points available on stage 3 are 100 points. If a rider goes out and sweeps up all 4 laps with first place, they will add 100 points to their score.
So 20 points available maximum at the end of lap 1, 20 at the end of lap 2, 20 at the end of lap 3, and 40 at the end of lap 4. The course profile is really, really key. We start on a downhill start. You go out from the pen, you dive down. There is then a long drag into the steep climb. You can see it on your screen. And that kicker midway through has been an trigger points, an instigator of action. It's one of those points that we on commentary love, and I hope you do as well, where riders can attack, but then it drops down to the final climb, and you can see that there in red. It is going to be key. Emma, that final climb up to the finish, how steep does that get?
That is the climb that tops at 12%. So it is really steep, and the riders really will notice it. Now, in the semi-finals, this stage was dominated by Lou Bates. Lou Bates took 3 out of the 4 laps maximum points. Catherine Fua took the double points on lap 4. Guerra was ever present in those lap point scores in the top 4. Other riders of note, Maria Holdcroft, Alexi Snova, and of course McCarthy.
Now, at the end of the stage of when we were working our way in through last time, and we had a very different look of it. The point scoring on the way in, it really did break it up, it really did change the racing. And there are a number of ways to approach this. The riders are now going to have to be settling on their tactics. 30 seconds to go for our riders before race start here in Abu Dhabi, here in the United Arab Emirates for the UCI 2024 Cycling eSports World Championships, powered by My Whoosh. We're heading for 10 seconds to go. This is it. This is the final countdown. This is the final run to set the riders away. Who is going to make this count? Let's find out. Let's go racing. Stage 3. We're in with McCarthy, the rider leading at the end of stage 2.
Well, she's leading at the end of stage 2, coming into stage 3. She's at the back of the group at the moment, keeping an eye on the action at the front. And right at the front of the group, well, it's those blue and yellow jerseys from Sweden. Hermansson is up there right in the mix as we now see Fua come to the fore. McCarthy coming from the back of the group to the front of the group. Snova and Godby, the 2 riders from the USA, they are also paying close attention.
So as the riders make their way onto this long drag that weaves its way up and round, the riders keeping a tempo, trying to make sure that they can keep in this group. No breaks, no gaps at the moment. Nobody putting down a decisive move. They know it's going to get steep. We go over the bridge. It continues with levels and then drops and into the kicker. If you are watching eSports for the first time, the key place is to keep an eye on those riders into a climb and out of the other side, and particularly when we go into the run to the finish. Each of these 4-kilometer laps are going to test the riders. We have seen breakaways on this course before. We have seen riders take it to everybody else. We've also seen riders sprinting for position, and places change substantially in the last 5 to 10 meters of this lap course. Each and every lap, this is going to be key. The riders' faces are key. The riders' legs are key, because they're the only indication of what's going to happen. At the moment, they are keeping their cars close to the chest. They are not accelerating in, but the climb, the first part of the mid-course climb, coming 1.2K underneath the wheels of our riders' avatars. They're going nowhere on stage. They're going to see out this race to the finish. Here we go. This is into the climb. The gradient goes. The riders kick onto the climb. Are we going to see a move? Are we going to see a breakaway? Are any of these riders unable to stay with the pace? That pack is still 3 riders wide.
It is indeed, and the pack really tight as they enter the climb at the moment. The gradient just over 7%, and it is kicking. The crowds on the side of the road are cheering as Bates, Guerra, Godby and Bruni are the riders at the front of the group here, but the pack has not split. They have all stayed together. They are coming towards the top of this short kicker. This short kicker heading into a long descent, and never discount a descent, as Jacqueline Godby is the rider leading them over the top of that kicker. McCarthy, Kolczynski, Bruni, Soderstrom, Tidholm, all paying close attention to the front of the group, but the pace has now come off.
You can see the riders spreading across the road. You can see the riders at the moment on the radar screen on the left. It looks like one disc. That disc, each disc is a rider. You can't tell the difference because they are packed so close together here. They've not broken up going over the top that time round. We are on the long descent. Top right-hand side of your screen, you can see the white line. That white line is the course profile. The rider's position is the yellow vertical line. The gradient is the percentage, either of the plus or minus figure. The descent's in the minus. We're currently rolling around as we go down. And you can see that this is not one straight descent. There are rises on the way through. So being able to modulate your power, being able to have some souplesse to basically vary your pedal resistance and how you put the power down, really key. Brilliant to see Kelsey J. Van Shaw's shot here with a rider on the left, the avatar on the right, matching this young rider. I mean, what a journey for her. She's here. She's racing at the World Championship Finals.
And I'll tell you something, she never raced eSports before earlier this year. This is a first-year racer, making it to the finals here in Abu Dhabi, and that tells me she is a rider to watch for the future. But at the moment, she's a rider to watch in the pack.
So maybe if you're at home, you're cheering for your home nation. If you're in the stadium as well, pick a rider to go for. It may be Kelsey J. Van Shaw, the young rider who's only just started out racing. He's here racing, making history in Abu Dhabi at the very first in-person final of the Cycling eSports World Championships. We are on our run into the line. The line is at the top right-hand side of your screen, the very top of the screen. The finish of lap 1 is coming. What these riders do in this next 0.8 of a kilometre is key.
It is indeed, and at the moment, Godby is right on the front, the rider from the States leading the group into the base of the climb. The long, gentle descent is now over. It's the climb that faces our riders that will take them to the end of lap 1 and the first opportunity to score points on this final stage today.
So this is going to be key. Will we see a breakaway? First point scoring opportunity. The riders out of the saddle. The avatars raised as well. Kolchinsky and Bates both out of the saddle. We've seen both of them attack. But Kolchinsky at the moment is at the back of this group, but she will have the advantage of the draft. The move, though, going on the front. We're starting to see a gap open. This is going to be critical. The first point scorer, stage 3. Who is going to take this away? Who is going to get that big point score?
Well,
who is going to make this count?
It's a GB Riders jersey on the front, and I can spot that at the moment. It is indeed the one and only Lou Bates. She may have won the National Hill Climb in the UK, but she's showing us exactly what she can do at the moment at 9.6 watts per kilo. Now, no surprise, it's Guerra and Fua coming up behind Catherine Fua, the rider from Switzerland, moving into second place. Is she going to come alongside Bates? She is indeed. She goes over the top of Bates. She's going to go underneath the banner at the end of lap 1. She's going to take the maximum points. Lou Bates is going to pick up the second place. I think Guerra is going to come through in 3, McCarthy 4, Holcroft 5. Maria Holcroft putting in a great race there, and Alexei Snova from the USA 6th, Bruni 7th, Soderstrom, Bjarhed, Van Shaw, Kuma, Hermansen, Kolchinsky, Godby, Velt, Belfast, Dryhoven, Penner, Tidholm, and Engström.
So that's the point score on the very first lap. This is going to be really key, though, because a little bit of a gap has opened up here between the leading group. Are we going to see a push on? Is anybody able to make the most of this? Left-hand side of the screen, those dots that were together are spread out. They represent your riders. Are we going to see anybody with the strength to drive the group on? The riders behind are chasing. They're desperate to get back into contention.
Well, they are indeed, because this is a group you do not want to let go away on this course. Fua, Bates, McCarthy, Holdcroft and Guerra. 5 riders for whom this is their type of course. But I can tell you something, Soderstrom from Sweden has closed that gap down. Her and Merle Bruni are back on the group. There's the blue and yellow of Sweden. Alexei Snova also coming through. And really interesting, Snova so strong in stage 1, now performing brilliantly again in stage 3.
So maybe tactics going in there, not putting in too much of an effort. on stage number 2, knowing that there's a big point score. Now Cornelia Engström chasing. Cornelia Engström, really great rider from Sweden. And a fantastic story behind Cornelia Engström. I'm sure she won't mind us mentioning that she's not the youngest rider on the stage at the moment.
Well, she's not, and I'll tell you something. She only picked up racing 5 years ago and has indeed come through to qualify for the World Championships and putting in a superb performance. And take a look at that. It is another Swedish rider at the front of the pack at the moment, because it's Emma Belforth coming through. We've seen Belforth put in some phenomenal performances being Hathor, and she's put in some phenomenal climbing performances, because Belforth absolutely showing some dominance here. And this is just the short, sharp section at the beginning of this course.
Now, I've had the pleasure of putting words to the action when Belforth has been racing the XCE, the UCI Mountain Bike Eliminator. These are 1-minute races, and she's a rider who's represented Sweden at multiple World Cups on the mountain bike. She's here on eSports racing those skills, transferring across that short burst of power. She's got the gap 3 seconds. If she can stay clear, she's going to be hoovering up points like crazy. She's going to have all of them in those back pockets of the jersey behind. Tidholm has sat on the front. She's eased off the pressure. The aim here, let's give Belfast some room. Let's give our countrywoman a gap here. And we are seeing tactics at play. What can the rest of the nations do about this? Sweden has strength in depth. They didn't use it to full effect on stage 1 or 2, but they're using it here on stage 3.
Oh, they are indeed, and the Swedish riders taking the pace off the chase, because Belforth is up the road at the moment. They're dropping down the descent towards the steep climb that will come towards the end of this lap. This is lap 2 of the 4-lap race, and at the moment Emma Belforth, the gap now 7 seconds on the chase. The chase is including Holdcroft, Dryhoven, Bruni, Fua, Kolczynski, Tidholm, Snova. The pack is in there, just 1 or 2 riders off the back of this group. The majority of the racers in the group we are watching at the moment. But Emma Belforth, well, she's just gone around the corner, out of sight, out of mind.
Out of sight, out of mind. A phrase from the road that applies so well to these Swiss roads. Oh my whoosh, this road snakes its way down through the Alpine valleys. You can just make out the figure of the lone escapee on the front. Now, Belforth coming into this stage had done a good the office going into it. She is going to gain some serious points here. As it stands at the moment, she's sitting outside of the top 10, I think, at the moment, and this should progress her up if she can stay away. Here comes the climb. This is when the riders know it's crunch point. This is going to be the second lap. The second big climb, the second run for the line, the second points opportunity. Who can progress? Who is going to be out of the running for that rainbow jersey? Who is going to put down what could be a race-winning move? Belforth at the moment is gone, and at the moment that is a sizable margin. She's about to hit the climb. Belforth on the left-hand side of your screen. The chasing group behind are tapping along, but they are not matching the power that Belforth is putting down. She's onto this climb. She has 400 meters to go. Can she stay clear to take the points? Here comes the bunch around that same left-hand turn on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see they're going to be coming up behind. Can the gap hold? 12 seconds, 11 seconds. It's coming down. It's down to 10. Will it be closed out?
Well, Guerra now taking the charge on the front of the chase group. McCarthy is there as well with Bates, Kolczynski and Fua. The gap is coming down to Emma Belforth. She's going to get caught. She's going to get swept up in this group. She's had a darn good run at this for the points. Can she hold? She's got 200 meters. Can she stay clear? Lou Bates is coming. So is Guerra. Will Belforth make it? Oh, look at that. Bates is on a wheel. Belforth is going to get swamped back into the pack. Fua, Bates, Guerra goes straight over the top.
What a move. Here we go. This is the run up into a Wars line. The same point scoring opportunity. Fua's on the front from Switzerland. Guerra from Brazil is behind. Soderstrom is trying to close down. Fua's looking to score maximum points. She does as she goes over the top. Will she press this home as she goes? She eases off the pedals there. And you can see Gabby Guerra behind. Right on the heels. Mika Soderstrom, Holcroft, McCarthy, Bruni and Bates, I think, going over potentially in that order. I'm not going to I'm not going to guarantee that one.
I have to say, what a move from Emma Belforth. And I'll tell you something, she tried so hard to hold that to the end of lap 2. But it was indeed Catherine Fua who came through yet again to take top points here on stage 3, lap 2. Gabby Guerra in 2. Mika Soderstrom coming through for 3rd. Maria Holdcroft, Mary-Kate McCarthy, Merle Bruni, Lou Bates, Kristen Kulczynski, Emma Dryhoven, and then Emma Belforth coming through for 10th place at the end of lap 2.
And you can see Cornelia Engstrom squeezing on those pedals, just going over the top, just ahead of Pia Kuma, the Swedish rider, just ahead of the German rider, goes over, scoring those last points to add to their totals. Remember, it's not just about those medals, it's not just about the points at the top now. The points in the stage, remember, are added to the overall points when we get to the end. This is going to be really, really key, and that's for all of our riders.
Well, I'll tell you what is really, really close, because I have in front of me the current standings on this stage after the end of lap 1 and the end of lap 2. And whilst Catherine Fua has picked up maximum points on both opportunities with a score of 40 points, Guerra is in 2 with 37. Bates is in 3rd with 33, but she is tied with McCarthy and Maria Holdcroft as well on that score of 33 points. Mika Soderstrom with 31 as well, and Merle Bruni 29. So we said this was going to be a close race, and that's exactly what stage 3 is turning out to be.
And at this stage, when we add those points into the overall, the provisional standings at the moment, we are still seeing riders like McCarthy, Guerra, Bates, Fua and Holcroft sitting in those top 5 positions. Seeing Bruni holding in to a top 10 with Soderstrom, Kulczynski, Dyahover and Godby, Snova and Belfort are just hovering outside that top 10. But all of these points at this stage are going to get shaken up as they score yet more as they go through. As we keep on pushing, you can see Emma Belforth at the moment just trying to hold the leading group. It has started to break.
Well, it has indeed started to break on Emma Belforth on the back of the group at the moment. Jacqueline Godby just dropped off the back. In fact, Godby is the only racer on the podium to ever podium in a previous Cycling Esports World Championship. So phenomenal performance from her. But Guerra, Van Shaw, Bates and Belforth, she squeezes into that leading group. This is the leading group on the road. They are on lap 3 of 4. They are now over the short, sharp kicker and on the long descent that runs into the climb to the finish line for lap 3. Now, Matt, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you think at the end of lap 3 we're going to see them push over whoever goes over first and form a breakaway in an attempt to pick up those doubles points score on lap 4?
It's the last chance. It is the last chance, Saloon. You've got to make that move. If you're a breakaway rider, you've really got to attack. If you do not attack there, you are losing opportunities. Attacks tend to go on climbs. They tend to go over the top of the hill. This is a great way to score points in lap 3 and then break and stay clear. And it's 4K. It's a 4K effort. We're not talking about going out for a 70K attack. We're talking about a minimum distance. This is going to be really, really key. We are running down in. The leading group has stayed clear. There are 1 or 2 riders behind now trying to score points. This is going to be critical. By my calculations, the first 2 riders are separated by 4 points. However, I make the top 6 riders overall separated by 22 points. There's 20 points on offer this time and a whopping great 40 in the very final line. This is going to be key. Will we see that breakaway? I think so, yes. I'm not going to ask your opinion, Emma. That would be unfair.
Well, Tidholm, Velt, Van Shaw, Bruni, Dryhoven, Fua and Kulczynski all in this group. McCarthy is there as well, and we have Bruni and Bates, 2 in the mix. So fabulous to see, and take a look at the look of concentration on our riders' faces at the moment. The riders in that group, they know the climb is coming. They know this is going to be the end of lap 3. 20 points for the first rider over the finish line at the end of this lap. And then next lap, well, that's where the double points come in. And this group, they are leading the race at the moment on this stage.
Well, Mil Bruni last year, 14th in the World Championship. She was the 4th highest qualifier. A rider who's got a real mixed background, a rider who's used to racing much longer distances, who really has done this transition across well. Is this going to be her climb? Is this where she's going to make the difference? She has got to go attack now. She has got to kick now. If she cannot kick now, she will be in trouble, because we are seeing the move. We are seeing the attack.
Well, we're seeing the attack at the moment, and Mary-Kate McCarthy is currently the highest number of points in the entire competition at the moment. Guerra, Bates, Fua and Holdcroft, those 5 riders are the riders with the most points accumulated so far. We've got 2 more points scoring opportunities here. This is lap 3, and we're watching Catherine Fua at the moment on the stage, absolutely drilling it here. But Guerra is at the front of the pack. Fua is in 2, McCarthy 3, Bruni 4, Soderstrom, Holdcroft, Bates. They are all on this climb. The UCI banner is coming. There's less than 100 meters to go, and who is going to pick up points this time? Can Fua do it for a 3rd time? Can Guerra take the points? Can McCarthy come through? Well, I think it's going to be Guerra.
Oh, so close as they came in and through. That is going to come down. It's almost a photo finish on that point score. You could see them kicking over the top. Is there going to be a move? It's going to come down, I think, to a sprint. Nobody has the legs after that big push to attack.
The push really came, and it was indeed. Guerra takes the 20 points there. Fua takes 19. McCarthy takes 18. Soderstrom 17. Holdcroft 16. Bruni 15. Kulczynski takes 14. Bates out of it this time in 8th place, picking up 13 points. Then Belfast, Dryhoven, Tidholm, Van Shaw and Velt.
So the riders' points are from the stage 3 added to stages 2 and 1. Now the overall points standing. These are provisional. So riders, if you are listening to this here in the stadium, do not take this as gospel, believe me. But as I make those scores at the moment, the riders who scored more than 120 points, 5th place Maria Holdcroft, we've got 124 points overall. I make it, we've got 128 points for Lou Bates in 4th, 131 points for Catherine Fua, currently in 3rd, 138 points for Gabriela Guerra in 2nd, and only 2 points separating her from Mary-Kate McCarthy, who is leading by my calculations with 1 point score to go. She's currently got 140 points, but the points at the end are huge.
Well, there is 1 opportunity left to score points in this competition. The final points scoring opportunity is going to come at 16 kilometers at the end of this race. The points are double, 40 points for the first rider over the line, and given that the 2 points currently separating McCarthy and Guerra at the top of the table so far, well, it is going to be so close on the podium at the moment. McCarthy, Guerra and Fua, 9 points separating them. It's all going to come down to this final sprint, and I'm going to caveat it by saying the first rider over the line may not be the winner of the rainbow jersey, because it's the points that count.
So key to this is going to be how these riders race this. We're on this midway climb. They're kicking up and over. They are wanting to keep the pressure on. You might see a rider try and attack here, but remember, an effort now is coming on the last lap. We will have that sprint into the finishing climb. That run up to the summit is going to be key. And whether you're at home, and if like me, when you're watching any kind of sport, particularly cycling on television, you are screaming at your TV screen and you are screaming your support out, or if you're down in the stadium here in Abu Dhabi, from the moment we hit the base of the climb, you need to be putting in the same effort that our riders are. We want to hear the riders being deafened in the stadium by the support, by the amazing crowd that are down here. We want to see those pictures from at home. Get them on social media with you screaming at your TV screens at the eSports World Championships, because the women's position, the title of the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Champion, is going to happen in the next 2 kilometers. What these riders do on the final climb will be key. That title is going to be decided by every single point that's allocated on this last run to the line.
Well, the last run to the line. At the moment, they're on the descent. They're on the run down into the climb. They've got 1.8 kilometres to go now, 1.7 kilometres to go of this final stage here at the World Championships, where the group is rolling together. It looks like we're going to see one big group come into that final climb on this last lap of stage 3. It is going to go to the wire today.
So here we go, round this turn. You can see this sweeping right-hand bend just starts to drop down. This is the last chance for the riders, maybe just to shake out those legs, maybe to get them eased off. Remember, this is for that title. All our riders in both the men's and women's races will be awarded their leaders and winners jersey, as well as those medals as we come in to the end of the show. We do the women's race and the men's race, then the medal ceremonies. Who of our riders is going to be on there? Gabby Guerra knows that this is going to be key. This is the final few meters on the run to the line. There is a bronze, a silver, and a gold medal at stake. There is the title of the 2024 Cycling Esports World Champion at stake. Who can make it count on this climb? It's time to show your support for the riders. You're going to need to cheer them and bring them up the climb to the finish. This is going to be key. We are about to hit 500 meters to go in these finals. This is when the riders prove that they are worthy of that title.
Well, Van Shaw is leading them out at the moment. Guerra, Kulczynski, Bruni, Holdcroft, Velt, Bates are all in the mix. So is Catherine Fuhr. Oh, McCarthy's on the back at the moment as they hit the climb. They hit the climb and the gradient starts to go. Mika Soderstrom comes to the front. Gabby Guerra in 2. Lou Bates in 3. Fuhr's moving up through the pack. So's Bruni. You can see Belforth on your screen at the moment. Absolutely dialing this as the front starts to stretch. Guerra is up there. Bates is in the mix. Soderstrom is there as well. Kulczynski's starting to move down the group, but the group is starting to move away. So at the front of the pack, Mika Soderstrom is there. The Swedish jerseys, but it's the green of Brazil on the front at the moment as Guerra and McCarthy go neck and neck. Fuhr is in the mix, so is Lou Bates, but it is Fuhr, Guerra and McCarthy at the moment. McCarthy and Guerra. Well, McCarthy's pushed away and she's pushed away from Guerra. The rider from New Zealand absolutely nailing this final climb today. Mary Kate McCarthy comes through across the line for 40 points. Gabby Guerra is going to take second. Mika Soderstrom third. Catherine Fuhr fourth. Maria Holdcroft, Mel Bruni, Lou Bates all across the line.
Well, Mary Kate McCarthy did everything that she could on that run into the finish. Look at the face of the rider. What an effort, an amazing, amazing ride by all of our riders. Many of those just having to turn their legs, the pain, the agony. What a ride, what a run to the finish. A rider who has dominated the racing over the last few weeks is in there now. I hope you've done your maths. If we come to a points tie, a quick rundown for you. If there is a tie between the points in the riders, if there is a tie, then the position on the final stage is the counting decider. So if they're tied on points, the higher rider in the last stage is what will decide this. Let's give you the stage results as we have them at the moment first.
Okay, so race 3, stage results. So just for race 3, Guerra picks up 95 points on stage 3, being the maximum point score on that stage. Catherine Fuhr picks up 93, McCarthy picks up 91, Soderstrom picks up 84, Holdcroft picks up 81, Bates 74, Bruni 74, Kulczynski 55, Dryhoven, Belforth. And what that means...
Here we go. Tied in 4th and 5th places with 156 points. It is Maria Holdcroft and Catherine Fuhr taking 3rd place from taking 3rd place here today.
Excuse me, I'm just going to stop you 1 minute. And I'm going to start for you.
Go.
Because actually, it's Maria Holdcroft and Lou Bates tied on 156 points.
I've just seen it update.
And 5th, because it's just
I'm
updated.
glad our screen has literally updated. Let's bring that to you. Should we rewind that?
These are live.
They are indeed live. We are going to try and get as fast as we can. The calculations have gone in. Okay, so Lou Bates and Maria Holcroft. Lou Bates is in 5th place, 156. Maria Holcroft 4th, 156. We have got Catherine Fuhr taking the bronze medal for Switzerland with 165 points. Taking away 2nd place, taking the silver medal with 176 points from Brazil is Gabriela Guerra. But taking away the title of the UCI's 2024 Cycling eSports World Champion with 180 points from New Zealand, Mary Kate McCarthy.
Phenomenal racing and the emotion on the stage. Well, absolutely superb. Everybody giving it all. And what does that mean? It is just superb. McCarthy taking away the gold medal here for the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championships, powered by My Whoosh, live on the stage alongside the other 19 competitors. It has been an absolute show of class racing today.
Amazing racing. You've got a feel for every one of these riders. They came here chasing a title. Amazing attacking action, amazing experience for our riders. We started off with the riders assembling in the hotel, meeting people that had not met. The atmosphere started to build, the stage built, the pressure built. The points are confirmed on your screens. In 20th place, Cornelia Engstrom with 26 points. 19th place, Lisa Hermansen with 40 points. 18th place, Pia Kuma with 50 points. 17th place is Tiffany Penner with 57 points. 16th, Joanna Tidholm with 76 points.
Well, it's 76, 77 points, just 1 point in it between 15th and 16th place, Amelia Velt. Marlene Bjarhed finishes in 14th with 78 points. Alexi Snova finishes in 13th with 83. Kelsey Jade Van Shaw in 12th with 85.
In 11th place, Jacqueline Godby with 87 points. In 10th place, Emma Belforth with 101 points. In 9th place, Kristen Kolczynski with 107 points. In 8th place, Julie Dryhoven with 110 points. In 7th place, it's Mika Soderstrom with 145 points. And in 6th place, Merle Bruni with 145 points.
I'll tell you something, we said it was going to be close, and Bruni finishing ahead of Soderstrom in that final stage, which gives her 6th over 7th. The same happened to Maria Holdcroft and Lou Bates, the GB riders, both tying on 156 points, but Holdcroft taking 4th because of that finish position in the final stage. Lou Bates taking 5th. Catherine Fuhr on 165 points takes the bronze medal here today at the World Championships. Gabi Guerra from Brazil, 176 points, takes the silver. And taking the gold medal with 180 points, Mary Kate McCarthy, and she'll take away that rainbow jersey as well.
Well, what a result. I'm sure, like us, you're in awe of the efforts of all of our athletes. Whether you're at home or whether you're in the stadium, put your hands together, give them a big round of applause. The athletes here today, amazing, amazing job done by them. I know here in the commentary box, we are absolutely blown away by the effort that has been put in to fight for that title. You've got a feel for those riders in that bronze and silver medal position. They fought into there, they're in with some great results, and look at that, the high fives coming out. It's amazing to see the camaraderie amongst these athletes and the congratulations that's going out. You know how hard that's been. They've been racing, they've got the result, they know where they stand here today. Riders who have been battling side by side on the stage are still able to say, oh, well done, and look at that. You can see what it means to Mary Kate McCarthy from New Zealand.
Competitors on the bikes, friends on the stage, and I think they form lifelong friendships, meeting each other in person over the last few days, and it has been absolutely superb to watch the racing and those positions. It came down to the wire. The women's racing and the quality of that racing and how close it was today for that World Championship title. Just phenomenal.
What a way to kick off the very first in-person World Championships. You can see these riders making their way off the stage here. They've got the congratulations of their family, their friends. You can see, look at that. That is the gold and silver medalists there, the champion and the rider who pushed absolutely every single millimetre of that course to the line. What it means to the riders, you can see. What an amazing way to kick off the racing here today, Emma. And we're seeing riders here who have been racing week in, week out. And that gives me great pleasure because we get to put words to the action every Sunday to these riders in battle. We see them now race their hearts out, give us such a performance. And yet we get to watch this on a regular basis as well on my whoosh.
I know, and you know what? The quality of the racing here at the World Championships, phenomenal. But the quality of the racing whenever these women take to the start line. If you're not a fan of cycling esports, you need to become a fan of cycling esports, because I'll tell you something, the show never disappoints. And those riders, the second they jump on those bikes, they are superb. Now, if you are interested, majority of those riders also have social media accounts, and you can be a fan and follow them.
And it is really, really key for the riders and for esports and for cycling esports to have that support. And you can support it with such amazing racing. Stage 3, it came down to the last stage. It came down to what they did here today. The start, the run out study, we hit this midpoint on lap number 1. And the group was all together, Emma. At this stage, did you think we were going to see the fireworks that exploded later?
Well, I think we were warming up for something. And on that first lap, that steady state start, the steady state running, it didn't really give us a clue as to what was going to happen, but we knew something was going to happen, and the waiting just added to that level of anticipation of what was to come. And we saw it start to go on lap 1, but it kept coming back together again. And that big group, wow, they pretty much stayed together.
They did, and one of the things that was really key to me watching the riders both in the stadium on our stage here and seeing the avatars in action was just how good these riders are at keeping the group together, doing what they need to do, but not necessarily expending any energy they don't need to, and holding fire. But when they move and they want it to count, then they really go hard.
Well, and that is the skill of cycling esports. You reserve as much energy whenever you can for the attack when you need it. And we saw that in spades today. We saw the riders riding and racing really smartly and executing when they needed to and putting that power down. Emma Belforth put in a phenomenal effort on that course. And you know, she rode so strongly, just getting caught towards the top of the climb on that lap, and the group just coming over, but she was rewarded with some great points.
Yeah, big point score. You may not go over the top in the first position, but you go over the top scoring good points. It adds to your total. And remember, of course, these are the positions that these riders carry forwards when they go off from here. At this stage in the race, in 6.5 kilometres into the 16-kilometre race, we'd seen those seen the push, but it was really a sprint up the climb and almost the upper sections of the climb that it was just grabbing those points. The move by Emma Belforth to go clear. An amazing attack by her, and you saw her coming into the climb here. She carried so much speed, that gap was huge, but then it came tumbling down, and Guerra's attack and chase was incredible in pursuit. You could see the effort that it took to respond behind. I mean, Belforth was really strong, but that feeling of the bunch coming behind, she knew they were coming. She could see they were coming. We then started to see the move over the top. This is when Catherine Foer really launched her bid for the title.
Well, she did indeed on lap 1 and lap 2 on this race, picking up top points and really ensuring she was in the right place. But every single time they went through that lap banner, it sat back and it reformed because the riders were desperately trying to bring their heart rates down and trying to recover for the next lap.
So when we saw those riders go over the top, we saw Cornelia Engstrom, they were looking really good. We can see our riders down in here. I'm sure that this is going to be... Where did you go? How did you go? Let's have a little listen in.
You have to really know like how many matches you can burn, right? Yeah. And stuff like that. But yeah, like I said, one check. I just so many times is needed. But the last race is the most fun in my opinion. Yeah. It's also still fine. Yeah. 40 is too much. Yeah. And then you have to keep going.
It's that last, just before you hit the 100 meter back, it does this when you feel
That's like was gone.
I so love when we get a sneaky peek into the post-race. Anybody who's ridden a bike against their friends, if you've ridden in the gym on My Wish, if you've been out and racing, you get to the end of the race, you're like, oh, that bit was great, that was terrible, oh, what happened? It's, everybody can identify with that.
Well, and I agree completely, and you can see, the emotion on those riders' face, but also the camaraderie in the back room, backstage. They first, second and third today in the World Championships, sat backstage discussing the race, the tactics, and what bits they enjoyed and which bits they didn't.
I know, and you can see, I mean, we saw the emotion on Gabby Guerra's face when she knew she didn't take the title. She knew that she'd pushed all the way to the line and it had been so close. She's recovered from that, and that is a great athlete, isn't it, to be able to come back. I mean, Catherine Fua, a rider who's been indomitable at the elite level of esports for so long, and then McCarthy, who's been dominant over the last few weeks, really showing off that form.
Do you know, she's been getting better and better. In fact, a lot of these riders set 1 minute and 5 minute PBs in the semi-finals, and then we've seen them repeat that and just get stronger and stronger in the last 5 or 6 weeks. McCarthy, definitely one of those riders who's been getting stronger. So has Guerra. Fua has been trying to time her form as well, and well, it's paid off for the three of them today. Sat down. That's the podium in the women's race.
It's an amazing trio of riders, a triumvirate of talent sat on those chests. I have to say, having watched these riders over the last few weeks race, in the last month, Emma, I think their performance is probably, when they look back with a little bit of time, they're all going to be happy with that because they all raced right up to the very, very last line, that very last point scoring opportunity.
Oh, every single time those points were available, the riders absolutely gave it everything. Nobody's left anything on that stage. Absolutely, it went through the bike, onto the power, and the points that they picked up, it was so close in the end. You know, going into that final sprint, just 2 points separated Guerra and McCarthy. McCarthy picking up that win with double points on that final point scoring opportunity, while giving her a 4-point gap over Guerra.
And that run into that last kick in, we'd seen an accumulation of effort, we'd seen it building up there. I just felt that when we came in, Guerra was kicking, but McCarthy's determination, we saw them behind us on the stage. It was fantastic to see them there. We could literally look across and see just how hard, and the faces the riders were pulling. I mean, you know, if they were in the northeast of England, they'd probably win a gurning competition with it. It's like they're literally pulling themselves inside out.
Well, it's just amazing, isn't it? When you've got the camera on the riders, you can actually see them, you know, and you can see the effort going in, you know. That's what it takes to be a world champion. You've got to want it, you've got to believe you can get it, and you've got to have the physical power to back it up.
And they proved that in spades today. And this, of course, being the first in-person final here at the Cycling Esports World Championship. We were looking for great racing. We were looking for something that was going to set that landmark down in stone. And our women's title winner really setting themselves out as being somebody to watch in future editions as well. And I think we've seen that.
Well, I agree completely, that top three. But I am going to just say, you know, Holdcroft and Bates tying on points in 4th and 5th. And then Bruni and Soderstrom tying on points in 6th and 7th. We said this women's World Championship race was going to be really close, and it really, really was. All of those riders all the way down that race field pushing really, really strongly and being rewarded with great positions. But how close was that racing, and how much effort did it take to win?
I think one of the things for me, it was so close. It was so close that it had come down to how much the rider wanted. And I think sometimes that is what's in there. I can't wait to hear what our riders have to say. Let's hear from our medalists right now.
Catherine Fouer, number 3. It is amazing to compete in esports. Congratulations on the virtual finish. And the location was Switzerland, your home country. Tell us about the challenges you faced in this race and how you pushed through it.
Well, the roads in Switzerland back home, they are a little bit longer than this punchy route, so it is just really hard, especially this last race. It's 4 times about 1 minute all out. And maybe you have seen I had my tongue on the handlebar, so I just went all in, and yeah, in Switzerland the routes are longer, so you need to sustain the power longer, so it's a bit different.
Comparing to Abu Dhabi, where the sun is, tell us your first ever experience here.
Well, I haven't seen much except the hotel room and the stage, but yeah, it's hot. It's just hot, and people are amazing. The service, in the hotel, and everything. It's just really amazing.
How it feels to compete face to face. You use this at your home and esports. How it feels to be in such a place like Adnec.
Yeah, I love it. It is amazing to have the competitors next to me. It is amazing to see the people, the support, they're screaming, they're cheering. Yeah, and also I know my friends are watching at home, and it is amazing that they support me from there.
Big cheer for your friends. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd place, Catherine Fouer.
Woo! Thanks.
Congratulations on the 2nd place, from all the way from Brazil to here, Boa. And tell us, Gabriela Guerra, how your experience was and what is the most challenging part in esports and how you push through it.
Thank you very much. I was very looking forward in racing in the arena with all the athletes, so that we're all in the same room, in the same conditions, and all in the same trainers, so that was a really nice experience. And I think about esports, very challenging is that you have to keep power all the time. You never stop pedaling. I race outdoors as well, and it's very different. It's a very, very tough sport. So respect to all the ladies out there for a huge effort today.
Ladies, all of you did a great job. I think you were pedaling with your heart when your feet was tiring.
Yeah, I had to calm myself down a lot and find my legs again. It's really tough racing back to back like that.
What is unique about esports? What is unique about being an elite female competing for the World Championship titles?
I think like every sport, and specifically cycling disciplines, you have to learn it. So you have to learn the game, the dynamics, and also your power and how your power interact with the game. So I think that's very unique about it.
Gabriela Guerra, number 2 in the world. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thanks for cheering, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment we are in front of McCarthy. You were a fighter throughout the race. Tell us, what's the first thing you will do to celebrate this moment?
Call my family. Call my family.
Where's the phone? Where's the phone?
Yeah, I need to find it actually. I don't know where it is at the moment.
Tell us your experience. It was a tough race. We saw you actually in the second stage and the third stage. You were the best sprinter I've ever seen in this race. Tell us about your experience.
Yeah, I just knew that I had to come in from the back because there was plenty of draft coming through. So I think me and Lou Bates actually drifted right off the back and sprinted through, and I think I just got her in the end. So yeah, it was good.
What is the unique about esports or being a female competing for the world titles?
I think what's unique about it is that we don't actually see each other when we're racing. So there's a lot of mind games, I think, in that you can't see how others are actually feeling. You have to go off feel yourself. Yeah, I think that's what.
So as a world champion, what is the first key skills an esports athlete should have?
I think that mental game's everything in esports. It's being able to push past what you think you can do and how far you can actually push and how hard you can go, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, number 1 in the world, make some noise! Thank you so much. Congratulations again.
No, thank you.
So amazing to hear from the riders, and so great to see that they know it's just starting to sink in what it means. I'm sure it will sink in even more when they are on the podium to receive their medals and a rainbow jersey. That's coming up at the end of the night. Before we get there, we'll be going over to our men's racing, which is coming up shortly. Emma, I'm sure you're looking forward to that.
Oh, I am indeed, and I think the women have had an absolutely phenomenal set of 3 stages for that race. It was so close. The men are up next. I'll tell you something, we've had some great action here already. I'm looking forward to some more.
Well, it's time to get the recovery done. It's time to get yourselves ready to sit back down and watch the next set of riders in action. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back soon. In the meantime, we'll see you in a little while. Goodbye.
Bye.
Oh yes, we are back.
We are back. حياكم again in the city of international sports, Abu Dhabi.
Absolutely so, son. What an epic, epic female competition. Give us a quick take on what you saw.
Women takes the lead.
Girl power.
Big round of applause,
Absolutely.
all the females in the house.
Absolutely.
Yes.
This country is all about female empowerment, and sport is the best way to showcase that.
نرحب فيكم مرة ثانية في عاصمة الرياضة العالمية أبو ظبي. بطولة العالم للدراجات الإلكترونية في نخبة السيدات أبهرتنا. شفنا 3 بطلات متوجات في النسخة الأولى. بس أوعدكم نسخة الرجال بتكون غير. The men in lead gonna be
If the female
epic.
was anything to go by, you guys are in for something epic. How are you guys feeling? Are you guys having fun? You having a good time? We're going to need the energy. We're really going to need the energy. The male competitors as well, they can feel your energy. So please, we need you just to take it up a level, go into those reserve tanks.
Sulaiman, I heard it's 22 the best cyclists, eSports cyclists. But they told me there's 2 wild card. I thought wild card only exists in tennis, but actually they have it in esports too.
Absolutely, we got 2 wildcards, so the match that makes it 22 for the male athletes, absolutely. So welcome everyone to the second part of the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championships. Earlier today, we witnessed 20 elite female athletes take to the stage to battle out in the live finals right here and show incredible levels of cycling, athleticism, strategy and determination. But now, it is time for the male competition.
نرحب فيكم من جديد في الجزء الثاني من بطولة العالم للدراجات الهوائية الإلكترونية 2024. شفنا 20 رياضية من أفضل الدراجين على مستوى العالم في نسخة السيدات، والآن سنكون مع نسخة حماسية رائعة من نخبة الرجال.
Are you guys ready? Shall we bring the male athletes on?
Let's call them up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome our champions on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Johan Nowen and Michael Pedersen.
A huge round of applause. Show some love, show some love. Onto the stage, Thomas Troll and Zach Nair.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome CP Debed and Neil Fry.
Make some noise, Tippo Lario and Kasper Boremans.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Joshua Howard and Michael Kaminsky.
Onto the big stage, Martin Mertens and James Barnes.
Let's welcome Jason Usman and Daniel Chick.
Huge round of applause, Kill Power and Vidar Mel.
Abu Dhabi, make some noise for Stefan van Est and Samuel Brandlund.
Make as much noise as you can, Ollie Jones and Bjorn Andresen.
And last but not least, our last athletes, Hayden Buka and Lionel Vosiak.
Let me know, let me know. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's just one thing left to do before we start the male finals, and that is to check in with our commentary team to take us through the action. Over to you, Emma and Matt.
شيء واحد بس بقى لبدء نهائيات نخبة الرجال، وهو الانطلاق نحو فريق التعليق ليأخذنا عبر أحداث السباق. الكلمة إليكم فريق التعليق.
What an amazing welcome back from Swarson and Suleiman. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody here at the stadium and in Abu Dhabi for what has been a fantastic welcome to this amazing setting for the very first in-person eSports Cycling World Championship. Emma, we were blown away by the action in that women's race. We've been blown away by the whole experience here so far, and this really is being set up by our riders. We saw them coming in, they were almost toe-to-toe.
Oh, yes, and I do love that, you know, a bit of rivalry as they enter the stage. You know, that welcome onto the stage, absolutely fantastic. So the 22 men taking part in this World Championship final, now at their bikes, now at their stations, and warming up behind us.
And it's great to be here putting words to the action. We are both fortunate to put words to the action across a lot of the UCI discipline. The UCI is the governing body of cycle sport around the globe. Now, we cross disciplines, we see lots of different action. I had the pleasure of putting words to the action to the XE motorbike eliminator that was just by Wolfie's Bike Shop on Hadaria Island, where the circuit is that our guests have been out and riding. Our riders have been out and riding as well. The riders that are here, though, they come from a massive background, a bit like yourself, because you came from orienteering to cycling, to cycle across to mountain bike and then to eSports.
Yes, I did indeed. And as you know what, it's fabulous that we see so many different backgrounds all coming together on cycling eSports. And you are right, I started running and orienteering in my 20s, and then I found a bike and never got off it through my 30s and into my 40s. And I think that's the absolute passion, isn't it? And we see different backstories to our riders as well, whether they're triathletes who then move to specialise in cycling and then cycling eSports, whether they're mountain bikers, and we've got a real class mountain biker in the field in Johan Noren in the men's race, and that is going to be absolutely fantastic to see as well. And they bring different skills and different skill sets. We've also got riders, and I can think of one of the riders from the USA here who is new to cycling themselves and new to eSports and e-racing and doing phenomenally well within their first main season.
They are. Now, new to eSports, maybe you're new to watching eSports, you're at home or you're out in the stadium here behind us, and you're maybe new to eSports. I think it's probably really important we give you a quick reminder of exactly what eSports is about and what the eSports World Championships is about. So eSports is, of course, for cycling, about riding with your avatar. Your avatar represents you, and then putting in the best performance you can to do that. So let's take a little bit of a reminder. Let's remind ourselves of how the 2024 Cycling eSports World Championships works here today.
The groundwork for the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championships was a long time coming. Over a year ago, in August 2023, MyWhoosh and the UCI signed a 3-year partnership to host the very first live in-venue championship finals in Abu Dhabi. This in itself was a monumental achievement, cementing the Middle East as a cycling hub, MyWhoosh as the premier virtual cycling platform. In 2024, MyWhoosh and the UCI embarked on a global qualification hunt for the world's top indoor cyclists through the national federations from around the world. The national federation selections were held from May to July 2024, followed by an open public qualifiers held by MyWhoosh in August 2024 for a chance to join the coveted elite. The following step was for the qualified riders to go through the rigorous semifinals that were held on the 6th of September. The semifinals were a rigorous affair, testing every rider's grit and determination to become a finalist in the first ever in-person final. From hundreds of athletes that contended for a spot in the final 42 raced their way with blood, sweat, and tears to make it to Abu Dhabi. 22 males and 20 females make the final numbers. The finals will be fought out on 3 unique and demanding stages. Stage 1, the sprint. The top 20 male and female riders will race a 300-meter sprint on a 1.6-kilometer circuit. Points will be awarded from 20 points for the fastest rider down to 1 point for the rider coming last. Stage 2, the strategist. A 9-kilometer circuit with a unique 1.5-kilometer climb where riders can score at 3 key spots: the base of the climb, the top of the climb, and the finish line. At the base and the top, the first rider earns 20 points, decreasing down to 1 point for the last rider. At the finish line, the stakes double, 40 points going to the winner, scaling down to 2 points for the rider coming last. Stage 3, all out. A 4-lap race on a 4-kilometer criterium circuit. Riders will earn points each lap, 20 points for the top rider down to 1 for the last. In the final lap, points are doubled with 40 points for first and 2 for last. Each finish line is atop a challenging 50-second climb at a 12% gradient, testing the rider's endurance and strategy. The time is now, and the stage is set to crown 2 champions, 2 titans of their discipline here in Abu Dhabi. Who will score the maximum points and claim the coveted rainbow jersey and title of the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Champion?
Who will score indeed? Our riders are warming up, ready for their race here today. They have got to perform on each and every stage if our women's race is anything to go by. Talking to one of those coaches, and one of the coaches of the riders in the women's race said the race was won or lost on the very first stage. So this really is going to be key, how these riders race here on the Worlds. And the world, knowing what the world is like was a point that they made. They needed to know as well as they could what was around them when they were racing, what the course did, how it flowed, how it felt. And you're on the mic for the Paracycling Road Championships with the Road Championships over there in Zurich for the UCI. The world in Zurich and the race routes there, they were tough. They were really good. And the very same day, I was talking about the Sunday Race Club that came from the same world in Zurich on my whoosh. How does it feel to race the routes? Is it the same feeling? Is it the same scenery?
Do you know, it's very, very similar. The parkour, you know, the gradients, the climbs, the descents, all very, very similar. I mean, obviously, you're not cornering on cycling esports like you do out on the roads in real life, but the graphics are there, the feel is there, the turbo is giving you the resistance of the road, it's giving you the ability to draft as well, you know, and all of that very, very similar.
Well, I think it's time for us to take a look at the My Whoosh world that has got this amazing race route embedded in it and all of our stages. So we're here in Abu Dhabi and we are here for the UCI 2024 Cycling eSports World Championships. This is a fantastic set of race routes. The sprint taking place in the velodrome. Emma, going to be fantastic to see inside there again.
Yes, it is indeed that 15-minute block for our riders. And the most important thing on that 1.6 kilometre circuit, well, it's the 300-metre segment. So that 300-metre segment, the opportunity for the riders to set the fastest time. And it's the fastest time through that segment that is going to count in terms of the points, with the fastest segment time being awarded 20 points down to 1. The riders can ride that circuit for as many laps as they choose to during that 15-minute window. But it doesn't matter whether that fastest time is set on lap 1 or lap 4. It's the fastest time they set over that 15 minutes that counts.
Okay, so that is stage 1. That is the very first stage, and that is in our velodrome, and it is embedded down here in the world. In fact, you can see the velodrome embedded within the world here. My Whoosh World with the rich graphics. We kick off in this velodrome, the track runs round, we dip down into, we go on the boards. I've been lucky enough to ride on the track, I've raced on the track, I've crashed on the track. It's something I can't do on the My Whoosh World. I've managed to keep it on 2 wheels, no problems at all of my riding and racing on there. And as we're going through, Emma, it's so reminiscent, isn't it, of riding in the roads of Europe. And with those climbs, the feel of the climb, it's just replicated so well.
Well, it is, and some of those steep sections are really, really challenging. You can see the mountains snow-capped in the background. And whilst we'll see some long climbs in the Alps in Switzerland, these are short, sharp, punchy ones today. And it should be a real balance, really, between our sprinters and our climbers. But gradients of up to 16% we're going to see on the routes today in Switzerland.
And the big climbs and the descents, they all contribute to the racing, how the race is won, how that final position is taken. The sprint could well be critical, and that is in our velodrome. We have the Strategist and All Out coming up as well, and they're all based in here in this amazing My Whoosh World. Now, this has really affected the racing, and the racing in the women's race, we saw some amazing racing, such close racing. We can see the points table here. If you look at riders sitting in 16th through to 14th place, that's 2 points separating them, but 7th and 6th, they're tied, and 5th and 4th tied on points, Emma. And if we do have a tie, that's separated out. There is a process there.
There is indeed, and it is the highest finishing position in the final stage that gives you the higher placing. So Holcroft finishing ahead of Bates on stage 3, which earned her 4th position over Lou Bates in 5th. But we said it was going to be a really, really tight race, and it is, and it was. McCarthy taking the win and the gold medal with the rainbow jersey from Guerra. Fua finishing in the bronze medal position.
So the first stage of the Women's Championship kicked off, and we saw what could be an indicator of what's coming in the men's race, but you can never, ever tell. We kicked off in the velodrome. Those points were really, really key. They would come back, I think, to bite some of the riders later. We had the pleasure of being able to watch the riders and see their faces. Then, as the race progressed, we saw an attack on the front, and we saw a gap start to open. Aggressive racing in stage 2, setting the stage, I think, realistically for Guerra and McCarthy in that title challenge. And Catherine Fua almost missing the boat a little bit
Well,
there.
she went out hard in stage 3. The first 2 lap points, she took full points, and she really obviously went out and targeted that out of the gate in stage 3. Stage 1 and stage 2. I think what we learned from the women's race is that the racing is close. There are 8 opportunities for points across the 3 stages. And every single opportunity for points counts.
I mean, we can see our 3 riders, the bronze medalist in Catherine Fua, the silver medalist in Gabby Guerra, and our gold medalist, our new world champion in Mary-Kate McCarthy. 3 medals decided, 3 more medals to be decided here in this amazing venue. And as we look out across on the stage, we can see our riders warming up here. I'm really loving the fact that we can see what they're up to. We can see what they're doing, and we know exactly how hard they're going. Now, in terms of men's races here, there are some real characters. We saw them out on the stage, and that stage, it's been laid out. Each rider has an identical pod.
They
so
do
that's
indeed.
their station that they are based at to get the work done
And
today.
before we talk about the riders, and I will get into that in a second, we should say that the turbo trainers were allocated by one team randomly to those pods, and the riders allocated randomly to those stations by a separate team. So really looking at how we make sure there is fair competition, comparative performance available here at the World Championships. Now, the start list is on the screen, and 22 riders taking to the start line today in the men's competition. We saw 20 riders in the women's, and the difference is because we have 2 wild card riders, Teppo Lario from Finland and Daniel Turek from Czechia on the start sheets. Now, there were 2 wild cards offered to the women's field, but neither of those 2 riders able to take the offer up.
And on our start list here, we do have our defending champion in Bjorn Andreasen. He has gone to pod number 13. We have a man who's never been off the podium in the World Championships. That is Jason Osborne. Our very first World Championship back in 2020, a bronze in 2023 and a silver in a bronze in 22 and a silver in 23. He's got the whole collection.
He's got one of every colour.
He has. It's going to be really interesting to see how these two do, because none of the rest of the athletes, none of the rest of the riders who are here today have scored a medal in the championships, if I'm correct.
Yes, you are, but I'm going to say in the semi-finals, Ollie Jones and Hayden Pucker, phenomenal performances from both of those two athletes, and I've seen Ollie Jones sprinting recently and his numbers are superb. Stefan van Elst put in a very, very strong semi-final performance, and I think he's going to be really interesting to watch. But let's never discount team tactics. You know, 4 riders from Belgium, 3 from the USA, 2 from Denmark, Finland, Sweden and Germany. 12 countries represented across those 22 riders.
And team tactics are going to play out here today. We can see Hayden Pucker in here from the USA, or one of our younger riders coming in. He really impressed people. He's actually up against his coach. If the USA squad are a squad that fight against themselves, however, they might work together in this. How do team tactics work? What is the advantage to having a team for those people who maybe have not seen teams racing against each other?
Well, you know, in terms of, we talked about the draft earlier on, if you're going to protect a rider, having teammates around you to actually have wheels to sit on, really, really useful. That draft enabling you to use less energy so that you've got the opportunity to kick when you need to. You can send a rider down the road and hope someone's going to chase and take the sting out of their legs. There's lots of different tactics that could be at play today, whether that's in the sprint or whether it's in one of those latter stages.
And we've seen the riders, I mean, we saw Lionel Verjessen come out and square up to Hayden Pucker, and yet they've been laughing a lot in the background. Lionel Verjessen there with his trademark headband to keep the trademark hair out of the way. The only man who went to the photo shoot earlier on with hairspray, as far as I know.
Well, that may be true, but our riders, you know, one of the things I really love about cycling esports is the fact that we've got riders from their 20s up into their 40s on the stage, all qualifying for the World Championship final.
And the riders in various different types of warm-up and different conditions. You've got riders who stated that maybe they're going to go out easy, they're going to go out hard. Some people thinking about different tactics. We've got experienced riders, we've got new riders. I had the pleasure of talking to Hayden Pucker on a podcast, and he's one of the nicest young men you would ever choose to meet. But I wouldn't want to take him on the bike. How much rivalry is there in amongst the riders? You know all these riders. Or have we got anybody that, you know, realistically is going to be absolutely gutted if somebody else wins? Or is there still that camaraderie? Because I think there was a few people avoiding each other at the breakfast table.
No, I've seen a huge amount of camaraderie and a huge amount of friendship and a lot of, oh my goodness, you're taller than I thought in real life. Oh my goodness, you're not as tall. And I think that is so interesting because a lot of these riders have been racing together for years on cycling esports platforms, and that, you know, and then all of a sudden you come together in the first real live World Championships with 22 riders on the stage. You know, absolutely fantastic.
Well, we got to know the riders a little bit over the last few days. The riders got to know each other. Maybe it's time that we got to know our riders a little bit better here in the stadium and on your screens. Let's dive in. I think, first of all, let's dive in with Joshua Harris. He's always good to have a chat with.
I really like the racing on my whoosh. As an esports cyclist, I come from a running background, so I didn't particularly have the necessary skills for traditional cycling. So the esports is a great challenge and it's super intense from start to finish, which I really like.
You know me, always being sneaky. always making sure that, that there's something, or trying to think of a plan that other people haven't thought of, and then how to score points and then get an advantage over the others.
The biggest focus for me is just leveraging my strengths, focusing on the things that I'm already good at, and really leaning into those areas. We've got some amazing athletes in this field, and all I can do is my best.
Absolutely loving the sneaky Mr. Barnes up against Mr. Nice Guy, Joshua Harris. I don't know that I'd count him sneaky. He's bigger than me.
Well, he was sneaky because can you remember back to the semi-finals where he was outside the top 20 as we were coming towards the end of the racing, and all of a sudden that third lap on the final stage when all the other riders sat back for a little bit and didn't go because they were going to wait for the double points, in he snuck, he took the points, and boy, he qualified for the final.
And Thomas Roll, we heard from him at the end there. A rider I thought was really, I mean, if you wanted a super accurate response there of exactly what he was planning on doing, he was in there. He didn't give any blinders away. It is all about that. And you can see those riders' strengths. You've been able to watch those all the way through the process, through the public qualifiers, right the way through the semi-finals, into our finals here in Abu Dhabi. And we can see the riders. It is such a fantastic format, the way that it brings the riders on, it brings them in to this one place, the crucible, really, where we're going to forge the performances that are going to bring us those medals. Now, Michael Knudsen on the screens here, one of the nicest guys you could meet on the bike. I'm not so sure off the bike. He's always got a smile, he's always real fun, but when you want to race him, I'm not so sure. Ollie Jones, I mean, he's one of our favourite riders. He's a rider that a lot of people have got for their top spot.
Well, can I just say, can New Zealand do the double? That would be a really good question. So in terms of the men's podium, Germany are in top spot with 4 podium positions, then Denmark with 3 and Australia 2 out of the 3 preceding World Championships. You know, we've seen one rider from New Zealand take top spot tonight. Are we going to see another?
Well, that would be an incredible double if that was going to happen. If we were going to actually see 2 people take top spot. Hayden Pucker on our screens at the moment, I'm sure he's going to have something to say about that. Let's see what he can do. He's right alongside Ollie Jones. I mean, this, when you've got riders right next door, it really does mean they can look at each other. So to vet, one of our young riders here from Belgium, met him pretty much on day 1 of being here. It's such a nice environment, and yet the atmosphere has changed, hasn't it, a little bit?
I am just going to say that Bert from Belgium, I was chatting to him. His very first cycling eSports race was indeed public open qualifier.
Well, that was his first race. It certainly wasn't some of our riders' first races. I think we can hear from Ceremonial, but first of all, let's drop in with Michael Knudsen. Let's hear what he had to say for himself.
MyWhoosh has put on a big show to invite all the finalists for a live event, which is the first time in eSport history, and this in itself is a huge accomplishment for our sport, and I look forward to putting on a good show for the crowd.
I focused a lot on my 5-minute power because I know after I'm getting a little bit fatigued, normally I get a little bit better, but now I have to do it as fresh as possible, so it was quite a challenge to become better in my 1 minute or 5 minutes efforts, but I feel like I did a good job.
Well, fantastic to hear from Seb and from Michael. They're on your screens at the moment. Michael there, I think he's gone for the aero look. He's a little bit, maybe going a little bit thinner on top compared to Seb, but he's a little bit older. Fortunately, he's got the facial hair to make up for it. He's one of our fantastic characters, though. He's one of the riders that is going to be taking this on. You've got a very experienced rider up against a young rider, both fantastic athletes. However, we have with us a man who really is at the top of his game. A man who, when I first put words to the action on MyWhoosh, was putting down the power and making people suffer quite a lot. He's continued to do that for the team from the...
Welcome. No problem whatsoever. So, Yusuf, you know, you've won many national titles. You were the first Emirati cyclist to compete at the Olympic road race.
Yes.
You know, with big competition,
Yeah.
how these riders are feeling.
Yeah, that's a bit different between the virtual races and actual race. So today we're gonna see a very strong race. I think I would like what we saw with the woman category. So I believe today we see a strong race with the men category.
Are you pleased you're on this side of the stage and not up there with them?
I'm lucky.
You say you're lucky. I'm not sure any professional cyclist just is lucky. They've got to put the training and the hard work in. You've ridden the roads around here for so long. You know the community. You must be very proud to see so much racing, so much riding, and the strength of the riders in the men's and the women's race fields here.
Yes, I think actually I start with my whoosh since the beginning in 2020, and I'm very happy to see my whoosh that achieve this development, big development, and to have a World Championship in 2024 Abu Dhabi, and we are all proud. I am personally proud. Yeah, so I think it's gonna be a strong day and a strong race.
A strong day, strong race. Have you got nobody else is listening. Nobody else can hear this, honest.
Yeah.
Have you got a favourite out of our race field? Is there somebody you think is going to be the top man?
In my opinion.
Yeah.
My favourite is going to be, I think, from New Zealand, Ollie Jones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No pressure, guys. If you listen, oh, they're just over there. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see if they live up to that. We won't hold you to that, though. We will have to see, because it has been shocking. The women's racing earlier, it came down to the last sprint for the line. That very last point.
That was tight.
It was so close. Yeah. How loud were you cheering then?
I don't know. Let's see. Maybe we wait a little bit more and we see if my favorite will do it, Ollie Jones, or maybe other competitors will beat him.
And the racing here has been great. Are you looking forward to when we come back again, because we've got more years of more finals? Will we see you on the line?
Maybe soon I will go back.
Oh, you've heard it here first.
Well,
a return.
Fantastic. Now, we've got the racing coming up. It is 3 stages. These are much shorter than the races that you would take part in. It's a very different training. You know, you have been on my whoosh since the start. You were there when we first started, and the development has been incredible.
Yes.
You now ride, you know these roads. It's just going to grow and grow and grow. Is that something that you think is going to continue? I can't see an end to this. I mean, will we have every road in the area?
Yeah, in my whoosh you can see everything, really. They are step by step, and they are every day they show us they have a new thing. As we see now, they announced a new award of my whoosh also in the whoosh app. So today the 3 stages will be different, will be difficult, and I think the sprint one will be really tough.
The sprint is going to be key, isn't it, Emma?
Yeah, it is, but I have one question I really want to ask.
Yeah.
When you are on my whoosh and you are racing, and the gradient is at 16%, which is the steepest gradient we're going to see today, does that feel like 16% does on the road?
I think, it's hard always on eSport and indoor when you are in the roller, and it's quite same. I think it's quite same.
So it's hard work.
Maybe
either
it's
way.
more tough also.
And on the road, when we've seen you racing, we've seen you take titles, you do get that rest because it's a big bunch. So you racing on the road, there are many riders. Here, we only have 22 riders. There is less places to hide.
Yes.
Do you think that is going to work with the head?
Yeah, it's something, it's mentally. When you see only 22 riders around you, so you always looking for a drafting between a small bunch, so it's quite different than actual races. So.
Well, I think I think we're going to have to wait and see and watch to see whether your predictions, your favourites, are going to be up there. A massive thank you, Yusuf Mirza, for joining us here today on the stage. I'm sure you can't wait to get down and get a great view of our riders. And I think it's time for us to take a view across to our very first stage, because we are on 4 minutes to race start. Quite incredibly, the time has rolled on. It's time to head into the sprint.
Well, the sprint is indeed the first stage, and 15 minutes is the time that the riders are allocated. And they're allocated that time, as we have said, because, well, it's a 300-metre segment. It's the fastest rider through that segment who's going to pick up the points. That 1.6-kilometre circuit, as many times as they like, as many opportunities to sprint as they wish. This is about tactics and strategies.
Is that a combination of tactic and strategy?
I'm combining those two words and creating a new language.
New word. That is almost as good as to allport, which is a verb to go off the front of the bunch. We will see whether anybody manages that here today. Emma, sprint race. What difference will we see from the women's to the men's here? Any differences?
Well, that is a good question, and I do wonder whether we are going to see some lead-out tactics, whether we're going to see that steady start we saw in the women's race, and how this is going to play out today. Just, and I'm going to say this, just 20 points available, but with such close racing, every point counts. And the riders are going to know this. They're going to have watched that women's race and seen how close it is. They may well have fed into their tactics and their strategies and how those play out. But I think my prediction, I'm going to make a prediction, be careful.
Steady. It's a bit early in the evening for a prediction. We're on to like 6 set races.
Well, my prediction in stage 1 is that we're going to see something quite similar. We're going to see the majority of points picked up in that first lap. So once that seconds tick down, once that clock goes, keep your eyes peeled, because that first lap is going to be crucial.
It is. We're just over 2 minutes to a race start. The stage is set. You can see behind our riders the world that they're going to be entering. They're going to be making their way down into our velodrome. They'll be riding through and descending down in. That descent is key. Build pace, build momentum, drop down into the slope. The first few minutes of this could be decisive in terms of the destination of the title. Now, I know at least one rider has said they may try something crazy here tonight. No, we're not going to give any clues as to who it was. We don't want to spoil their tactics. Will they do something crazy? You can see on the screen that little bit of a descent down into our sprint, 300-meter sprint. Having numbers is going to be key. 4 riders from Belgium, 3 riders from the USA. We've got 2 from Denmark, 2 from Finland, 2 from Germany, 2 from Sweden, and then a whole host of riders who are the only riders from their nation. We talked about the nations trying to lead this out, trying to pace this. There may be 1 or 2 nations who've got a super sprinter sat in their midst, and that they're maybe going to work for.
Yes, indeed. And can I just say, bearing in mind, on that stage, waiting on that final minute countdown, Bjorn Andresen, the defending champion from Denmark, and Jason Osborne, the very first cycling eSports world champion back in 2020. It's a stacked field up there, and the final seconds are counting down.
So here we go. We have just over 30 seconds to the start of the race. This is the moment the riders get to see just how good their legs are. Have they got the power, the pace, the tactics? Will they be the rider who's going to come out on top at the end of this stage? Big starts required if they're going to go on lap number 1. Big start to the 2024 Cycling eSport World Championships men's finals. It's time to see who is going to go from the gun. It's time to send our riders out onto the course. The defending champion. We're in with him now in the middle of this pack, and 1 or 2 riders I think just drifting towards the back of that pack, potentially with a strategy.
Well, Lario going out on the front, the rider from Finland, leading the group out at the moment. Barnes and Harris, Kaminski and Knudsen, Mayer and Van Elst are riding and pushing on here. Johan Noren is there as well, but this is such a slow start.
It is, and yet we have riders distanced off the back. There is a group of riders at the back of this pack off the back, and we're looking to see which jerseys are missing, then absent from the main bunch. Now, I think I saw a number of stars and stripes disappearing backwards. Is this a tactic going to be played out? And this is going to really mess with the heads with the riders in front as well, because of course they can see the screen, they can see that radar view, they know there are riders off the back, and they will also know that they are losing riders. At the moment, we are coming into this descent. I just saw 0 watts per kilo. Nobody wants to lead this out.
No one wants to be on the lead out of this pack, because this pack are about to sprint, and Andres and Lario, Harris, Osborne. This is like a track sprint. They are playing cat and mouse with each other at the moment. There's not 2 of them on the track. There's 22 of them on the track. And this is almost track standing.
So our riders at the moment just looking at each other. I'm just watching. There's a lot of riders that we can see here in the venue just rolling and waiting. They don't want to give this away. We thought this was going to be a sprint on lap 1. If this is a sprint, this is from 0. Now, we had Peter Sagan on earlier. We have seen him take victories in World Championships from a fast sprint, from a slow start sprint. This is something else again. And I've just started to see them go, now comes the kick. This is the first sprint. This is the run for the line. They've gone from 0. Will it be hero for Ollie Jones? I'm seeing 18.8 watts per kilo coming out from the riders behind. They're trying to close down. It's fastest through the segment. This is going to be key. Mayer is leading it out. The fastest time will count, though. Has he got this? Here we go. They're through the line. They're easing off with just as seeing Barnes ease back. Emma, who's got this? Surely that has got to be one of the fastest. They went from nothing.
Well, I've got the results in front of me, and I am giggling because, well, can I just say it's USA 1, 2, and 3 in the sprint. Neil Fryatt takes the win with 20 points at the moment on lap 1, setting the fastest time. Hayden Puckett in 2, Zach Nair in 3, Vidal Mayer in 4, Casper Bormans 5, James Barnes 6, Ollie Jones 7, Kel Power 8, Lionel Yassin 9, Samuel Brandlin in 10, Kaminski 11, Martins 12, Osborne 13, Van Elst 14, Dvet 15, Turek 16, Knudsen 17, Lario 18, Thrall 19, Andreasen 20, and Johan Noren and Josh Harris. Well, Noren sprinted, but looking at Harris's watts per kilo, there was no real sprint attempt on lap 1.
Now, that was a sprint from 0 kilometers an hour. 0 effort on the way in there. They knew something was up behind. They saw those tactics coming in behind. There's been a sweep of the points. But because we have seen that kick from 0, we are seeing some big numbers here. So Neil Fryatt came through, put down 1,024 watts on the way through. We're seeing 1,100, 1,200 watts from some of these riders. I think the man with the biggest power going down was James Barnes. He's the Watt King at the moment. It's not quite enough for a small town, but he's definitely powered a village or two with that at 1,227 watts.
Well, I can tell you, Johan Noren's on the front, and they're coming back round to the descent on the track before the run into the sprint again. Well, it's regrouping, and we are seeming to have very similar tactics again. Now, are we going to see these men pick up the sprint again on lap 2? Because other than 1 or 2 of the women, nobody really took up the opportunity to sprint again.
they didn't. Now, this is going to be really key. Are we going to see a move? Just starting to see a little bit of a roll up here. Mikhail Kaminski rolls up towards the front, eases back off again for Poland, then just holding about 4th or 5th wheel. Noren is on his way in. At the moment, we're just watching now. We start to see the kick, and I think it's Teppo Lario makes a move down the side. Andreas, and he's trying to respond to this. They're going either side of the road.
Well, I tell you who has come through, and right from the back, right to the front at the moment is Josh Harris. He didn't sprint on lap 1, he's sprinting on lap 2. Where is he going to drop into the pack? Because he's powered through the line of riders here. Neil Fryatt was at the top of the table after the first lap. Who is going to be top of the table after the second?
So we wait to see if those times change, if anybody moves their position here. Remember, these points are critical. There's only 2 riders who don't score points out of the 22 riders. 20 points scoring options here. However, 2 people won't score points. The key here, though, is having draft, having somebody to sit in the wheels of.
Well, I can tell you, Josh Harris, that sprint on lap 2 has moved him into 5th place.
So he's moved his way up through here. He's pushed himself a little bit further up through the group, moves into 5th place at the moment. So at the moment, it's Fryatt in 1, Pucker in 2, Nair in 3, Mayer in 4, Harris in 5, Bormans in 6, Vujassin in 7, Barnes in 8, Jones in 9, and Power in 10. They're the riders scoring more than 10 points here at the moment if it stays as it is. The first rider on the track, well, Bjorn Andresen, the defending champion from Denmark, sitting in the 11th position. 10 points in the bank for him. Will he go again? We still have 8 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock.
Well, we do indeed have 8:20 on the clock, and you can see on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, the pack now spread in one long line. Turek just going over the top with Knudsen over the top of Andreasen. Andreasen rolling around sub 1 watt per kilo at the moment. Turek, Knudsen and Thrall going through. Thomas Thrall looking to score some points here, and I'm wondering whether he is going to be taking an opportunity. Thrall and Noren, the 2 riders now, not picking up points at the moment.
So we can just see Daniel Chirek just starting to work his way into that velodrome. Will he be the rider who pushes on and through? This is really interesting to see that he's just looking that little bit focused. Is he sitting to get that pace of 8 watts per kilo? He's holding that pace. Thrall is behind him, though. 6 seconds. I don't think he's going to close that gap down. This is going to be a run-in at speed, but he's on his own. There's nobody to break the draft for him. There's nobody to hold that wind. This is a push. He's up at 11.7. He's up at 12 watts per kilo. This is going to be really tough. He's making the effort. He's getting the support of the crowd in the stadium. He's currently sitting in 18th position. Can he move himself up? He's got 3 points. He wants some more. Look at the face of Daniel Churek. It's agony to the line. He's got to keep pushing. Every single meter is key. He's being pulled on. He sits in 18th place, 3 points at the moment. Is he going to put a faster time in? He does. He moves up 6 places. Now that is a result. What a ride.
Well,
that's the way to do it.
Absolutely a ride going on there by Turek, and a lone sprint as well. No benefit of the draft, no pack to come through. Phenomenal effort there and being rewarded.
Indeed, really good. I mean, we saw him go for that. I thought we were going to get somebody coming in through behind. Johan Noren has sprinted behind here. He was sitting in 22nd place, but he's gone solo, and that doesn't make life very easy at all.
Well, I can tell you somebody else who went for the sprint that time behind Turek was Thomas Thrall, and he's moved himself up from 21st to 8th.
Okay, let's do a quick run through the positions. Whilst it's quiet at the moment, we normally thought this would be very straightforward. It's not today. We'll try and be really quick with this. So Neil Fryatt currently sitting in 1, Pucker in 2, Nair in 3, Mayer in 4, Harris in 5, Bormans in 6, Jones in 7, Vujassin in 8, Thrall into 9th place, Barnes in 10th, Power 11, Andreasen 12, Churek 13th, because they've just dropped down that little bit at the moment. Then we have got Brandland in 14th, Kaminski 15, Martins in 16, Osborne 17, Van Elst in 18, De Vet in 19, Knudsen in 20, Lario and Noren 21st and 22nd, yet to score a point in the competition.
Start line, all 20 picking up points every single time. Here with 22 riders and racers, there's always going to be 2 riders missing out, and that, I think, is going to open up the racing a little bit more.
Now, great move. We saw that move off the front by the team from USA. Basically, they came from the back. They rode the way in through. They really pushed to get themselves into position and get themselves up to the front of the group. And he really kicked that kick, brought them through. And they took the front. I can see him here. He's just sitting looking pretty chilled out because he's got that top spot. He's up there. He's right in position. Stefan Van Elst taking a look around. I can actually look down into the stadium. And he's been looking around at the riders around him. He's nicknamed the Iceman because he's usually super cool. I'm not sure how cool he's going to be in the stadium here today.
Well, every rider has 2 fans up there. That's a cooling mechanism.
Yeah, not those sat in the seats of the stadium that are making the noise. I'm sure there's a lot more than that. So at the moment we have 4 minutes, 20 seconds to go. We've already seen people shuffle position. We've seen people move up from 18th place, which is where Stefan Van Elst is at the moment. Waiting to see if anybody else is going to go. Remember, the time is, of course, ticking away for recovery, because if you put your effort at the start of stage 1, you've got the whole of stage 1, and then between stages 1 and 2 to get that recovery in. You can see Jason Osborne just tucked down on the drops as Teppo Lario starts to wind this up. Now we're going to see Lario go. Teppo Lario out of the saddle, out of the seat, kicking on here. He's the rider on your screens. You can see him start to wind this up. The pace is really coming here. 13.5 watts kilo. He's going to hit 13.9. He's getting quicker on his way through. Can he hold this to the line? He's going to need some help on the way through. He needs support from the crowd, I think. Just starting to drop down. He's buried himself here. He has yet to score a point. Can he move up? We're going to see he was 21st. He's into the points. 2 points gained, 1 sprint done.
Well, 19th place for Lario after that sprint effort. Just over 3 minutes on the clock now. Now, that move up, I tell you something, we just had another rider pick up an extra point because Lario was in 19th. He's now just dropped to 20. And the 2 riders now out of the points, Michael Knudsen and Johan Noren. There is 3 minutes remaining for the opportunity to sprint here. Who's going to put in an effort? Who's going to save those legs for stage 2 and 3?
And whilst Martin Martins was sprinting at the end of that sprint, there was a bang on the handlebars. He moved up not as much, I think, as he maybe wanted to on his way up in and through. And now time is starting to run down for our riders. They're going to need to get their next sprint in pretty quickly because, of course, they've got to get right the way around this 1.6 kilometre lap. Kel Power at the moment, the rider who is drifting towards the line, just rolling his way in behind the defending champion. Bjorn Andreasen, Thrall behind him, Barnes is behind. We're searching through to see if anybody else is going to go here, but I think we're going to be looking to see any more effort. There's a lot of riders on the stage looking at each other, looking to see if we're going to get another move. Are we going to see a kick in towards the line? There's a few riders just standing up and just making everybody else twitchy here. There's a few people looking at each other. Zach Nair's been looking across. I saw Neil Fry actually just get out of the saddle and sit back down again. Zach Nair was being looked at there. I don't think this is clearly not. I've seen Zach Nair sprint. He's a man who is data-driven. He'll know to the watt exactly what he can put out. At the moment, he's cruising along. Well, he'll know exactly how hard he's working or not.
I have to say, nothing wrong with a little bit of psychological game playing up on the stage. That's what it's all about. It's not just about the legs. It's about the head and the heart as well. And don't forget those lungs, because they really are going to be working later. The riders now really trying to take some rest before the next stage.
Well, you say that, Emma, but I'm just starting to see another wind-up on our screens. We are able to take a little bit of a look back. Are we going to see a move off the front here? Are we going to see Michael Kaminsky wind this in here? Kaminsky at the moment just looking like maybe is he going to make a move here today, really to push on? This is going to be interesting to see. Are we just seeing a little bit of game playing with each other here as they run down? Kaminsky at the moment tapping out of rhythm. He's just in front of Michael Knudsen on the road. We are on 44 seconds to go. This is going to require a quick kick down to the line. two of our big climbers, two of the riders who are well known. I mean, we've seen Joran Noren ride really strongly before. He's not scored a point as yet. And you can see at the moment, now we've got Kaminsky putting in an effort. Kaminsky's putting in a big kick behind these riders. Is Kaminsky going to get over the line on a time? The rest of the riders are looking at him. He's putting in an effort. Has he done enough? And that's another handlebar that has seen better days, because that was not what he wanted there. What did Kaminsky get in the end there, Emma?
Well, Kaminsky sitting in 17th position in that table and staying there. Risk and reward.
Risk and reward. No more time for any more rewards in stage 1. We have run out of time here in Abu Dhabi. We are at the end of stage 1. It's time for the riders to regroup. It's time for them to reset. And it's time for everybody in the stadium to get their picks in, take a little bit of a chance to get a breather. They have seen some very different racing from the riders in this stage. Okay, so Emma, tell us the story of that stage and the riders that maybe you think did something. I mean, we saw something different from the United States, but we saw attacks and we saw kicks and sprints all the way through.
Well, we did indeed, but we very clearly saw the riders sitting back on that group, and the group started so slowly, and they really did not wind up at all. They pretty much went into that sprint like a track sprint, and cat and mouse with each other, looking over their shoulders. Well, I might have been looking side to side up there on the stage, but when the sprint did go, boy, did it go. And Neil Fryatt, Hayden Pucker and Zach Nair, the 3 riders from the USA, well, rewarded with the 1, 2, 3. 20 points for Fryatt, 19 for Pucker, 18 for Nair. Vidal Mayer in for Joshua Harris with that cracking effort later on, solo effort, moving him up into 5th position. 16 points he's rewarded with. Casper Bormans in 6th, Ollie Jones in 7th, Lionel Yassin in 8th, Thomas Thrall in 9th, and James Barnes rounding out the top 10.
Fantastic to see those top 10 performances. A bit further down the race field, 11th place for Cal Power, defending champion Bjorn Andreasen in 12th, Daniel Churek in 13th. We've got Martin Martins in 14th, Samuel Brandland in 15th, Save Devet in 16th, Kaminsky in 17th, Osborne in 18th. 19th place, Stefan Van Elsten. 20th place, Teppo Lario, who we saw put in that sprint. Knudsen and Noren, the 2 riders, yet to score any points, but both are class acts on the bike. Both are very good when it comes to climbing, and maybe after that very first sprint, deciding to save their legs. It's not all over for them by any stretch of the imagination, is it?
No, 20 points awarded for the fastest sprint time in stage 1, 80 points awarded in stage 2, and 100 points as a maximum award in stage 3. There's 180 points still to play for in this competition, and stage 2, well, we're going to see 3 opportunities there to pick up more points.
And we're just seeing Neil Fryatt, the rider who's taken the top spot at the moment. Fryatt, Pucker and Nair, the top 3. I mean, it's an absolute wash, those top 3 positions. Zach Nair on our screens at the moment. We saw him taking a look around. He's a rider who always, I'm sure, has a game plan in mind. And the riders from the United States of America making all 3 count. I mean, they've got like the entire team basically on the podium if the racing were to stop now. That is a great result, but it's only the foundation. It's no good having the best foundations in the world if, as you move up from there, it all comes tumbling apart.
Well, but it comes tumbling down if your foundations aren't strong. And strong at the moment are those 3 riders from the US. Now, Vidal Mayer in 4th place, doing a superb job, and Joshua Harris doing a cracking solo effort there. Game plan now for the riders from the USA, Matt.
Game plan. Keep going. Don't stop now. Don't Stop Moving.
I think there's a song in there, isn't
I'm
there?
sure there is probably a song title in there at some point, showing my very bad musical taste. I think for me, though, you've got three right. You're in a really strong position with the entire team up there, because not only have you got the leader, but you've taken points away. So even if any of these riders maybe aren't fancying their chances in the later stages, maybe they've got one stage in them, because they've taken those points away from the rest of the riders, from the rest of the nations, they know that they have got that advantage. And I think getting set up there at the front, what a way to, you know, I mean, we saw Hayden Pucker there squaring up to Vijestan at the start as they came out joking. But I'll tell you something, they really have thrown the budgets down. This sprint went from nothing. I mean, we came up from zero and they kicked down so hard. And I think for me, that happened in part because of the United States tactics, because the American team sat at the back, they drifted off the back. There's not a jersey in sight on that screen. They're at the back at the moment, waiting and waiting and waiting. Then they're going to come charging through. And they may well have played the entire race field for a blinder there, because by waiting, they then had the entire field. If the field had ridden off into the distance, it would have just been the three riders from the United States, but they were catching riders on that straight. So it may well be that they are currently sitting quite smug on those saddles on the bikes up there, thinking, yeah, do you know what? We didn't think it will. We went for it. We didn't know if it would work. That, I mean, could they have got a better result?
Well, they held their nerve, and it paid off. Fryatt, Pucker and Nair, the three riders at the top of the table so far. Everybody now chasing. And I tell you, one rider who did chase and actually come in with a late sprint, Daniel Turek, came in with that late sprint, a bit like Joshua Harris, and pulled himself up the table. Again, another great effort to do so.
Yeah, Daniel Turek, I think he was 18th to 12th position. He moved himself up. He only dropped one place subsequent to that to drop down into 13th place. He was cheered on by the crowd in the stadium. Teppo Lario got some big shouts on the way through, but you can see how hard he was breathing after that. That put him up into the points, eventually coming out in 20th position. Nair, though, I mean, he really was enjoying his first stage. It's often said, probably by me far too many times, that a happy rider is a fast rider. These riders at the moment, there's going to be some very happy riders, and there's going to be some far less happy riders in the middle of that pack, and at the bottom of that pack looking to score points.
Well, my view now is you put that aside. You've done what you can do on stage one. The focus is now stage two. These are the standings after stage one. Neil Fryatt from the USA, 20 points in top spot. Hayden Pucker and Zach Nair, Fryatt's compatriots, in second and third with respective 19 and 18 points. Vidal Mayer in fourth place, 17 points. Josh Harris, 16 points in fifth with 15 points. Casper Bormans in sixth place. Ollie Jones in seventh with 14 points.
Lots of these riders playing in multiple sprints. A lot of these riders sprinting from zero, which they maybe weren't expecting. A very different load and a very different way to sprint. Some riders are great going from speed with a fast sprint. Some riders are better going from zero and winding it up with that just one really big kick. But lots of riders putting in multiple efforts, and I think there's a lot of riders who've done something that they weren't expecting. That means that if you were playing this really, really smart, you put in a reasonable performance, you didn't go absolutely flat out. Now, we're taking a look on the MyWish website, so MyWish, of course, powering the whole event, and it's the results at the moment, of course, online are provisional, but what they're saying, it tells us a lot of data on there. It tells us the average watts per kilo, the heart rate, the points that they've scored on there. Taking a look through that data, go pretend you're Zach Nair for a moment and analysing the data, because he, like you, is a coach as well. You're looking at that data. I love throwing them with these really difficult questions. Is there anybody on there that you're looking at thinking they went way over and above, and anybody on there that you think has been saving themselves for the Strategist?
Well, I'll tell you something. The average watts from power from Belgium in 11th place, 17.8 watts per kilo he hit. And I'll tell you something, just rewarded with 11th place. Now that is about positioning in the pack, and positioning in the pack is going to be absolutely key for stage two. The Strategist is coming up next. 3 opportunities to score points, and where you are in that pack is going to be crucial. At the base of the climb, the first opportunity for scoring points. 20 points available, maximum down to 1 at the top of the climb, and that climb kicks to 16.2%. 20 points at the top for the first rider over the line. The finish line, well, that is double points. 40 points for the first rider over the finish line on this stage. And, well, we could see a breakaway at the top of the climb, hold all the way to that line.
And it's a one-lap race. There's no repeating any of the circuit. So it is one hit, one wonder. Now, when we had our semi-finals on this course, the Danish Federation, who really seem to have the sport dialed, had this dialed. Everybody was expecting to come out and then sprint. That did not happen. What is going to happen this time around? We are on the last few seconds. It's time to get our riders up and racing. It's stage 2. Away we go. We're in with the current leader, Neil Fratt from the United States. 20 points, maximum points scored so far. This is going to be key because this could see the United States really rip this up. The Danish Federation sprinted from the absolute moment of go pretty much to the first sprint line. They lined it out, and a lot of the people who were racing that were left wondering what was going on.
Well, that was the semi-final. This is the World Championship final, and the rider on the front at the moment is Power. Pucker is there, Osborne, Van Elst, Knudsen and Bormans, but the pace very, very steady as they come out of that start. It's not wound up yet. They are wide across the road. James Barnes comes to the fore. He's pushing on at 9 watts per kilo because this is that short kicker that comes at the beginning of this race. Yasin marking the front of the field with Hayden Pucker and Daniel Turek, but Barnes now off the Power, and the group, well, they're coming back.
So the group just starting to come back. He kicks again, a little bit of a dig here. You can see the rider on the left of the screen, the avatar in the center of the big screen, and you can just see, keeping them working hard here. He's not letting them come back. He's not making this easy. 6.5 watts per kilo. Now, I'll tell you something, that he's still looking pretty comfy. He's taking a quick check across. He's taking a look at what's going on with the riders around him, and he's still looking like he is still able to look tactically across whilst pushing there. So a stretch, a little bit of a push. See if somebody's going to go. Now comes the response. Zach Nair pursuing him as they make the way down. Nair going to try and close this down. It may well be that he's going to go straight over the top. Remember, that first sprint comes quick on stage number 2. This is going to be critical.
Well, that first base of the climb at 2.1 kilometers, they're at 1.4, 1.5 now. There's 600 meters to go till they get to the base of the climb points banner. And Zach Nair at the moment is leading this out. James Barnes now responding, wanting to come back onto his wheel. Branlin and the rest of the pack still have not picked up the pace. They're riding nowhere near the power of Nair and Barnes. These two riders coming up to 300 meters to go mark. In 300 meters, they are going to pick up points, and the pack behind, well, Martin's now responding. The German rider starting to pick up the pace, pick up the sprint, but it's Nair and Barnes.
So this is the run for the line. Barnes wants to take away maximum points. Remember, this is 20 points down to 1. A few people are going to lose out on points. Is Barnes going to be the first person to break the USA's top 3? It looks like he is. Barnes goes over the line, followed by Nair. This is the punch, sprinting in. This is the next set of points, but this is the run. We are now straight onto the climb. The first points are being allocated. This is now about being in position, holding position, and maybe even attacking to go clear.
Well, I'm going to run through the points scored at the base of the climb very quickly. Barnes picks up 20, Nair 19, Yasin 18, Osborne 17, Bormans Mayer, Martin, Knudsen, Kaminsky, Thrall, Branlin, Turek, Fryer, Lario, Jones, Dvert, Harris, Pucker, Van Elst and Power are your top 20. Andreasen and Noren out of the points on the base of the climb.
And the provisional overall lead looks like it may well have changed with the result of the base of the climb. Nair moving up into top spot at the moment because he took so many points and was sitting in second place. Nair, Jasin, Bormans, Barnes, the current top 5, but we are on the climb. And Ollie Jones, one of the big favoured riders on the front. He's got Jason Osborne, the very first cycling eSports world champion on his wheel, and we are losing riders out at the back.
Well, we are indeed, and the stretch is on. 2 groups now on the road, and this leading group stretched down. Take a look at the tail on that comment. And Vujasin and Pucker, Van Elster, Osborne and Jones are the riders out the front. Turek and Harris are with them. There's a bunch on the front and one long line behind them.
It's a long line with, looks like 3 riders detached. They are in trouble at this stage because remember, once we go over the top of the climb, it's going to be flat, then it descends. Once the riders get onto that descent, the big group gets the draft advantage. The more riders, the more draft there is, the more places there are to hide, the easier it is to stay clear of the race field. Pucker out of the saddle on your screens at the moment, but it's Knudsen who's leading up here. So the man who had yet to score a point looks like he's wanting to break clear. He's wanting to take a group away. Knudsen on the attack. Osborne answering. Osborne goes over the top here. The 2 riders slugging it out at the front of the race. Pucker is holding in there. We've got Vujasin, Van Elster, Turek in the mix. Jones is in the mix as well. This group at the front of the race. This is going to be critical.
Well, it is a huge push coming on the front at the moment. They are nearly towards the top of the climb. They've got to make it to the top. And Jason Osborne at the moment starting to get a gap. So Osborne starting to get a gap now at 1 second, 2 seconds back to 4th place. So this really is starting to work for Yasin is doing the chasing with Pucker. Andreasen has come up to the 4. So paying close attention now, the Danish rider Andreasen. Kaminski now at 3 seconds because Osborne, well, he is climbing strongly and he wants these points at the top of this climb.
So Osborne at the moment on the move. Andreasen chasing here. He's the rider who took his title by basically putting a surprise move in, breaking away to take his title. And a very worthy winner being able to go so strongly. He's now chasing. He's starting to detach the riders behind off his wheel. It looks to me like it's going to be Vujasin who's going to be closing down here. So it's Osborne in 1, Andreasen in 2, Vujasin in 3, Pucker in 4 at the moment. Pucker's face is an absolute picture as he keeps in touch. He does not want to let any single rider go. They need to be in the group. The top of the climb, to quote Emma on multiple occasions, has got to be their first finish line of this race this time because this is where the selection is going to be made. Detached from a group here, you are in big, big trouble.
Well, the polka dot banner, there it is. Osborne goes underneath it first. He's going to pick up 20 points at the top of the climb. The riders behind it's Vujasin and Andreasen coming through in that order. So Lionel Vujasin from Belgium picks up 19 points. Bjorn Andreasen from Denmark, 18. Then it's Josh Harris, 17 points. Hayden Pucker in 5th. Then it's Kaminski, Noren and Van Elst.
So we're going to have to see what that does to the points totals in the overall as it's added in. Those points scores are still being calculated on the way through. So these results live at the moment. Remember, we have the stage result and the overall result as the points are added in. Now you can just see Lionel Vujasin there just taking a drink as he's gone up over the top. Provisionally, I have him leading overall in the finals. With stage 1 and the stage 2 points so far combined, but it is very, very close behind. I think there is only 1 point separating 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Well, we said it was going to be a close competition, and it is going to be a close competition in this men's 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championships. It might be powered by My Whoosh, but at the moment those turbos are being powered by the 22 racers on the stage. Osborne is off the front, and he's stayed off the front of the race on the descent. He's got the transition now, and it's by no means flat to the finish line where those double points are available. The chase is on behind 2 riders, Vujasin and Andreasen. They are chasing Osborne.
So our riders are away. They are moving on towards the finish. We have covered 5.5 and now 5.6 kilometers for Bjorn Andreasen, the man who is chasing with Lionel Vujasin. Behind them, it's 4 seconds back to Pucker. Harris is in the mix. Noren and Kaminski, 14 seconds back from Vujasin, which makes it 20 to Osborne. Are we going to see a regroup at the front, Emma?
Well, that is a good question. And at the moment, I think Osborne looking very, very strong. The power that is coming out of him. He's sitting just over 6 watts per kilo. The chase behind sitting around 5.5. So Osborne's power is stronger. That 7-second gap, I think, is going to stay. My question is, will Pucker and Harris join Vujasin and Andreasen?
Well, yes. I think for me, they've got to get back. They need to get in touch. They can't afford to let that gap go. There's a chasing group behind them. You can see at the moment on the left-hand bottom of your screen, you've got Osborne. Then you've got Vujasin, the centre of the screen at the bottom. That's Andreasen, the defending champion, with the gold and green of Australia, Harris. And then you've got Pucker from the United States on the right-hand side of that screen. Harris at the moment is working hard here. He's trying to close down. So is Pucker. All the riders on the limit here. Time is ticking away, though. 6.5 kilometres covered of the 8.9K.
Well, it is indeed coming to the fore now with this 8.9 kilometre course. The key thing to note, however, is those time gaps don't count. It's the position that you finish in that is important.
It is, but those time gaps at the moment are super, super small. They could be closed down. And when we come up into the finish, remember the profile of this course. We went into the climb. We hit the first marker at the base. We went over the top of the climb. And the run down in towards the finish, it's not flat. It's a bumpy run in. There are plenty of places to attack and to kick. We're seeing Vujasin at the moment putting in a bit of a dig here. Osborne is clear, though. 13 seconds at the front of the race. He's out of the saddle here in the stadium. He's kicking on. Osborne has gone for the breakaway move over the top of the climb. He's holding it. He's committed to it. This, though, is going to be tough. These next few kilometres are going to be critical.
Well, perfect tactic by Jason Osborne. We knew he'd have to break away from the group and drop them to go clear. And that would be his strength here today. And he's showing us that strength on stage 2. The top of the climb was his. It may well be that the finish line is as well on stage 2. And it's double points on that finish line. So Osborne continues to move here today. There he is on our screens. Jason Osborne up and out of the saddle. Josh Harris, part and parcel of that chase with Pucker. They are moving through and picking up points. Vujasin and Andreasen, the two chasers, they're staying clear of Pucker and Harris. 5 seconds back. That gap is not going to be closed.
I don't think that gap is going to be closed. Jason Osborne, who at the moment is sitting in 3rd place overall with the current point score as I have it at the moment. He's sitting in 3rd place. Behind him, Andreasen. Well, Andreasen at the moment needs to score big because Andreasen is sitting currently in 15th place overall. Pucker, though, well, he's in a good spot. He's currently sitting in 6th place. But remember, these are the riders that are up the road. Joshua Harris, another rider who at the moment is going to score big. 7th position at the moment. Behind him, Michael Knudsen on the move. Knudsen has moved up. He was languishing down the bottom of the points table. He's up to 16th position at the moment. These are the riders at the front of the race. 8K covered. We are coming into those last few 100 meters. This is where it really starts to hurt. The lungs are burning. The legs are screaming. They're going to need all of your support, whether you're at home watching on the TV screen or here in the stadium.
Well, Jason Osborne is on the left-hand side of the screen. We've got Pucker and Harris on the right-hand side, but Osborne is going to see the finish line first. He's coming up through this race. He's extended his gap back to Vujasin and Andreasen. Jason Osborne is going to see the UCI banner for the end of stage 2. He's going to come through the finish line and pick up 40 points. So Jason Osborne is going to pick up the final points on stage 2 today.
What a ride by Jason Osborne. He went clear. He's opened up the gap. He's thrown the gauntlet down to the rest of the riders behind him. They're still on the way into the line. The run to the line, it looks like that sprint is going to be taken by Bjorn Andreasen. Then it's going to be Lionel Vujasin.
It is indeed, and Hayden Pucker and Josh Harris fighting it out for 4th and 5th. It looks to me like Pucker has got the better of Harris. He has indeed. The results have just come up on my screen, and the battles go on further down the field as Knudsen, Borman's Mayer, Turek, Kaminsky all come through. Noren is there as well as Jones. This course, this stage 2 has absolutely blown this men's race field apart.
And Ollie Jones at the moment in 12th place, a rider that lots of people have tipped on the way through, but that is in terms of this stage result. We will see if that holds out. You can see straight away Jason Osborne, the winner of stage 2 in some style, attacking on the climb blew the rest of them away. He opened the gap. What a ride on the way in. That is really, really impressive riding to hold off the rest of this world-class field.
Well, and that phenomenal performance at the top of the climb and on the finish line from Jason Osborne, I think is going to put him on the top of the stage results.
So our stage results still being compiled. Our riders on the way in and through. As soon as we have those, we will bring those to you. Just taking a look at the riders rather than the stats here, Emma. We are basically 2 stages complete, but the first one was a sprint stage. We've then had this 8.9k stage. We've got a 16k stage to go. Is anybody really at the moment looking like they are sitting back? I mean, we've got riders still coming to the finish. I think Samuel Brandlin at the moment just making his way in towards the line, just putting in his final effort. He's going to get in and over the line within that time cut off. But has anybody here maybe just sat out stage 2 a little bit and thought, you know what? I went better than I thought on 1. If I rest well now, I'm going to have a great stage 3.
Well, can I say, stage 3, which is being used as the final stage today, all out. Back in the semi-final, Jones, Pucker, Andreasen and Power. Well, they were the top 4 on the stage. Andreasen, for me, interesting because really strong on stage 2. Nowhere near as strong on stage 1. And was that deliberate? Good question. Did he want to perform strongly where the larger amount of points were? Jason Osborne, I think, using tactics on that stage that I think we probably would have all thought he needed to go clear of those riders and just hold that pace that we know he can to ride away from the race field.
And we're seeing our riders here trying to cool down, just seeing Jon Andreasen there pouring the water all over himself so that he gets that cooling effect as the wind from the elite fans blows over him as it goes across over the turbo training bit and him behind. It's just going to try and keep him that little bit cooler. Really warm in here at the moment. You see that on the riders' faces. But at the moment, the man who impressed in that stage surely is Michael Knudsen. So Michael Knudsen at the moment looking very strong. He moved up. He's probably the rider to move up from the end to the top. We're just watching to see where he ends up in our standings. And once all our riders are in and across, the results checked, double checked, triple checked. It's not just computers, it's got Mark 1 human brain power behind it as well, just doing that stage check as well, just to make sure everything goes to plan, which it is, and I think it won't be long before we can get you the confirmed results behind. But the top 3, well, there's no doubting Jason Osborne coming over the line on stage 2 to take victory from Lionel Verjassin and Jon Andreasen.
Well, and I have the points in front of me. So Jason Osborne picking up 77 points on that stage. Verjassin picks up 73. Andreasen 56, Knudsen 54, same as Casper Bormans, in fact, 54. Hayden Pucker 53, Josh Harris 53. We said this was going to be close. There are a lot of people picking up the same points. In fact, Mayer and Kaminsky both pick up 49.
So plenty of riders scoring points from the gun, though. You could see this bunch doing a little bit of watching each other as they set out on to a race route. So as they make their way onto the course, we saw James Barney said he might go for a sneaky move. He put in a sneaky move. He was off the front. Thank you very much for living to expectations there, James. One of the great characters of cycling eSports. Now, Zach Nair, well, he came in hard. He saw that move from Barnes. He went over the top of Barnes. He went in and through. The USA team playing a little bit of... also saw the riders playing defense there as well. And sometimes they combine, and that was what happened for Nair. That actually, at that stage, put him up into the overall lead. Behind him, Ollie Jones on the climb, though, was the first really to show his nose out the front. And that was, in some ways, expected, Emma.
Yeah, it was indeed expected. And then marked by Osborne, who just went clear. But really interesting to see Verjassin responding really strongly in that race with Andreasen.
Yeah, I mean, Andreasen, because of that way he took his victory last year, and when he went clear, he was always going to be marked out. He may not have the rainbow stripes unless he can pull them on at the end of the race anymore, but he always is going to be a threat, and people know that he's a rider to watch. Jason Osborne coming over the top. He answered everything He then got onto the front, and at this stage, at 3.2k into the race, started to stretch out. At 400 meters, I mean, the gap was nothing, 2 seconds back. You could hardly see it being opened much further at that stage. I thought, well, they're going to come, they're going to squeeze that gap down. But they couldn't answer him, and Osborne, out of the saddle as he went over the top, just continued in. When you go over the top and you push into that descent, it's key to push over the very top section and into the steep section, because that is where you build your speed for the rest of the run. A bit like downhill skiing, you've got to get it building from the moment you go in.
You have, and never discount the ability to put gap in on a downhill section. If you can put that effort in, that kick in, and really get your pace up really high at the top of that climb when you start descending, you're just going to extend that gap on the other riders.
And that is going to be really, really key, isn't it, when we go into our next stage. Now, as we went in towards the later stages of the race, as we came into the finish, Osborne was clear, but it wasn't. He had to keep going to the finish. He didn't seem to ease off, particularly as he came into the line. Behind him, Vajassin and Andreasen were not necessarily happy with those positions. I think we saw Vajassin put an attack in there. Do you think, I mean, that's not a huge point gap to move from, you know, above or below the Andreasen. Was that really necessary?
It may only be 1 point, but we saw 4th and 5th and 6th and 7th tied in the women's race on the same points, and they do know every single point is crucial, and I can tell you, because the results and the standings are very close.
Well, I think the anticipation is there. At the top of the standings, you can see 86 points up at the top. Lionel Vajassin, that point was critical. Vajassin leading from Osborne, and then Booker there, the 1, 2, 3. So we now have the man from Belgium, Vajassin, above the German rider Osborne. Then it's the United States rider Booker. Behind him, Harris in 4, Borman's in 5, tied on points. So only separated by their position in that last stage.
They are indeed, and then Vidar Mayer only 3 points back, 66 points, 1 point ahead of Ollie Jones in 7th. Knudsen, and what a stage for Michael Knudsen, 54 points, moving himself up into 8th position from not scoring any points on stage 1. Superb work on stage 2. Daniel Churik, 53 points overall. Kaminsky, 53 points. Look how close this is.
And then behind Ollie Jones, 47 points, so he's not exactly sitting back very far. You can see Zach Nair currently in 12th position, so whilst we've seen Knudsen move up, we've seen Nair go into the race lead. During the stage, he had the virtual race lead. He dropped back down again because of the moves at the end of that race. Then it's Martins, then stage 1 winner, Neil Friant in 14th place here, 41 points, then Thrall. And then we're in to the last of the riders currently in the standings. However, there's been some good point scores here.
Well, there have indeed. Johan Noren picking up 34 points again just in that stage. He was one of the riders at the bottom of stage 1, so phenomenal racing from him. James Barnes picking up and on the 34 points as well as Noren. Stefan van Elst, 33 points. Seb de Wert, 25. Kel Power, 21. Samuel Brandlin, 16. And Teppo Lario, 8 points, sitting in 22nd place.
So all 22 riders scoring points, although the points are only going to the top 20 riders at each of those points allocation places. So at each of those checkpoints around the course. We've had our sprint, where it was fastest through the sprint section. That was number 1 stage. We have had stage 2, the Strategist, and this is all about, and has been all about, making sure you get your strategy right, making sure you score points at the right place in the stage. Some of our riders scoring big at the base of the climb and then fading as they went over the climb and into the descent, scoring points at the top and the double points at the finish being absolutely critical. Now that's 50% of the points in the men's race. We've still got 50% of those points to go out in the final 16k or 4 laps of racing. Vajassin, who's at the top of the standings at the moment, has been a rider who knows how to race and ride on my wish, inside out. He has been a long-time rider on the platform. So is Jason Osborne, a rider who has gone to Continental Pro and returned to eSports as well. And then Hayden Pucker rounds out the top 3, a new rider to eSports coming from a very different background as well. So, I mean, 3 very different riders and different pathways to get to where they're at.
Well, they are indeed, and I'm just taking a little bit of a look back at the semi-final results that I've got in front of me, and on stage 3, the all-out, that 4-lap race. The first lap was actually taken by Vujasin in the semi-finals. Andreasen took the second, Noren took the third, and Pucker took the fourth. So every single lap in the semi-final was taken by a different rider. It's going to be interesting to see what tactics we see at play today. Are we going to see Osborne go for a long effort again and be able to get away from the group like he did on stage 2? Or are we going to see it play out very, very differently?
And those were the winners of each of those points allocated at the top of the climber stage 3. So we've got 4 different riders at the top.
4 different riders going over that lap line on each of those 4 laps.
Wow. Because I was just taking a little look at the points in total scored at that point and the way that the semi-finals played out. Remembering, of course, that they were aiming to qualify. They were not aiming to necessarily win. And I think that's the one thing we really have to bear in mind, that although you can make predictions based on a semi-final, it's about qualifying. And some riders, I think, were maybe putting some misdirection out there.
Well, and I also think some races are championship races. And you see that in many, many different sports. Riders coming to the fore for a World Championships because it is the World Championships. Well, stage 3, it's all out, and our riders are going to have to race all out for the win because there's only one rainbow jersey available for the men today. And 4 laps of this 4-kilometre circuit, giving a 16-kilometre race to decide the World Championship title.
Key in this, as we saw in the women's amazing finale, is keeping on going right to that final sprint. But as Emma has suggested, it is not unheard of for riders to go on a long-range attack. In fact, some riders only option at this coming stage because they need to score big each and every lap. There is a myriad of choices of tactics. There is a myriad of choices of ways to ride the stage, where to pick up the points. Is anybody feeling strong enough to go for all 4? Remember, of course, that when we come into the end of the race, it is double points on that last sprint for the line. At the moment in the hot seat, Lionel Vujasin, he has now got a target almost on his back. He's the man they now need to beat in here. And he's 6 points. He's only 6 points clear of Osborne.
He is indeed 6 points clear of Osborne. And the gap back to Pucker, well, it's 12 points between Osborne and Pucker. So a bigger gap and a bigger ask for Hayden Pucker to close that down. Then it's very close behind because Harris is on 69 and Bormans is as well. Mayer is on 66 and Andreasen on 65.
So Vujasin to Osborne to Pucker, very, very close indeed. Then it is Harris to Bormans to Mayer to Andreasen. And remember, all these riders who are in here, they are really, really wanting, I think, to prove themselves on the stage here today to the people who are sat watching them in action. I think for me, that's a key part of the motivation here that we maybe haven't seen before.
Well, yeah, it is indeed. And they are going to want to prove themselves. And the course they are proving themselves on, that final kicker, that final run to the line goes to 12%. And let's not forget, it's not the only climb on the course. There is a smaller climb earlier on. So, well, those climbing legs are going to have to come out of the bag for this final stage.
2 minutes to a race start time to the final stage, the final race that will go down here in Abu Dhabi at the 2024 Cycling eSports World Championships, powered by My Whoosh. Not long until we see who is going to take away the titles. So far, we've seen some great racing. Emma, can I dare to throw you a prediction at this stage? Not a rider necessarily, but maybe will it come down to the last sprint? Yes or no? Go on, we'll make this
I think
a one-word answer.
I think I could give you the final points, being double points on that last lap, are going to be absolutely crucial in deciding the podium.
Well, Jason Osborne, the man who went on the attack, really rolled his way up through the standings. The move by Vujjasin making his way up into the standings. This is going to be key as we watch the riders.
We're watching the riders and they are lining up and getting ready to go. They've got around a minute now until the final stage of this 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championships powered by MyWhoosh here in Abu Dhabi in the UAE. They're going to need the crowd behind them. The crowd in the auditorium here are going to have to get behind these riders because they have 16 kilometers separating them from the rainbow jersey, from the World Championship title here today in Abu Dhabi.
So we are into our final countdown, 30 seconds to go. This is critical. Time to get on the edge of your seats. Time to put the popcorn down so it doesn't go flying. Time to get yourself ready for the racing that is going to decide who will take home the iconic rainbow banded jersey awarded to all of the world champions by the UCI. It's time to race. Stage 3, here we go.
And away go our riders on the final stage. It's all out, and the riders are all out of the start pen at the moment. We're in with Lionel Vujjasin. You can see him on the screen. You can see his avatar there. He's sat currently in 6th. Pucker leading this out with Nair and Noren. Fryer is up there as well. But these riders now all right across the road, indicating a very similar pace from our 22 riders on the screen. In fact, it's so similar. Vujjasin has gone from the front of the pack to the back of the pack very, very quickly.
Now there's a move gone off the front. Thomas Stroll has really gone in hard here. That was a very, very quick move. Just saw him flying through the pack. He's quickly answered those. Zach Nair onto his heels. Now comes Barnes. Will this be a breakaway group? We're getting instant action. We've only had 40 plus seconds now, 50 seconds of racing. Away they've gone. Barnes on the move. He went over Nair. He went over Thrall. The first salvo has been fired. It stretched the group. But are they going to bring back Barnes? He's tapping a rhythm out at the moment, being answered by Nair. The red chevrons on the Zach Nair's name, they're indicating how deep he's going. One of the key features, whether you're training or racing on MyWhoosh, it tells you how deep the riders around you are digging.
Well, Mikhail Kaminsky coming to the fore of the group for the first time tonight. Kaminsky on the front of the pack, Nair in 2, Harris in 3. Osborne now moving up as well and paying close attention. So is Turek and Vujjasin. Ollie Jones and Stefan van Elst are now moving up as well. The riders still in one big pack. They're about to hit the short kicker of a climb that comes early before the 1.5 kilometers of this course, and it's steep. It's just kicked to 8% under their wheels. You can see the top though. It might be steep, but it is short, and the pack are climbing together.
So this will be indicative of who is on form. Anybody losing ground, getting distance at this stage is in trouble. This is going to be really key. Everybody just about there. It's Thrall at the back in the red and white of Canada with that maple leaf on his back, trying to close the gap down onto the back wheel of the riders in front. Osborne took nicely in this group as they go over the top. And at the moment, I think we're going to see all of this group back together. No instant counter-attack going over the top of the climb at this stage. This, the intermediate climb on the lap. The final climb comes, remember, each and every lap, 4K, 8K, 12K, 16K. That's my maths done for the night.
Well, your maths might be done for the night, but this racing isn't, and there's a push on the front of the pack at the moment. The riders are pushing, and it is indeed the rider from South Africa. It is James Barnes pushing on the front. Zach Nair is counteracting the move here, and Johan Noren in close attention as well. So Noren coming back up to Nair at the moment, but Nair is on Barnes' wheel. Barnes now sitting up, so is Nair. The pack is going to come back to them. Well, they put the push in on the descent, but they didn't want to keep this going. Johan Noren, however, he's coming in and he's gone straight over the top.
He's flown over the top. You can see him rolling. He used the draft. He used the speed and the pace. He's gone over the top. He did not want that to come back together again. Barnes, who's been attacking, being answered by Nair, both being caught and passed up by Johan Noren. Noren is now instigating the move. They've got to answer. If you're not on your toes, if you've not got your wits about you, you are going to be distanced. This is putting riders in trouble. You can see Seb De Vet here chasing down the group here. Is this team tactics at play where De Vet is closing the gap down for Vujasin, his countryman here? Vujasin leading, remember, coming in. This could be team tactics that make the difference in the title race.
Well, if you watch the World Championship gravel, if you watch the cyclocross, you will see those Belgium jerseys out in force. They're out in force today here on the eSports World Championships as well, because Vujasin is riding strongly. Vet out on the front there, really pushing team tactics at play, perhaps from Team Belgium, but they're not the only riders and nations out there pushing on strongly.
So here we go, we're coming in to the climb, and now you can see that the left-hand turn has been taken by our race leader. The riders are out of the saddle here, and they are really trying to kick on. We've seen moves coming. There's an answer behind. Barnes is kicking hard. Pucker is kicking hard. Nair is in the right position, though. He's sitting in third wheel at the moment. The gaps are opening up behind him. Bjorn Andreasen is in touch here, the defending champion, who maybe didn't get the start he wanted, now starts to move up into second place. Less than 200 meters to go.
200 meters to go at the end of lap one. It's Casper Bormans on the front. Bjorn Andreasen's on the wheel. Vujasin is there. So is Osborne and Jones. Thrall is moving up through the pack at the moment. But it's Casper Bormans who's going to see the UCI banner first. Bormans is going to take the 20 points at the end of lap one. Vujasin in 2. Andreasen in 3. Jason Osborne 4.
What a move. Big sprint numbers coming out there. We're seeing 12, 13, 14 watts per kilo on that kick up over the top. The youngster there, Casper Bormans. What a sprint move by him coming in. And what a climb as he went up. His average up there, 372 watts. And you can see the damage it's done behind. If you look to the left-hand side of the main screen, you can see the yellow discs that represent each rider have been stretched out. We've got riders detached from the main group completely. We've got the main group fractured as it comes down and along this straight. They're on to the intermediate, drag up to the climb.
This is dangerous now, because this is the point in the race where we could see a group go clear. The rest of that long line of riders on the bottom left all want to get back on and close this down. But Osborne, Vujasin and Bormans, Andreasen are all moving here. The gap back to Kaminski now at 1 second, and Kaminski is kicking.
This is the key move of the race here. Surely we've got Osborne, we've got Vujasin, Bormans and Andreasen at the moment. 4 riders on the front. They saw there was a gap behind. You could see on Vujasin's face, he made that decision. You could see it reflected in his expression. This is the time to move. Let's see if we can break this some more. Who can we lose? Can we get rid of some of the key competition? He's got Andreasen, though, holding station, 4th place in this group. Kaminski in 5th. 5 riders back together again. And then the chase from Pucker, 2 seconds. And even if this comes back together, that has done damage to the riders.
Well, they're about to go into the small climb. It may only be small, but it may well be crucial here as Osborne, Vujasin, Bormans, Andreasen and Kaminski go in. Pucker gets onto the back of the group. So the group was 5. It's now 6. Will it be 6 at the top of the climb?
This is part way through lap number 2. We are making our way up over the top. We drop back down again. It's going to be really key. And look at Jason Osborne at the moment go. He's starting to open up the gap. The answer's trying to come. Kaminski's now really trying to close. You can just see Barnes got out of the saddle there, but it is Osborne who is leading this race over the top. He's got a gap. Will it be enough? Are they going to let him go a second time? Surely not.
Well, if anybody can do anything about Jason Osborne, I'm sure they will. But the question is, can they?
There is a question that has to be answered by our riders and answered quickly as they come in. We are making our way off that high point midway around the course. Time for our riders to take a breather if they are in a pack. You've got the opportunity, though, to push on and make life hard if you are feeling good. You've got to make the most of those opportunities. Riders do not always feel strong at the same time in a race.
No, they don't. And sometimes you can have a really difficult patch and then recover from it and come back. And that is something some riders, well, you tend to cross your fingers for without actually crossing them. But Osborne at the moment doesn't need to cross his fingers to do anything because he's on the descent at the moment into the final kicker that will be the end of lap 2. Well, it is a 5-second gap moving on to 6. And Osborne now is motoring. The pace is off from Vujasin, Pucker, Kaminski, Andresen and Bormans. Osborne is on the move.
Osborne is on his way again, and this is where we see him kick towards victory at the moment as the points stand. Vujasin with 103, Osborne at 94, Casper Bormans at 88. These are riders at the moment. We've got a little bit of a gap behind, 7 points back to Andreas, and he's currently in 4th place. These are provisional overall standings as we are on the road. Jason Osborne, you can see, though, is trying to close the gap to 97 points at the moment to 105. It's shown at the moment on the stage. We have to see, though, if this is going to stick. So Osborne is making his move. Churek is holding the station in the group behind. Now we saw Daniel Churek put a sprint in stage number 1. That was when he picked up. He moved up through the standings. He probably wanted to move up more. It could well be that those points gained on stage 1 here are what are going to keep him up in a contentious position, in contention. It might be contentious for everybody else because they might not want him there, but it is definitely in contention. We are heading into the climb. This is the run up to the summit. Jason Osborne has 10 seconds clear. That is the gap from the leader to 2nd place.
Well, Osborne is clear by 10 seconds, but Vujasin, Kaminski, Andresen, Pucker and Bormans are all on the climb now. Osborne is pushing. He's still pushing strongly. You can see him on the left-hand side of your screen in the arena. Look at concentration on his face, and he's concentrating on that UCI banner. He can see it. That's the top of the climb. That's the end of the lap. That is 20 points for Jason Osborne. So Jason Osborne pushes and picks up those 20 points. Andresen, Bormans, Vujasin are now fighting it out on this stage. This is lap 2. These are the points that they want, and it's Bormans going through in 2nd, picking up 19 points. Andresen picks up 18. Vujasin picks up 17. Then Kaminski comes through in 5th place. He's going to take 16 points off of lap number 2.
So at the half race distance, we just saw Jason Osborne close the gap down on Lionel Vujasin. He was off the front. He went over. He maximised his points behind. Vujasin could not get the best result. He was in that chasing group. They now have to make some decisions behind. We can see our stage 1 winner at the moment. Neil Fry is on a great ride here, riding in 11th place in the stage. The points gathered here in stage 3 are going to be critical.
Well, the points gathered here on stage 3 for lap 3 and lap 4 are going to be absolutely crucial because Vujasin may still be overall in the lead at the moment, but Osborne is in 2. Bormans now is in 3, and Andresen and Pucker are tied on the same points at the moment. The top 5 are absolutely all in contention still with 2 laps to go.
So 2 laps are left to go here in Abu Dhabi at our in-person finals. The very first one in the UCI Cycling eSports World Championships. We're in with some of our riders a little bit further down the race field here, looking to maximise their points, to maximise their position. Remember, once this race ends, once stage 3 ends, it's written into the history books. We will know who our title winner is. We'll know where our riders stand when it comes to the in-person championship here today. Now, the race action at the moment in stage 3. Jason Osborne has gone clear. We are at the halfway distance. Now, the points on the finishing line as we go over the top, Emma, if he were to stay clear to the finish, he's going to get a big point score.
Well, he could and he would, but the whole deciding factor in this World Championships will be where does Lionel Vujasin finish and what points does he pick up, because currently he is 5 points clear of Jason Osborne, currently sat ranked first place. So it's about the points and where he finishes behind Osborne if Osborne stays clear.
So our leader across the line at lap 3 gets how many points?
20.
And then the second place?
19.
1 point gap. Then when we're on the finish, winner gets?
14.
And then the second place gets?
38.
So that is a total of 3 points difference.
So Vujasin would have to finish second to Osborne on the next 2 laps to stay in that gold medal position.
But that is dependent on Jason Osborne staying clear.
Well,
that is the scenario we are looking at the moment.
Well, it's also dependent on what those other riders do, whether they get in the way of those points, whether they pick up more points than Vujasin, or whether they work to bring back in Jason Osborne. We said it would come down to the last 2 laps of stage 3. It's looking like it's going to. This is going to be an exciting finale to the World Championships here in Abu Dhabi. The riders, they are concentrating on executing the plan. The crowd are here. They are cheering them on. And Jason Osborne at the moment is 20 seconds clear of the chase group of 5 riders.
So Jason Osborne, the man who went on the attack on the stage at number 2, he's on the attack on stage 3. He's absolutely put himself on the line here. He's doing everything he can. Can he take this away? We are not going to have long to find out at the moment. Our riders making the way in and around. They are into the last kilometre before they hit the climb, the last few hundred metres, because we are going to reach the top of this climb. At 12k, 3/4 of the race distance will be done. Osborne's gap, 23 seconds behind him. That group are together. Surely this is Jason Osborne securing himself a medal at the World Championships. What colour will it be? It's going to come down to what happens on the left of your screen. Who in that group is prepared to shake it up, to take a chance? Will Lionel Vujasin leave it to those last sprints? Will he be able to go clear? Can he do the same as Osborne and go away and secure himself the title? Osborne is on to the climb. This is the run up the climb, and at the moment he's holding 10 watts per kilo.
Well, he is indeed, and Jason Osborne is absolutely driving himself up this climb towards the UCI banner for the end of lap number 3. There it is, he can see it at the top of the climb. Osborne is going to come through and take 20 points at the end of lap 3. Behind, it's getting interesting, but the gap is now at around 24, 25 seconds.
So the gap has opened up. This is the chasing group on the way up the climb. This is the run up with 100 metres to go. The points allocation here is going to be absolutely crucial.
It is indeed, and it's Andreasen from Bormans, from Kaminsky, from Mer, from Vujasin, from Power. The push is on. What can Vujasin do? He's coming up onto the side of Kaminsky, but it's Andreasen who's going to go through, I think, with Bormans. Vujasin, I think, may have got 4th place. I'm just going to take a quick look. So Osborne in 1, Andreasen in 2, Bormans in 3, Mer in 4, Vujasin in 5, Kaminsky in 6, Power in 7, Jones, Pucker, Turek. That is the top 10 at the end of lap 3.
So you can just see Michael Knudsen on his way up to the climb at the moment. Now, just doing the calculations, you heard us speculate about what would happen if Jason Osborne stayed clear. We have the points come into us provisionally in the overall standings. At the moment, sitting in 5th place is Hayden Pucker with 113 points. In 4th place is defending champion Bjorn Andreasen with 120 points. In 3rd place is Casper Bormans with 126. 2 riders at the top. They are separated by, wait for this, Jason Osborne is in 2nd on 137 points. Lionel Vujasin is leading with 138. There is 1 point in it. There is going to be 2 points difference on the finish between first and second place. So what happens on this last lap on the run to line is so key.
Well, so key at the moment, and Hayden Pucker, the rider from the USA, has put a dig into the chase group and is causing a gap himself at the moment. He's going off the front of the chase group. You can see him there. He's up and out of the saddle, concentrating on his screen behind the podium. He's racing behind, pushing on and working so hard. Osborne down the road, but Pucker now wanting to move himself up through the standings, currently lying in 5th place overall. If he can drop into that second place and take away 38 points, it's going to be so close at the top.
It's going to be critical. What happens now? Osborne is doing all he can. He's on the left of the stage in front of the crowd here in Abu Dhabi, in the stadium, in the Marina Hall here. He's out of the saddle, stamping on the pedals. He's the rider on the front of the race. He's doing everything he can to stay clear. Casper Bormans is on an absolutely flying ride. He's up on our screens, as is Hayden Pucker. Now, they are pushing. Pucker has gone on a breakaway here. He needs to move up. He needs to score big. He's on 113 points. It's 7 to Andreasen. He's got 13 points to Bormans and a medal. He will want to maximise this, but Jason Osborne at the moment is a man on a mission. 14.2k covered, 16k is our finish line. It's coming. Will it be enough?
Well, Osborne continuing to push on the descent, maintaining the high level of power. The gap behind now back to Hayden Pucker, 25 seconds. Pucker's got around 3 seconds on the chase group, and the chase, well, is being driven by power at the moment. He's got 1 or 2 seconds on Vujasin. That's really starting to split behind as they're coming in towards the final of lap 4. This is the last lap of the final stage of the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championships. This is for the rainbow jersey. This is for the gold medal, the World Championship title. And it is coming down to the final points.
So Osborne with a medal in his grasp. Will it be a medal and a jersey, or will it be that silver medal? He's going to have to wait to find out, to see what happens behind him. Vujasin is leading by 1 point, but Osborne is off the front, and Pucker at the moment is doing Vujasin no favours here because he's up the road, hoovering up the points. This is going to be absolutely nail-biting to the finish for the riders behind. Pucker has got the gap 8 seconds at the moment. 7 seconds to Vujasin. Vujasin now starting to have to work to close that gap down. Osborne, though, is on to the final climb.
Well, he is indeed on to the final climb, on to the final 400 metres of the World Championships here today. Osborne has motored away from the field in stage 3, as he did in stage 2, showing his absolute dominance here. Jason Osborne from Germany, 10 watts per kilo. He's coming up to 200 metres to go. He's going to see the UCI banner. He's going to pick up 40 points. And it is all going to be about who finishes where for the podium today.
So here we go, Jason Osborne. This is the kick for the line. This is the run for the line. Is this enough? This is where he's got to make it count. He's going to come in. He's going to have done everything. Will he be able to raise his arms in the air as champion? He will want confirmation. What a ride by Jason Osborne. He wins stage 3. He punches the air in delight. That is surely enough to take away the title here today. What a ride. What a rider behind him. Pucker is trying to make the silver medal his. This will be key. He has got to keep fighting. They are coming behind him. And here comes Casper Bormans. Bormans has passed Pucker. Pucker's turning himself inside out. Casper Bormans, he's in all sorts of shades of pain. He comes over the line. Borman knows he's got a medal. Andreasen and Vujasin come racing in behind. We need those boys to update on the stage and on the overall to confirm this. But it looks like Osborne may well have done enough. This will be so tight. Okay, we have riders still out on the course at the moment, coming in to finish their race here today. Michael Knudsen on the climb, following Joshua Harris in to the finish. Knudsen out of the saddle here. He's going to come in ahead of Johan Noren. So Nelson comes in. You've got Norin, Thrall and Co still out on course. But look at Jason Osborne. That's a very happy man. Vujasin congratulating the riders around. You could just see there a very happy Casper Bormans, who rose up through the field through stage 2 and into stage 3. If that was a plan, that was beautifully executed by him.
So I'm going to give you the riders over the line on lap 4 and the order they came through in, because you can see the stage results on your screen. So I'm going to do this very quickly. So Osborne, Bormans, Vujasin, Andreasen, Pucker, Kaminsky, Mayer, Turek, Jones and Power were the top 10 riders through the line on lap number 4, giving an overall stage win to Jason Osborne with 97 points, Bormans in 2, Andreasen 3, Vujasin 4, Kaminsky 5, Pucker 6, Mayer 7th, Jones 8th, Power 9th and Turek 10th. Now, the question is, what does that do to the overall World Championship title?
Well, I think the congratulations going from a line of Vujasin to Jason Osborne and vice versa. I suspect that may well be indicative. An absolutely elated and overjoyed Finnish rider in the shape of Casper Bormans there. The stage result is in, it's being checked, it's being verified as we wait for the overall. We will have to see whether or not there has been enough. Who is going to take away the silver and bronze medals? Where's our defending champion going to finish up? So we're just watching the riders on stage. Emma, the riders turn themselves absolutely through all sorts of efforts here. You can see Casper Bormans here really fighting just to walk. I mean, we saw him smashing down those pedals, really kicking the bottom out of that pedal stroke. Amazing ride by him today.
Well, amazing ride by Bormans, you are indeed quite correct. And riders turning themselves inside out for the World Championship title, because it was so close. And you know, that pack coming in to the final line, those double points on lap 4 needing to be scored, because it wasn't just the win, it was the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th places that were at play. And boy, they were at play, because Pucker dug in off that front of that group first, and he really tried to give it his all, and he really tried to go for those points. And then in those final stages, Bormans just found something deep in that hurt locker to come through and push on it over that line.
Amazing racing. I mean, fantastic from all of our riders. You can see them all congratulating each other here. Some great racing, amazing work by our riders. We will be having our medal ceremony once we have all the results confirmed. We have, of course, our women's and our men's medal ceremonies coming up. So we are just going to wait till we get to those fully confirmed standings in the overall before we bring you our top 3 riders and our champion confirmed to you. So whilst our riders cool down, it's time maybe just to put a little bit of a thank you in to everybody who has made this happen behind the scenes. It's been a huge effort, not just by My Whoosh as the people who have powered the championships and the UCI's partner for 2024, 25 and 26, but also to the team from Elite.
Yeah, indeed, the Justo Turbos from Elite being part and parcel of that partnership here for the UCI Cycling eSports World Championships.
And don't forget, of course, all of the equipment here from heart rate stress right the way through to turbo trainers, all being checked, calibrated, making sure that they're correct from our riders so that they are fighting in that fair competition, which is so key as part of the UCI pool of disciplines. The riders, well, they are now going to be able to celebrate their win, but lots of these riders will be racing again really soon. So the riders just congratulating the each other. You can just see the phones in there. Chureka there with Ne. So the riders are there. So let's take a look at how stage 3, first of all, was won. As these riders went up and away out from the start, Lionel Vujasic in the hot seat, quite literally, as he set up on stage 3. He was the man really to beat, and he was working well. Thomas Stroll, I love this move by Stroll. He made people hurt really early.
Yeah, he did indeed, and Barnes picked up the mantle and then ran with it, and Nair covered the move, and it's really interesting to see. No one wanted to let anybody go on that first lap.
And you can see the riders at this stage, a lot of looking around at each other, looking a lot cooler and calmer than they maybe were by the end of the stage. Jason Osborne up at the 4 as they went over the intermediate move, and then it was the attack by Barnes, who sped off down the road. He really opened that up there. Barnes, he said he was going to give us some cheeky moves. He delivered on that in spades.
Oh, he did indeed, and cheeky moves sometimes pay off, but at the moment it was then Noren who picked up the mantle and attacked over the top of Barnes, and he just kept on going. We thought he was closing down the gap, but he went straight over the top. Classic move from the Swedish rider, and it really took some work to do it. And Bormans, well, for me, Casper Bormans really was the rider of the stage, because it was just unexpected, and he pulled the unexpected out of the bag.
It was the unexpected. These riders are really working when they put those attacks in. You can see the numbers there. I mean, we were seeing sprints earlier on of 17, 18 watts per kilo. We were seeing attacks at 10 watts per kilo. We were seeing the moves. They were trying to desperately push on. An absolutely phenomenal performance by the riders. Bjorn Andresen is defending champion. I mean, he came in here as the man who had that title. He was a rider who I think really showed that it was no fluke, him taking that win. I mean, it might have been a surprise, but he really, I think, showed just how strong he was.
Well, the rider also showing just how strong he was indeed the rider on your screen at the moment from Germany, Jason Osborne. He rode away from the group and just kept pushing on those pedals and staying clear. He was after those double points on lap 4. He achieved that goal. He closed the gap because Vujasin was ahead of him going in. It all came down to lap 4 on stage 3, the final point scoring opportunity for this race, and the race was on behind, and it was absolutely crucial as to who finished in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th as to where the podium places went.
So Osborne pushing on, you can see on the screen 7.9k covered as he went over the top with a 14-second, now 15-second lead in the race. Casper Bormans behind, picking up points all the way along here. He really was strong. And Casper Bormans, for me, really showed just why he is a real talent for the future, because I think that was such smart riding by such a young rider.
Well, it was indeed smart riding, and it was a rider absolutely believing it could be done. So belief in yourself, absolutely part and parcel of it, and having that mental strength, absolutely crucial, part and parcel of a great cycling esports racer.
So you can just see Casper Bormans at the top of the screen there, really starting to pull himself apart as we came in to our next points allocation. Osborne's gap, well, it had been 15 seconds. It went out to 20, and he continued to extend that throughout the race. The race behind, in some ways, it had become a case of looking at each other for the medals, for the positions, for the places behind on the stage. I think, really, at this stage, they're giving Osborne the race win in the stage. So that stage win was going to go to Osborne. Behind, I think there was a lot of looking at each other. Could I'm going to put this in words, it will happen. If that was a concerted chase, rather than maybe looking at each other, could they have pulled him back?
No. Well, possibly yes, but Not that I want to sit on a fence.
No, yes, no, yes, no,
no,
yes.
yes, no, yes, no, yes. But I think it was very, very clear that the rest of the podium was in play, and the riders in there, every single one of them had an opportunity, and they wanted to make the most of the opportunity, because where they finished was key. And Jason Osborne, it was key for him where he finished, and he finished right at the front of the race on that final lap, arms in the air, very, very pleased. He took those 40 points, and they were crucial.
They were. The man who was the very first cycling esports champion, a man who's never been off the podium at a cycling esports world championship, a rider who lives and breathes it. He is an absolutely class act, taking away the stage win. You can see the effort, the changes of expression, the face of Casper Bormans realizing just what he had achieved. You can just see what it means. Congratulations going out, and the riders all know that they really love to see somebody come through. Here we go with the confirmed results.
So confirmed in first place, your world champion for the UCI Cycling Esports World Championships for 2024, Jason Osborne with 177 points. Taking away that rainbow jersey and the gold medal, Lionel Vujasin from Belgium will take the silver medal today. And that effort from Casper Bormans has given him the bronze.
So a bronze medal confirmed for the young Finnish rider. 164 points, 10 points ahead of Bjorn Andreasen, the rider behind in fourth place. Vujasin's silver medal earned with 174 points, just 3 points separating him from Jason Osborne at the top of the standings. I'll tell you something, I'm looking at these standings here, and you look at Andreasen in 4, Pucker in 5, Mayer in 6, Kaminsky in 7, Harris in 8, Jones in 9, Chirk in 10. The top 10, in fact, to be fair, most of the rebuilds, it is a real who's who of cycling esports.
It is, and pretty much as we said when we wrapped the women's show, if you have become a fan of cycling esports, if you have enjoyed what you have seen tonight, these elite world level racers race cycling esports week in, week out. There is so much to see, and if you've got your favourite, you can follow them racing.
You can indeed jump on social media, give those riders your support. Don't forget, of course, whilst you're online, to make sure you look at the people who have made this possible. The whole of the championships powered by My Whoosh, available on iOS, on Android, and on Windows and on Mac as well. You can be riding on these exact races, these exact roads. You can see how you measure up to our world championship riders and our world champions, whether you're in the men's or the women's race field, whether you're going to be able to go out and race or train or ride. And there's lots of training programs on there. Now, Emma, not only are you a commentator and a coach, you also do training sessions as well on esports. It's a great way to get fit fast. It's a great way to maybe join in with other people as well.
It is indeed, and the live sessions on My Whoosh, those live coaching sessions going out week in, week out. You can jump on board with those live coaches and get them, I think, extra added motivation to get your training session done. And you just never know who is going to turn up, because I do know Lionel Vujasin did one of those live coaching sessions, and a number of riders jumped on board, and well, they took the benefit of his expertise, because he's just taken a silver medal at the World Championships.
Doesn't get much better than that when you've got people telling you how to ride, how to get better, how to get fitter, how to get faster. And don't forget, of course, that to get on board, to jump on board, it's really simple. You don't need to travel. You can do it in your own pain cave. You can do it wherever you set up your turbo trainer. We regularly see riders racing on a Sunday from all over the world. There's 2 riders, one in the men's and the women's races particularly, who seem to manage to get on board and ride pretty much anywhere in the world, because that is how simple it is. That is a great thing about cycling esports. It's accessible anywhere and pretty much by anybody.
It is indeed, and do jump on if you just want to have a ride, you want to spend your leisure time, your leisure activity, just exploring the worlds and seeing what is out there on My Whoosh. Like you say, Matt, you can jump on board a training session, you can jump on board a ride, you can join in and chat with friends. In fact, that is one of the things I love about cycling esports, and we've seen that with the elite riders over the last few days. You make friends across the globe because you ride with them in your home.
Or your workplace, or on a mountainside for some of our riders. Now, amazing riding done. Casper Baumann is our youngest rider, I think, here in terms of medalists. I mean, what a ride by the youngster from Finland. You can see the joy written on his face, taking away that bronze medal. Lionel Vijasin taking the silver. He would have dearly loved to take away the win here today, but Jason Osborne, his medal path almost reflects his career. He started as an Olympic rower. He then went to an eSports cyclist. He then went to a professional cyclist. He then has returned and now has returned. The eSports titles, amazing job done. And when he's riding, what a way to show it. You can achieve absolutely rainbow dreams.
And you know, rainbow dreams I agree with, but also the one thing I really love is Jason Osborne took the title in 2020 at the very first Cycling Esports World Championships. He's also taken the title at the very first live Cycling Esports World Championships, where the riders were all on that stage behind us together.
And we're going to be seeing those riders on the stage, the UCI medal ceremony, the presentations. They are a pretty standard ceremony, aren't they? They are the standard where the riders really do know you've achieved that. I mean, it is one of my standard questions when I talk to riders. If you win a world championship, are you going to pull on the jersey? Are you actually going to ever take it off? Are you going to sleep in that rainbow jersey? It's surprising. Pretty much all of them say yes. Whether or not that question is going to be asked of our riders, I'm not so sure. Our three medalists in the men's race put in astounding performances. I'm hoping that they have got their breath back, that they have kind of almost taken on board exactly what they've done. Well, it's time for us to find out. Let's go across and hear what they've got to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm backstage with our podium winners. In third place, we got from Finland, Casper Baumann. How are you this evening?
Yeah, I'm good. It was hard race, so pretty tired now.
Well, you said now you just want to go and sleep. Absolutely. I can see you guys are absolutely spent. It was tough going out there. Just quickly speak to us about your experience right here in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, it's been really nice to be here, and there is many fans and a nice venue, so really pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. Just talk us through your race today. What was your strategy?
I didn't have a strategy, just follow the good guys and see what happens.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Casper Baumann. And now with your silver medalist from Belgium, Lionel. How are you this evening?
I'm pretty tired right now, to be honest, but yeah, happy with medal.
Absolutely, we were watching that. It was pulsating. The heart rate was up all the way, even in the audience as well. Okay, all the way from Belgium, your first time in the UAE?
It's the second time here, but first time racing. So yeah, it's incredible here. Like the atmosphere, like the stages, is insane.
Well, talking about the stage, how was it like to actually be competing in front of the live audience today?
Yeah, it's quite different because you can feel like the crowd pushing and the atmosphere, and also you can check your competitors sometimes, so you get a better idea than when you're at home.
Absolutely, absolutely. It is what, just past 10 p.m. in the evening. I know you guys want to get some sleep. We're still going to be having the closing ceremony. So tell us just about your highlight about Abu Dhabi. Obviously, this is what we call sports tourism. We're trying to obviously promote the country through sport. So talk to us just about your sporting experience right here in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, it's just like the infrastructure is incredible. Like Udderiyat for cycling is like a dream for cyclists, and yeah, I'm looking forward to visit the city a bit more, like because I was more in the hotel room to chill, but yeah, now it's great. It's time to visit and to enjoy the place.
Do you have a bit of time to do a bit of sightseeing, or are you flying back home?
No, I keep 2 days to visit with family and take a good time here, so I'm looking forward to it.
Please enjoy that. Enjoy that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, and our champ today from Germany. Jason, how are you this evening?
I'm quite exhausted. My heart is still racing. Was brutally hard, but yeah, was some really amazing racing today, and I really enjoyed it, although it was brutally hard.
I'll ask you the same question. Obviously, for the first time, all of the competitors won the stage. We had the live audience. So just talk to us, obviously, from last year to this year. How different was it, obviously, in that sense?
Well, we had a bit a same like kind of race schedule. We had like a series of races, 3 races, and I think it's developing that way now. And yeah, at first, when the races got published, I was like, yeah, does it really suit me? And also, not having had the best semifinals, I went into this pretty, yeah, like thoughtful, and I didn't know what to expect. But in the last few weeks, I really was gaining on good form, and I was quite confident going into this. So yeah.
So we're obviously trying to develop this sector of cycling as well. So road cyclists out there that are not into e-sport, any advice for them? Because they'll be looking at this and saying, oh my goodness, that looks amazing. So just for road cyclists, if they want to get into e-sport, what would you say would be a good place for them to start?
Well, obviously on my bush, start racing there. It's an amazing platform. Has a lot to offer, and there's something for everyone in every category, every strength category. It's for everyone, and I think everyone should feel free to join.
Just one final word about Abu Dhabi. Is it your first time here in the UAE?
No, I've been racing the UAE Tour and the World Tour a few times, and also I've been on holiday here, so it's I'm familiar, and but I really like it here.
You like it here? You got a bit of time for a bit of sightseeing?
Yes, I'm 1 week on vacation here, so a little time off and reset and just enjoy this victory.
Absolutely. 1 year as a champion, you'll come back, hopefully to defend that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Jason Osborne, your winner today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, fabulous to hear from our podium riders. Bormans, I love that. I'm going to follow the good guys. And actually, do you know what? He's one of the top guys, and that strategy got him on the podium. He is one of the good guys, and he needs to believe in that now. For Yasin, he's now got time to enjoy, and that silver medal is something to enjoy. And I just love the honesty from Jason Osborne. It was hard, and it was brutal. And well, that's the way you win a World Championship title.
It is, and for a long time when the routes were announced, there was a lot of talk that it didn't suit him, that he didn't have maybe the skill set that was optimal for the race route. And I think he proved pretty much everybody wrong in there. And he said himself, I think in the run-in, he wasn't really, it just wasn't for him, but he would do what he could. And he went out to do that, and it paid off for him, and that was such a brave ride.
Yeah, and I think he was a rider who was a little bit taken aback by where he finished in the semi-finals. He qualified, but he wasn't at the top, and I think that was time to regroup. That was 8 weeks away, and he's had 8 weeks, as he said, to really think about how he delivered this and to think about how he went out to win that World Championship title. And well, it's paid off.
It has indeed. We've got great medalists in the women's and the men's competitions here in Abu Dhabi. When this was announced, the first in-person final, a lot of people thought, oh, this is going to be new, this is going to be a change. I know you are absolutely, like me, absolutely embedded within the esports community, promoting events and rides and training and meeting friends and getting lots of rides in. As part of that community, there was a lot of expectation. Has the event, has the World Championships for you paid off? Because that is a big question as we come towards the end of the event and we get ready for our medal ceremonies.
Well, I have to say I've been sat here all night and I have had the luxury and the honour of commentating on those 2 World Championship finals. For me, I'm one of the biggest fangirls in esports. I love racing and I love watching the racing as well. And I know there are many, many viewers out there who are exactly the same. They ride week in, week out, they race regularly and they watch their favourites, and they will have been tuning in, and I hope they are absolutely as thrilled as I've been to watch what we've seen tonight, and that fantastic performance in the women's race, backed up by a fabulous men's race as well today.
And because, for me, the entire process has been verified, it's been checked, all the riders have been checked, they've gone through multiple power passports, the analysis to make sure that they can produce the power. One of the key things in any sporting event is you want that level playing field, and you want all of the riders to be playing fairly and racing fairly. And I think for me, that has been one of the big take-homes from this, is that we've got a level playing field. We've got verification of riders. We know that if there was something wrong, that it would be flagged up, and there's a process in place. And yes, it's great, it's not had to be used, but you know what? It's there, and the riders have delivered in space. They have had that playing field, and they've gone out, they've got their racetrack, and they've gone out and hit it. And I think for me, that's really important for cycling esports in general, and for sport in general, any of the cycling disciplines covered by the UCI as a governing body. And I think as the UCI is so involved and is working hard behind the scenes to make esports happen, that is a really critical thing going forward. Great to see them here and looking after the championships and making sure that everything went to plan.
Well, you know, these emergent and new disciplines, as they really start to grow and really start to swell, you know, championships such as these just put them on the map, and it is just part and parcel of the exponential growth of a new discipline. And cycling esports, absolutely one of those disciplines that is just going to grow and grow and grow.
And behind the scenes, to make that growth, you need events like this. There's a massive amount of people, hundreds and hundreds of people, who have been in here making the stadium, from laying out the seats, to vacuuming the floors, to cleaning, to putting the TV together, to putting the trainers together. A massive team from My Wish, and an amazing community. We've been really, really welcomed. We don't advertise who we are on the way round, and as we've walked down through from the hotel or the airport right through to the venue, everybody's been so welcoming and so positive about making this happen. I think a massive thanks to everybody who's actually been involved. There's been some, I'm sure, some long hours. I'm sure there's been some blood, sweat and tears on the way, but my goodness, it's absolutely paid off here. And when you look at cycling, it is an amazing place to come. The rider's going to get a little bit of a gap. I'm hoping I'm going to sneak a bike ride in out on the island, because I've been absolutely inspired. I want to jump on my bike and pedal. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to steal a turbo trainer from the stage, jump on board one of those, but maybe I'll be getting out. And I'm sure lots of people have been inspired to ride, not just on esports, but also within Abu Dhabi in the region. All the riders that come here, they go back just going, wow, there's a new velodrome being built, which is going to house track championships. The championships are listed on the UCI website. You must be looking forward to getting a bike ride in here. Do you think you're going to sneak one in? Are your plans pretty much
well,
to get out of the door and jump on the bike?
A little bit unlike Jason Osborne, I don't have a week. I do just have a couple of days, but it would be absolutely fantastic. It would be a real shame to come here and not take that opportunity. And so it is on my to-do list, and I am hoping I get down the list to that point.
One thing not to forget, of course, is that I think you and I are back on our regular on the mic slot tomorrow morning and Sunday morning for Race Club. Before any of that happens, talking about more esports cycling, and I hope you've enjoyed watching the racing here today. One of the big things that has really, really come out for me, the cycling community and the esports cycling community. I've seen riders here from, I think Marion Fromberg came up from the XCE, who we still place on Hadariat Island around the hub there and the Abu Dhabi Cycling Club. They're part of this community, just as the riders on esports are. Riders coming up and say, times so from the race to talk about it, and we're like, oh my goodness. And that has been so nice to see.
And I love that because it's not just esports racers and esports specialists. Actually, other discipline riders also use cycling esports as part and parcel of their training. I know when I was in Zurich at the Road and Paracycling World Championships, one of the tandem pilots from Colombia I was chatting to regularly races on a Sunday on esports, and that's part and parcel of his training program to be the pilot in the men's B.
Which is the blind stoker and or partially impaired sighted stoker at the back, and then the rider
Sighted
on the front,
pilot
who's
on the
sighted
front.
at the front, who's on the controls at the front, steering it in the right direction. I mean, amazing racing that we saw from there. We saw the support of MyWoosh supporting the Zurich Road Race. We see lots and lots of events, and of course the 360 stand that is here to actually jump on board and have a try. It makes its way around lots of events. So if you're just wondering, just have a go knock on the door of a friend who's got a turbo, jump on board and go have a ride. I was the biggest cynic. I'm going to put my hand up. Hello, I was the biggest cynic about riding indoors when it first came out. I'm an absolute addict now, and the immersive experience has gone so far. I just can't wait to see what happens over the next few years and where we end up. I mean, we're already seeing it being adopted by other sports, Super Triathlon. We're seeing lots of running and treadmills now coming into the virtual world. So we are seeing that progress, and that is an amazing part of esports and esports cycling. And of course, big news with it going into the Olympics.
Well,
fingers crossed.
Possibly.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
I hope it's going to be
I think
there.
the future is bright, and I think that's exactly where we need to be, because I think we've seen tonight that with both the Women's World Championship race and the Men's World Championship race, it is so exciting to watch. And I hope for the racers, it was so exciting to race up there on that stage with the riders that they race week in, week out, but they don't race like that.
And if people have been inspired to do the same, public qualifiers, you can jump on board. Public qualifiers came in. One of our riders who made it to the finals but couldn't qualify for the finals but couldn't make it in the end. They came from that public qualifiers, and that was amazing to see riders literally coming in, jumping on board and coming out and being here. Unfortunately not able to make it for this and for the medal ceremony that's coming up soon. The medal ceremony that will be with us very shortly, it is an integral part of this. And I think when you watch riders walk onto the stage, when they walk on to that podium, when they get given the medal, when they get given the rainbow jersey, that is when it sinks in. I talked to a few riders, I'm sure you have as well, after the ceremonies. There's a few though that are still in that daze, and it's still sinking in.
Yeah, I think it doesn't really sink in, I don't think, straight away. I do think it probably needs a little bit of time, and people I chat to do say that, you know, it was just all a bit of a daze. You know, your heart rate was high, your blood was pumping, it was an absolute all-out effort. It was brutal, to use Jason Osborne's words. And then you go onto that podium, you pick up your medal. If you've won the gold, you take the rainbow jersey, and then you go away. And then I think it starts to sink in what you've achieved.
And then you get to hold it. Well, you're in the history books forever. You get to keep that rainbow jersey. You get to wear those rainbow bands forever. Peter Sagan and Tadej Pogacar, who are here on stage, a massive thank you to them for being our guests here and for sharing the experience here of the World Championship, something they're no stranger to on the road. I mean, they are both riders who come from multiple discipline backgrounds. They pulled on those rainbow bands. They get to wear them on their sleeves and around their collar forever. So even when their year is up and maybe they don't manage to defend it, they get to wear those rainbow bands. It is a historic thing that nobody can ever take away from you once you've earned that right.
And it doesn't matter which cycling discipline you earn those rainbow bands. They are yours. You are the world champion, and you absolutely deserve to wear them.
Well, it's been an amazing set of races. We've had 3 races in the women's competition here, in the finals, 3 races in the men's. Don't forget, of course, that you can watch back all of the finals, all of the semi-finals as well. You don't need to be an internet genius to be able to find those out and about and to jump on board. And there's lots more great racing coming up. Esports is a 24/7, 365 days a year event, and please make sure you jump on board there. It might also be not necessarily where you expect it, because of course don't forget that the esports goes out around the globe. It's a global sport, and one of the things we do see, and always makes me feel really proud of being involved in esports, is the global spread. We see riders from around. I have seen racing and riding before, people from Antarctica on the Antarctica station, as well as all around the globe. There's probably not a continent that's not got riders there, and that's been reflected here with so many nations taking part in the World Championships.
It has, and one of the things I think is really crucial and very, very different from these riders today, they have all been here racing at the same time on the same stage for this first real-life UCI Cycling eSports World Championships. Normally, when they ride from home, wherever they are based, the time zone dictates the time they are racing those bikes. And you could be in the USA and Australia and be on the same start line, very different time zones if you're racing at 3 a.m. in the morning, which I know some of our eSports cyclists do. I tell you something, that is commitment. So putting them all together here on this stage for this World Championships, all at the same time, all in the same place, well, it was a first, and we are going to see those riders who have picked up those first places very shortly.
Indeed, the medal ceremony just being prepared behind us on the stage here. The riders' pods in the background for the UCI 2024 Cycling Esports World Championships here in Abu Dhabi. One of the moments that is really key in a medal ceremony is the playing of the national anthem. It is when those riders stand up proud and they've represented their nation. And we did see a fair amount of national tactics going in from those squads, where riders with multiple riders came in there. I mean, really, really good to see that at play and in action. But also, I think it showed that there is a real team aspect to this, and that can't be ignored, that it does pay to get more people on wherever you are in the world and racing, particularly if you're going to be in action.
Well, and you know, it's really, really interesting today. So Finland in the men's race joins the nations on the table in terms of those medals. Australia, Denmark, Germany, they have them. So Belgium and Finland join those nations on that list to make it 5 different nations who have podiumed in the men's field across the 4 World Championships. In the women's podium, we're going to see the riders who have finished. New Zealand, well, they join the group of nations coming to the fore on that podium. With the new world champion in Mary-Kate McCarthy. Brazil, they are going to join that list as well, because that was indeed Gary Guerra who takes the silver. And Switzerland as well, so 3 new nations joining the women's podium list. A much bigger spread in the women across the nations for who have taken podium spots in the Cycling Esports World Championships than in the men's, but they are both growing lists.
Now, in the totality of those medals in the men's and women's, we did have 2 wins for the Netherlands so far in terms of gold medals. We now have 2 wins for Germany. That will move them up, but by the dint of the other medals that have been won, the bronze and silver medals, that should, in theory, move the nation of Germany above the nation of the Netherlands in the tables. But this is my very rough maths.
It is your very rough maths.
And anybody who's ever watched us will know that my maths is exceedingly poor.
If anybody is interested in medal tables, they can indeed head over, because it will be updated after the 2024 World Championships.
Well, it's time for us to head to the medal ceremonies to see those riders presented with the medals. Let's head to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the award ceremony of the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championships in Abu Dhabi, the United Arab Emirates.
أهلا وسهلا بكم من جديد في حفل توزيع جوائز بطولة العالم لرياضات الدراجات الإلكترونية 2024 المقدمة من الاتحاد الدولي للدراجات الهوائية UCI هنا في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة أبو ظبي. Let's welcome on the stage Jacob Fraser, the coordinator for the UCI eSports coordinator. Let's welcome also Safia Al-Sayegh, the national cyclist of United Arab Emirates.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Switzerland.
في المركز الثالث والفائزة بالميدالية البرونزية ممثلة عن سويسرا كاثرين فوا. سيقدم الميداليات والقميص الخاص UCI جايكوب فريزر منسق الاتحاد الدولي للدراجات الهوائية الإلكترونية.
In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Brazil.
في المركز الثاني والفائزة بالميدالية الفضية ممثلة عن البرازيل غابرييلا جيرا.
In first place, UCI World Champion and winner of the gold medal representing New Zealand.
وفي المركز الأول دعونا نرحب ببطلة العالم الجديدة والفائزة بالميدالية الذهبية ممثلة عن نيوزيلندا ماري كي مكارثي.
Make as much noise as you can. I know it is late in the evening. You're going to go into that reserve tank.
شكرا لجايكوب فريزر منسق الاتحاد الدولي للدراجات الهوائية الإلكترونية تقديمه قميص البطولة The Jersey of UCI 2024 World Championship.
That coveted rainbow jersey, she's got it.
صفية with the gifts.
The gifts will be presented by Emirati pro cyclist Safia Al-Sayegh.
السيدات والسادة الآن ستقدم بطلة الإمارات والدراجة المحترفة صفية الصايغ الهدايا.
UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of New Zealand.
وتكريما لبطلاتنا الجديدة ندعكم مع النشيد الوطني لدولة نيوزيلندا. شكرا لبطلاتنا الثلاث في المراكز الثلاثة الأولى كاثرين فور، غابرييلا غيرا وماري كي ماكارثي.
One last round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the award ceremony of the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championships in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates.
نرحب بكم في حفل توزيع جوائز بطولة العالم رياضة الدراجات الهوائية الإلكترونية 2024 المقدمة من الاتحاد الدولي للدراجات الهوائية UCI هنا في العاصمة أبو ظبي.
The medals and jersey will be presented by Jacob Fraser, UCI eSports Coordinator, and Yusuf Mirza, Emirati Cycling Champion. Award ceremony of the 2024 UCI Cycling eSports World Championships Men Elite. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Finland,
وفي المركز الثالث والفائز بالميدالية البرونزية ممثلا عن فنلندا.
Give it up for Kasper Boremans. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Belgium.
في المركز الثاني والفائز بالميدالية الفضية ممثلا عن بلجيكا
Lionel Vuyasin. In first place, UCI World Champion and winner of the gold medal, representing Germany.
وفي المركز الأول بطلا جديدا للعالم والفائز بالميدالية الذهبية ممثلا عن ألمانيا.
Give it up for Jason Osborne. The gifts will be presented by Emirati pro cyclist Yusuf Mirza.
أيها السيدات والسادة، الآن سيتم تقديم الهدايا من قبل بطل الإمارات ودراج المحترف كابتن يوسف ميرزا.
In honor of a new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of Germany.
وتكريما لبطل العالم الجديد يرجى الوقوف عند الاستطاعة النشيد الوطني لدولة ألمانيا.
Congratulations, what an incredible tournament this has been. We want to extend a huge congratulations once again to all of our winners today. Your hard work, determination and skill have truly shone through on the virtual and global stage.
مبروك لجميع المتنافسين، لقد ألهمتمونا بإرادتكم، وسواء فزتم بميدالية أم لم تفوزوا نود دعوتكم جميعا الآن للانضمام إلينا على المسرح للاحتفال معا. ولكن دعونا نرحب على المسرح معا أيها السيدات والسادة بسعادة السيد مطر سهيل الظهري رئيس مجلس إدارة ماي ووش، يرافقها السيد سعيد أخطر الهاشمي الرئيس التنفيذي لماي ووش لتقديم الشيكات.
And to all the competitors, whether you took home a medal or not, you've inspired us with your passion and talent. We'd like to invite all of you to join on the stage one final time to celebrate together with us. So if all of the medalists could come onto the stage, we're just going to get also the group pictures as well. And also, we would like to welcome Mr. Matas Suhail Al-Yabouni Al-Dahiri, Chairman of MyWush, and Mr. Akhtar Saeed Hashmi, CEO and MD of MyWush, to present the checks to the winners.
You guys come, welcome all the champions.
I know it is late in the evening. We just need to take some wonderful pictures, getting you all together. We're creating those lifelong memories today, absolutely, right here in the nation's capital, Abu Dhabi.
It's amazing. Today was epic to see eSports cycling is on top.
Absolutely, Abu Dhabi, yes, Abu Dhabi. And of course, a massive thank you, Sosan, a massive thank you to our viewers and supporters, both here and around the world. We obviously had the live feed. Hi Matt, hi Emma, how are you? How are you guys doing?
شكرا لكل ممثلي الإعلام والداعمين هنا وحول العالم لجعل هذا الحدث تجربة لا تنسى.
Absolutely, people have been tuning in around the world. So thank you so much to our commentators as well.
It was a pleasure to host this event with you for the first ever in-person, virtual indoor World Championship.
I'm going to give you a high five, so
Let's go.
Amazing stuff. You all have been amazing. From all of us at the UCI 2024 Cycling Esports World Championships and MyWush. Keep riding, stay safe, and we'll see you soon.
من الجميع في بطولة العالم للدراجات الهوائية الإلكترونية، استمروا في ركوب الدراجات بأمان ونراكم قريباً.
within themselves. Bates and Mary-Kate McCarthy hanging off the point. That's the points, and they go to Gabri Guerra. Huge kick on her. Can she come through? And over and Godby, the two riders.
She could on that run into the face of the rider. What an effort, an amazing
stage. Catherine Fuhr picks up 93, 94. Bruni 7.
For Switzerland with 160.